Y'all won? You gotta remember you copper too. Hungry. Yes, sir. But. Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you. Yeah. You ain't funny? You back? You back? It's over? Nice. How's that? Bet. Ah. Got the. Don't come in here with that graphic designer shit, man. Friday, yes. The Wizards is the best thing to do when you got a Giannis bitch. Best team to go to. You get the ball that time. On their ass. What you say, Joe? You got your shit down pat? What's up, Thompson? Oh my god. Ugh, got a lock on me. Fuck it. Try to work some. Yep, double team me. Yep, JP, hit that. Oh my god, JP. Oh my god, JP. Oh my god, you so boo boo boo. You so boo boo boo. Yep, we on that. Yep, come on. Yep, Alex starting next game. Yep, Julius Love, you're done. You're done starting, brother. Tobias be smacking me in my damn mouth. Alright. Eight minutes left, Jay. Yeah, 8 minutes left. I got 8 minutes left. I'm getting clamped. I ain't gonna lie. Tuh. Yes, sir. Get on that. Get on that. Get on that. Yep, I just up. Valachunas. What you know about Valachunas, Jay? That nigga poo poo poo. So,
Where you at?
the house.
Come get this bag right here. I'm gonna leave it at the door for your mama and give it to your mama, okay?
All right.
Okay, bye.
Move. Go lay down. Go. Hello? Yup. I got a minute left. I'm gonna have to go get something from that for Nana though. So I went mute for a second. What your ass doing, gang? You just practicing that motherfucker? Invite me, Jay. That just joined, nigga. Hello. Got the triple double on there now. Damn. It's whooping your eye, Will? No, I'm finishing this food. That shit come on at 2 a.m., Jack? Huh? That shit come on at 2 a.m. at night? Yup, I'm on the... No, boy, what's the deep end? Oh, I gotta shoot from 3. You know what I'm pulling out there? We're pulling, nigga. We're pulling. I got gold. Brim. I got Hall of Fame shirt shot. Yeah, that gold. Let me go. Getting the layup up now, man. Do I get both? Do I get gold post fade feet now? Yeah, I get gold post fade feet on it. Yep, I get it go. I just gotta keep shooting them hoes. Wait till I get my badge elevator, actually. That's what I'm about to get soon. Yeah, I'm finna get that shit soon. Where I get it at? 30? $33. What? No, that's probably for the park. Yeah, I got that one too. I'm gonna be a demon, huh? Get gold post fade phenom. My post gonna go up even more. Oh, you put it on the Wilson, man. That's why. What's on there? The fuck is going so slow? Let me pick. You put me on. You gonna put me on? You find out you gonna put me on. I might put. What's the name? I ain't gonna lie. That cap breaker, I might put it on either my close shot or agility. I don't like seeing my agility in red. So 69, it's good. I just said it can go to 72. I don't know if I get something up there. Probably do. They're ready. Paint protector. He came out of the paint. This dude come to help me. He needed to stay, bro. He right, bro. He leave it every time. Great. It's a scheme. Damn! He got his shit fucked. Nigga held his nuts. That is ass jumping out his shoes. Yeah, nigga. This nigga fucking filed. What you need for strong handles for Hall of Fame? Bet. What? I didn't even go up. Yeah, Sasuke. Prize that. My Sarah scheme. He's scared. That's 2K, nigga. They making me do that. Give me some shit. That's why I'm getting bullshit. Be something going on. My shit dry. Get that motherfucker wet. Oh my god, man. I'm just gonna say Corner G. Hi. That motherfucker said, "Lubbock off the elbow." Now we gotta fight AI. And my dude, like, come on, man. That was a good shot. That was a good shot, right? That was a good shot. Nigga flopped. Oh my god. Oh my god. Get their ass fried, dude. I don't know what the hell they was up in my corner. Yeah, annoying me too. They don't want to pass the ball. They just want to get fried all day. Like, still keep the day, still keep the day, still keep the. Bro. Nigga shit. Oh my god, bro. Bro. Great. Oh my god, G. They want to give me the ball again. They want to shoot. Shit, fuck it. Fuck it. This point. Like, what? Friday night. GG's. I took 7. Love. Love. Nah, shut your bitch ass up. Nah, shut your bitch ass up. Nah. Y'all see me wide the fuck open down there. Y'all niggas ain't throw me the fucking ball. Fuck all that shit. Nah, nigga. Fuck all that shit. Nah. Fuck all that shit. You see me down there every motherfucking time, nigga. Nah, nigga. Every time. Nah, fuck all that, nigga. You're not good. You're not good, my nigga. You're literally, you talking about 2v2, my nigga. I'm wide open, my nigga. That's all I'm talking about. Nigga's ass, bro. Hey, what, nigga? Ain't no fucking. There's no need for a 2v2 when y'all just over here shitting y'all bed. Like, what, cuz? Stop playing. Niggas be in this bitch selling. Selling for no motherfucking reason. Tell these niggas I'm wide open every time. These niggas don't throw it down there, bro. That shit irritating as fuck. I'm wide open in the paint. Nigga don't want to give me the ball. Like, what, bro? That's what I be talking about. Like, bullshitting this hoe. Nigga not in the mud at all. Could've been blowing these niggas out. They leave me up in the paint every time I cut, cuz. Like, what, bro? Get dunked though. This is fucking ass. Gotta hit that. No, that's not gotta hit that. So, oh man. He's stupid as hell. Yeah. He said, he said, he said, he said, man, what the fuck is that, man? What the fuck is you doing, man? What the fuck, man? I'm trying to get back. I can't jump. I can't do shit. They just made me put my hand up. Damn, can he hit him? He got a lot. He got a lot. Damn! Oh my god! Bro. What the fuck is this nigga doing, bro? Bruh, these niggas be ass we be getting, bro. We got an old head at center. A wide open gap. A wide open gap. I don't know, bro. This shit is insane, bro. The shot. We lost, bro. These niggas, bro. These niggas, it's gonna be us two. Wow, it's gonna be just us two in this bitch. Bruh. Like, bro. Like, like, bro, like, damn, bro. Oh, why? My dude got 99 offensive. I'm trying. 99 offensive, man. I'm for OP. OP shit. I'm boxing out mine, man. I'm trying, bro. Should have bounced past me. Some shit, some. Who the fuck is this? I'm trying to get my ass whooped. Oh my god. Yes, sir. No. He gave it to me, guy. Get that shit back. God damn, clip ass. Nigga gave it to me, Jay. I don't give a fuck. Fuck it. I'm trying shit. I don't know what to do. Shit. Trying to get back though. Get my way. Right here. Can't even get back. I can't even get back. They turned the ball over. 5-6. You like that cross and dot, nigga? I said, fuck wrong with you niggas? Stop playing. I'll show him a dot, nigga. His ass got me 3 turnovers in a fucking row because his ass is doing dumbass shit. Running right into me. Ah! They gave me the fucking a tomahawk. I ain't even got that that shit crazy. Ain't that crazy? all I can do is just try to agree that shit. No, nigga, he's ass. You gotta catch this shit. Here, Malik Beasley ass nigga. Malik Beasley ass nigga. We look like the Bucks right now, bro. From last year. Oh, bro. We get fucking fried, bruh. Like, yeah, nigga, all that shit talking down there, all that shit talking. Great. Yes, sir. He got, bro, what? You not shooting? The fuck? Man, you see me, I'm trying to, man. Yeah. Come on. Keep it going. fuck open. Fuck it. Shut up, nigga. You did your shit. You repaid yourself, motherfucker. Your ass just driving to the goddamn paint, goddamn it. Shit. You was trolling at first. That's the hell your ass was doing. So I want to hear it. He funny as hell. He funny as fuck, cuz. I want to hear it. He's I want to hear it. Me too, nigga. I'm down there feasting, nigga. I'm down there barbecue chicken, nigga. Trolling the shit out of us. Like, come on, Cam. Why you trolling, man? I almost got my double XP. 60 minutes. What, you a dog now? Yeah, he a dog. What you can put your driver duck to? 92, that's it? Oh, they both just said. Yeah, I know. Or it's gonna be like my build. Like 95, like 95. I'll probably be like 95, 96, like how they did mine. So these dogs spoiled. That's how I rub one. They look at me like, you gonna rub me too? Dog, Jay. What's wrong with these dogs? That rhythm shooting got you beaming. You feel better on that bitch? Got an ass nigga on me. Yeah. He finna just take you to the rim. 6 foot, 6'1", 6'4". Like, what the fuck is we playing with? Oh, you like the Giannis's I got on, nigga? Motherfuckers fire. I forced the turnover. You saw that? Push the shit out of these for go to bounds. They getting fucking fried. Yeah, get on their ass, boys. Get on their motherfucking ass. They ain't that motherfucker having the time of their life. Ah, you fucking bitch. No, they got you at the phone. The three would be is crazy. We small ball this bitch. Ah, I'm trying to give it to you, Jay. What the fuck is you doing? Ooh. My bad, my bad. They keep. My bad, 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 y'all, my bad, y'all. Hey, my bad, y'all. Y'all see me at the time, my bad, y'all. Hey, they see me at the time, nigga. They trying to throw that motherfucker to me. What the fuck? You niggas. They try to throw it to me every time because they see me cutting. They try to let me catch your body back. No bullshit. You like, fuck. Nigga keep fucking give me that. No. No, no, no. Oh! They funny as hell. He was up there, had to give it to her. He's gonna get pissed. I ain't paying him. I ain't getting the ball. I'm on now. That's all it is on this motherfuckers. Old niggas. Barely in cross T-Day. T-Day playing too many different games. He got my ass. Too many different games. That'd be a rainbow. Jeezy got them hooked on rainbow. I already knew. Motherfucker was Dookie Boo. I'm looking, you know, he agreed that. He timed it. Look at it. Yeah, they don't give a fuck. That nigga gone. Get that out. He leaving, nigga. He gone. Oh, bad. I thought you was circle. I wasn't even looking either. I looked right back up. Yo, that's fucking right there next to me. Yeah, that motherfucking ass time. Go. Ooh, that's a fast. Damn! What the fuck? God damn! That motherfucker green. He got that motherfucker on early release, nigga. Yeah, what the fuck? God, what the fuck? Look, he timing that shit too. Yeah, he gotta be letting go immediately. on his ass. They spamming the fuck out. They on their ass. My dumb ass got me. Didn't even go up. We ain't gonna talk about it. Chipping the shit out these boys. Oh, I thought you beat his ass. That's so big, guy. I would just pass it out. Damn. Spamming the shit out this nigga. Alright. That was a steal. You see that shit? My dude, God. Damn, that made bro get lagged out. The point guard shit. Damn. Ah! He's spamming the shit out. Spamming the fuck out of dude. Ugly ass beats. I got it. Ugly ass. Sound like Brooke Lopez and shit. They over there arguing. No, nigga. No. No. Get your ass out of here. Get your ass out of here. Get your ass out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Green eye. We got it. Get out of here. Get out of here. No. No. No, I'm trying to butt fake it back. Baby, go up. That shit be tweaking. Yeah, I'm going here, nigga. What's up? We ain't gonna talk about that. We ain't gonna talk about that. He's so get you one in. Get you one in there. Bro. I got two. I can't block that. It's crazy. Got his ass. Hey. They can't stop that shit. Oh God, right there. Oh my fucking God. Yeah. JD? That's not up there. Jay, we did it 40 balls. This shit funny as hell. Give me, baby. Oh, I should have snatched that bitch. Alright. As soon as I pass it, it's crazy. JD, like I was dunking the ball? Like I was dunking the ball? Looking like Yamba. Yep, got my time. Got my element. Let's get it. Popping it. Put this on my layup. Let's get it. Put a cock in it. So we're not getting anybody. Gotcha. You rolling up? Huh? Yeah. JD. They be trying to give us the scrubs, yeah. Let's go. Hey. Don't do nothing stupid. Slap the shit out your ass. Just press X there. Daddy, where you at? So now niggas not here. Bitch ass nigga. I'm gonna do my push-ups a bit. Just get out this episode 3. Gotta watch that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we finally did it. We hit Battery 2 on NBA 2K25. And if I look a little bit tired, it's probably because I am. I've been playing way too much these past few days. So make sure to drop a like. And of course, we had to bring out the Giannis build. It was the first build I made this year. And of course, with the cap.
We're gonna be disgusting. We're watching Dignified.
Introducing the all-new Passport Trail Split. Fully redesigned. With a
It's even better. Just ignore the fact that I put on 2 to my interior very early on this year, but we do have the Zion dribble style now. With a 60 speed with ball, we unlocked that. I also just put on 4 to my offensive rebound, so we now have Legend Rebound Chaser, which was something we were kind of missing with this build. It's even better. Just ignore the fact that I put on 2 to my interior very early on this year, but
yeah, it's alright. It's alright. He got a 68 pass at 87 ball at a 60 speed with ball. Dignified 66. He got a 96. What's in there? That's like yours. You made yours like you made your Jokic with the rebound. It's I'm faster than him. No, I ain't gonna lie. Faster than him. He got a rim blocker. What fucking ass? I ain't gonna lie. Let me stop playing and put that Jonathan Isaac bass on. Dude. I made it. Jonathan, Bam, Kevin Durant. Change my motion style. That shit get me crying. Like this is fucking hilarious. Yeah, woman.
We do have the Zion dribble style now with a 60 speed with ball. We unlocked that. I also just put on 4 to my offensive rebound, so we now have legend rebound chaser, which was something we were kind of missing with this build. Badge setup looks a little something like this. We've got Hall of Fame posterizer, Hall of Fame pogo stick, which we also unlocked with the rebound boost. Like I said, we have legend rebound chaser for our max +1 in the rec center. Tier 2 badges don't change around that much. We do have strong handle on Hall of Fame, and we're going to go ahead and do a +1 on shifty shooter just in case we have to shoot that mid-range shot. Animations wise, we don't really change around that much, but we do have the Zion dribble style, like I said, so we're going to be able to ISO a little bit on this build as well. And of course, you guys know the OG jump shot. This was the very first jump shot that I used on this build. I wish I could see the date because this is literally my day 1 jumper. But hopefully you guys enjoyed. Let me know what other builds you want to see me make this year, and also which build I should bring out next, because I'm not going to lie, these cap breakers really have changed a lot of my builds. Again, if you're new, drop a like, subscribe to the channel, and let's go ahead and get right into it. Now, since I made this Giannis build, I'm not gonna lie, it's probably been one of my favorite center builds to use, but now with the Zion dribble style and gonna be able to rebound like really well, it's gonna be a tough build to stop. And we're gonna test ourselves out against a paint beast, 7'3" with a 99 standing dunk. The thing is with 7'3", since I have one as well, our speed's gonna be a big factor, even though we only have like a 70. Here we go, first play of the game. Bro, I gotta dunk that. Even though we only have a 70 speed, we still are going to be a lot faster than the 7'3". And I think we got a guy that's AFK, so this isn't good.
Get it up.
Give me that. Get up. Yes, let's go. We're going to push the ball.
Nigga behind you, Jay. You got to block.
Oh, I'm feeling myself. Oh, we're flaring out. We're wide open. We're wide open. All right. Not a good sign when you're left wide open, you don't get hit. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, brother. I mean, I guess this is going to be... I thought this was like a pretty solid team, too. All right, I know it's early, but man. This is why we put on the shifty shooter. Bro, am I getting guarded from, like... Are they in a zone? What has been up with the rec center lately? Ever since this season started, I have played a few rec games. And, like, it feels like a lot of people are in here with, like, squads. I'm not going to lie. That's wide open. You already know. I'm telling you guys, the 73-pointer, and for some reason, this jump shot this year has been so good. And now, if we could just play some defense, we have our point guard that's kind of like just chucking the ball up the court. I don't know really why. We got to make the extra pass. We're going to get out of the paint. Oh, he's wide open. Come on, we need that. Don't worry. Oh, I thought I was about to put that back. Hey, good dunk. Oh, never mind. All right, there we go. This is why you don't come on the mic and talk crazy, because this looked pretty bad to start. I could have sold the whole game just by coming on the mic. I've seen that happen way too many times. Look at us get up. All right, triangle wide open. Look, 68 pass accuracy. Good enough. We're getting a lot of stops down here, too, to be honest. And I jumped like an idiot. So that's another free board for our center. It's not going to look great. I've given up some free rebounds. I'm not going to lie. I didn't mean to do any of that. I wanted to go for a contact dunk, but thank goodness I have some sort of a bag. We're going to have to take the ball coast to coast a couple times. No way. No way. Jump up there. All right, like right here. Let's see if we can just kind of ISO. Actually, he's wide open. We're going to have to hit him. Oh, what is oh, why did my build not jump off? And I have that 96 offensive rebound. Dude, why did my guy just act like he didn't know how to do it?
Damn.
All right, we'll sit corner for a second. Yeah, we'll get wide open. Thank you very. Okay, that's I don't have that happen too often. That would have been heat check. And another left open three-pointer, knocking it down. I've been thinking about remaking this build, so you guys gotta let me know down below in the comment section. I think I'm gonna go with a little bit of a lower driving dunk. Now that I've messed around with some. Oh my gosh, he just shoved me on the rim. But after I started messing around with a little bit lower of a driving dunk, I do think. Oh, here we go. Oh, never mind. I'm not getting a dunk. But I do think that we'll be able to... Oh, that's another one. Can I get my sentence out? I think we'll be able to get contact dunks with like an 87 or an 89. I know it's kind of low for a Giannis build, but just for how the game plays, I think we can do it. Look at us making both our free throws, too. Okay. Pretty solid first quarter, I'd say. Yo, can I get some lobs on these pick and rolls, PG?
Yeah, bro, you gotta hit me, though. Like, it's like you getting the ball, you thinking about yourself. I mean, I understand you hooping, but still, that shit ain't gonna last all game, bro. You still gotta hit me, though. My man ain't even guarding me for real, and you just, like, looking to score. You gotta play chess. Like, you scoring, but you still gotta pass, though.
I don't know what he was saying, but all I heard was you gotta hit me. Brother, you're the point guard. You have the ball automatically. What do you mean?
Gotta get the shooting guard involved, too. He ain't got no shot attempt.
My shot's gonna come when they come, bro. I ain't forcing nothing. Like I asked.
That's a nice pass, bro. That's a really nice pass. Man, why are we so much better with the lower stats shooting the basketball? But if I go in to try to get a contact dunk, 9 times out of 10 I miss. It makes no sense. Like a straight-on contact dunk with a 96 driving dunk doesn't work. But for some reason, I can shoot threes effortlessly with like a 73-pointer. All right, and all of a sudden, this is a 5-point ball game. I'm trying to clear the floor a little bit. A little bit late of a pass, but it's okay.
Bro, you should have passed it soon when you got it, though. Like
I did pass it right when I got out. I bobbled it, but you have to throw it quicker. I was wide open.
We good, y'all. We good. We good.
He gonna make that.
Oh my gosh.
That corner.
Dude, oh my goodness. All right, 7'3", but we should, I don't know. I thought we could have had that rebound. There you go, get a little back door. All right, I'll try to do a little bit more of a traditional roll. I think these guys, the thing with the random rank, which you guys know if you've been watching the videos, you have to make sure everybody's doing a little bit of something. Because if people get bored, one person getting bored, please be our ball. But if one person gets bored, they can literally sell the whole entire game.
You gotta get over there. That nigga. Oh, good.
This guy, I'm pretty sure, was a veteran too as well, man.
Stay there.
There you go. Good pass, man. Let's go. I want to dribble a little bit, but bro, you do one mess up dribbling on the center, somebody's calling a timeout, somebody's screaming on the mic to pass it.
I know niggas be scoring, but niggas still open.
There you go, KD. There you go, KD. We are cooking right now, bro. Good shot. There we go. We hooping.
See, it's different when you look the pass first, then you look the score, bro. Cause it be that one split dribble, you should have gave it up.
I'm trying to give it to you.
Fucking go.
Good shot.
Bro, this O board, I'm so glad I went with the high like offensive rebound, because with Legend Rebound Chaser, even over these 7-3s that have better box outs and stuff, we're still able to get rebounds. Another steal? I'm the best, bro. I'm him. If I was grinding to Legend, which I still might, but the Veteran 3, the Veteran 4, and Veteran 5 rewards are so bad, it doesn't make me want to grind it out. This would be a build that I play a lot on. Look at that. Look at that ball movement, bro.
That's all what I'm saying. I'm trying to move the rock.
That's what I said. I'm trying to move the rock. All right, we can respect it. Let's see what he does here. You know what? Oh my gosh. But I'm not going to lie, too. I know you guys saw in the beginning of this, I had 2 times draft, which is just crazy. I played a few red games on this build.
It ain't really him.
Bro, that's not a foul. Look at us. Player of the half. 19 points. I thought I had 17. 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals already. 7 for 9, 3 for 3 from 3. We're cooking. I just heard somebody on the mic. I wish I was recording. I stopped the recording, but he was just talking about, you know, I'm Jason Kidd. I'm averaging 30 assists. Da 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 da. Like, bro, okay.
Dangerous, be more dangerous.
Look over there.
You feel me? Oh, that's a bad pass.
All right, they're talking a little bit too much. Hey, you guys talk to yourselves, talk amongst each other. I can't keep hearing all this. The center really hasn't done too much, and I probably spoke too soon, bro. How did he just wiggle through me? Oh my gosh, you just see me push him out of the way? I'm pretty sure he had very high strength too. That's kind of a weird animation. I've had my heat check for a long time and haven't been able to shoot with it. We'll take the shot. Never mind. There we go. Finally. Like, dude, I haven't been able to touch the ball in a minute. Where would this team be without me? I don't want to be like that guy, but I feel like we'd be losing by like 1,000,000 points. Well, I wouldn't be here, but they'd be losing by a ton. I need to get a contact dunk. I've been shooting like I'm a stretch big or something out here. Dang, this is only a 10-point ball game, bro. They have thrown the ball away so many times. It's actually insane. I mean, between us all, we have 11 turnovers. They have 8, but, like, I feel like all of ours have been, like, very controllable. There you go. Use the screen, shoot the 3, man. It doesn't always have to be just chuck the ball. Oh, my gosh. I mean, I guess that's my interior, but, dude, a moderate take, you don't have to time it. It's crazy to me. Huh? How does it take me out of that animation? That's what I'm talking about early on, man. Like a 96 driving dunk, and I can't get that. That's another turnover. Oh my gosh, that's a perfect pass. But I don't know, like, why would he throw that, bro? All right, we're getting into complaining territory, and it's a single-digit ball game. Like, I shoot lights out with an 83 midi in the mid-range. I shoot lights out with a 73-pointer, but then we come down and try to get a contact dunk on somebody in a wide-open lane, and we can't do it? There you go. Hey, good shot. All right, 15-point lead. I feel like I haven't really got to touch the ball. We had a great first quarter. I mean, we're winning, so it doesn't really matter as much to me. Oh my gosh, there we go, and we get an assist for that. But it's probably smart for me not to try to go down there and test the 7'3" that's probably just going to jump out of every animation. But, like, I'm taking advantage of it, because if I was just a pure inside and I was running random rec against the squad like this that was in a zone, we'd probably lose this game. We get a lob finally. Oh my gosh, it will go to us? No! Bro, let me get my highlight! Give me that. Look at that block, man. I'm telling you, 78 is all you need. Oh, okay.
You got that motherfucker immediately.
Yeah, we're going coast to coast on this. Oh, we're not, bro. And I turned it over. I just want to go coast to coast one time and not get picked up full court by half the team. I know I could have passed it and gotten an assist, but I'm trying to show a little bit of the dunks off too. Bro, we are making so many of our shots, but again, I'm acting like I'm a stretch big. Give me that, another block. Come on, we got takeover. We're definitely going coast to coast after this rebound. Come on, please let me get the board. Oh my gosh, he hits a moderate. Please, please. All right, we're taking this back out. Come on. Hey, oh my gosh, the little Paolo Banchero go-to shot to the Giannis crossover. We'll take that. Watch this. We're gonna take it out here. Stop and pop three. Stop and pop three, man. I'm telling you, this build is so much fun, guys. I know it's like a lot of the cap breakers, but honestly, if you guys have watched any of my other Giannis, oh my gosh, please. Nope. But if you guys have been watching any of my other Giannis build videos, I've been doing this all along. Just doing it a little bit better now. You know, we'll take that. What an absolute masterclass. 28-17, 3 blocks and 3 steals, 4 from 3. We don't get player of the game. I don't know what else we would have to do. Player of the game, 28-17. The first game on the build, we'll take it. I'm going to try my best to slash a little bit more this game, but I don't want to force anything. Whenever you're like a purple play and stuff like that, usually you play a little bit better competition. They're not just going to give you a wide open dunk every time. Got another tall center, 7'1" with a 98 O board. I need to get this like a nasty contest. I don't know. That's kind of my goal right now. We got one nice little driving dunk, but we got to do something a little bit better. I guess that guy can shoot in the corner. I mean, he shot out with some confidence, but he got it very late, so I don't know. Point guard looks like he kind of knows what he's doing. He's 5'9". He got through me quick. There's nothing more annoying than like when somebody just stands on top of you when you're wide open, man. Oh my gosh. Hey, we are doing nothing, but we're winning, I guess. That's okay. There we go. Let me get back on track. Let me touch the ball a couple times, man. Dude, bro, his stats were so low. I know he's gotten 2 speed up glitches, but here we go. Oh no. Did that count? No, it didn't count. Oh my gosh. I had to do it once. I wish I got a contact right there, but now my teammates probably think I'm an idiot. Bro, why am I getting set up for so many horrible takes right now? I missed a couple shots. I mean, that one that I forced was on me. But even right there, I'm surprised I made that, bro. I'm not going to lie. Look at us getting stops, though. All right, let's just speed this up. Let's play a little bit better. I think the center just quit, bro. No way. The center quit. Yep, the big man quit. I'm not going to keep showing you guys these. Man, that's so unfortunate. We'll get another one in here. Oh my gosh, you will see that chase down block though. Alright, let's see if we can get a game where people actually stay. That would be fun. Ooh, 99 block. We got a little 99 block Wimby build to go up against. And of course, it's like the one time I'm trying to like get contact dunks, but I think we'll be okay. As I've experienced like dribbling on these taller builds, most of the time these taller guys, even if they're like only 7'1", they cannot keep up with like any dribble moves. So if we get the ball in the half court setting, we might have to cook up a little bit. Like I said, when you're a purple play, you start to play a little bit better teams. In both the games that I've played so far, actually not the first one, but that second one that I played that you guys didn't get to see a lot of, these guys were running a zone. And I actually got a contest on that. That's kind of impressive. Oh my gosh, that guy just got cooked. When he greened, that's tough. There you go. Oh my gosh, it gave me the speed up, man. That's so, like, it's so annoying when 2K does that. And you can kind of tell, like, when you release the ball. Bro, why is he setting screens, man?
Reese's eggs are back, and we hit them somewhere you'll never.
Murder that motherfucker.
Psych! We put them everywhere. Grocery stores and supermarkets, gas stations and chiropractors' offices, bowling alleys and grocery stores, which we already mentioned.
Get fired as
Reese's.
Tax season is here, and it's time to rev up your refund at Boucher Hyundai of Waukesha. Make your refund go further with lease payments from $299 a month on a new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE all-wheel drive at Boucher Hyundai of Waukesha.
Man.
Game I'm gonna have to lock in. I don't know how much scoring I'm gonna really be able to do, but our
Oh,
guys
no!
sitting in the corner, they're running like a modified like 5-out kind of deal, just having guys cut nonstop, which is really honestly very simple to defend. But we have to stop helping. We're helping way too much.
Shit.
Oh my gosh! Like literally, all of their attempts, I swear, might be 3 points. Really, really bad. All right, this is gonna be a struggle game. This is what you guys want to see. Where's the rotation?
Yeah,
This dude's sprinting straight to the rim, and you're just gonna watch him? There we go. Come on, man. This is actually very embarrassing. I think my guy, look, wide open. Why is nobody sprinting at him, bro? Thank goodness he missed, but man, like, just getting no help. Come on, 3-pointer, need that. Need that, that's huge. Come on, man. We're right back in this. Quick little 5-point swing from us. This started very, very poorly. Like I said, I can't really help and anchor because they got this guy legit just spotting up in the corner the whole game. And none of these guys are rotating either. It's kind of insane. Dunk on his head. I'm trying to pinch as much as I can, but even then, it's like, I can't because these guys are just leaving dudes wide open too.
Smacking them up.
Come on. Another wide open 3, bro. This is crazy. We win this game if the power forward leaves, but he's just, I don't know what he's trying to do. He wants to come up here and set screens. He doesn't want to guard his man. Like, what are you doing, bro? This is the game I needed, too, of just getting a ton of meter dunks. Like, I feel like we just can't even guard a parked car at this point. Oh, he got a good box out. Dude, he's just leaving him wide open. Every single time, it's just wide open. There we go, a little putback action. 13 points, shooting 75% from the field. It's only a 10-point game, too. Never mind, it could be 12. Thankfully, he missed. My guy has 11 points. I've left him open on a couple threes early on, but he hasn't scored more than that. But this guy had 13 points left wide open? Come on. He's got 99 blocks, so you'd think he would want to help off all of these. But, like, bro, I don't know. 8-point game. We're still in the thick of this. Dude, honestly, I thought we'd be losing by, like, a ton. Yeah, bro, go up against 99 block. That's the smart idea. Man, we're just missing wide open threes. We're fighting for our lives to get stops, but whenever we do, we can't capitalize. Oh my gosh, this stinks, man. But you know what? Not every single rec game is going to be sunshine and rainbows. Look at this guy still setting screens. There we go. Wide open. Let's knock it down. Left him wide open yet again. I'm so mad. It's like I said in the beginning, the first game that we played, you can lose this game by one guy just not doing something right. Just one person. Why is he just leaving him, though? I don't understand it. You don't have to crash for rebounds. Yeah, this is a lost cause. Yeah, maybe we just try again. I feel like it's not the greatest thing when your point guard's name is Cell. They got 2 7-footers as well. We got a 6'11 and a 6'10. Let's see. Hopefully, man. I just want a game that we can play. That's not like somebody selling on purpose or somebody quitting. Just give me a normal game. There we go. There we go. I'm telling you guys, I was playing the 1v1 when it was 2 times rep on my Kevin Durant build. The amount of times I shot mid-range fades probably should be studied. I feel like I have that down to like an art. My shooting guard, my bad, bro. I'm just trying to dribble. Like I don't get to touch the ball that often and dribble on the half-court set. All right, my bad. A wrong pass, but hopefully he knocks it down. Maybe it was the right pass. There we go. This is the game I was looking for. Just something calm and relaxing where I'm not on the edge of my seat every single play. Feels like every random rec game turns into that eventually. Weird catch. Still knock it down, though. Well, I feel like when I'm wide open, I mean, I can knock down every single one of those shots. I mean, it's a wide open 3. But the 73-point shot rating is just something about it. Wonder if I could go down to a 65, though. I think I could. Oh. Dude, those are the kind of dunks I want. Good shot. Knock it down. It's not a bad shot, though. We're cool with that. Biddy. Biddy. Bang. We still have heat check. Or we have heat check now. I would recommend this build, honestly. If you wanted to change it around to where you got legend rebound chaser, or maybe you want to make it a power forward, I think you could. Maybe some of the badges would change around. But this build has been so much fun. Again, this is a day 1 build, which is even crazier that it's still very much so viable at this point in the game. Bro, that heat check is different. And I'm comfortable with shooting those like against other centers because majority of the time other bigs don't have the highest perimeter defense. Even though that's that strong, honestly, he probably doesn't have the badges to make that like actually really matter. Oh my god. Yo! Was that the walk-off animation too? That's crazy. There you go. I told you, we're at the zone breaker. We're going to the midi. I'm not afraid to shoot a little fade. Another solid first half for us. 14 points. Our guy hasn't scored yet. I mean, we're doing our thing. 14-point lead. Let's just win this at this point. Oh, we were about to go yam that. Hey, good pass, bro. Look at that, a point guard that actually looks for the lob. In the random rec, you don't see that ever. Hey, shout out to the PG too. Our PG is cooking. He's doing well. He's getting people open, man. Oh, I need the ball, bro. Another steal. Come on, man. Hopefully we get to shoot the free throw here. Look at us. All right, let's let the whole animation play out. Let's let the Giannis go crazy a little bit right here. Bro, this animation is so long. We could have missed that one. Oh my gosh, man. We might be able to get a lot of these lobs off now that we have an AI, though. Don't mind me. Oh my gosh. Oh, the ISO game. Yo, this build, honestly, is probably one of the most fun centers that I've got to use this year. Oh my gosh. I thought this game was going to end like really boringly, but we've had some insane highlights. Coast to coast, it doesn't matter. Finishing with layups. Well, that's gonna wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you get a good display of how this build can play. And honestly, I love playing on this build because it's so good. Again, let me know down below in the comment section which build you want to see me bring out next with all these cap breakers. Make sure to drop a like, check out these 2 videos, and until next time, it's been your boy Dignified. I'm out. Peace.
Ugh, that gum's boring. A cube? Fancy. Flavor crystals? Well, we'll make it fancier. Well, no, it's too fancy. Perfect amount of fancy. Icebreakers. Ooh, fancy.
Welcome back to the hot seat with Carmax and me, Candace Parker. In this round, I'll show you how I never settle as an NBA analyst with league trivia. I think I know a thing or two about basketball. 1946. Golden State Warriors, they beat out my 72-10 Bulls. The Brooklyn Nets. 1954. And that's a buzzer beater.
I'm backing up. He don't pass.
I play about
He don't pass. He don't pass.
Swing, Bauer.
Come on, shit.
He don't pass.
He
literally doesn't. His title is don't pass. He just don't pass, bro.
But you know Kingsro's gonna be in his ear though. Like hit the slip.
Yeah. Don't OD it. A little bit, jump. Jump again.
I'm still there.
Be it.
Box, bro. Yep.
Good shot.
Slightly late. I'm standing.
You want to Jay? I'm going side. Don't worry about it.
Stop.
Switch. Bro, you're in the paint.
Stop.
He missed.
No.
We good. Come on, we good.
Huh?
Catch your half.
What'd you say?
Damn.
They gave you switch.
Stop doing stuff.
Shot, boy. Shot, it's open.
Good jump, Chuck.
What a board, man.
Working forward. Come on, y'all. Leaving a lot on the table. Let's go right here. Getting stops.
Now we good. I gotta hit that. I don't know. I can find it.
TG's on me.
Can we wrap through?
Yeah. Let's set you up. Stepped up. Green
Shot, boy.
Shot, boy. What a shot,
yellow?
though.
Yeah.
Moderate. Through. My middle. I'm up. He's just holding this, bro. Holy f***. Nothing. Cancel. Block.
Thank you. No. Oh, shit. Miss.
Oh, it's so fluke, bro.
Thank you for not rotating that. When you have that walled, if you want any rotation, just have swag and half switch. If you got it walled like that, you have that shit caged. Don't bail on the
Catch it,
rotation.
Come on, that should be good.
Take, boy.
Take.
No foul? You just smacked my back.
Off ball.
I need something there though.
Yeah.
Like there's no way I gotta fight through the screen, jump, and then like I'm on my own.
So like if I'm calling off ball, son dunks on me, we live with it. Shot, boy.
I mean, we always usually say though, because he just slips it usually off that. I thought Joe would guard your hash, and then you just jump your middle.
It's just such in the middle. It's like right in the middle of the court there. It's kind of tough. I'm gonna get out of here. Go to Chalk.
He jumped.
Sir one.
That's their foul.
Off those swag, once I cut through, let Chalk wrap over, and then you guys can go straight into overload instead of it being like clunky on the reset.
Gotcha.
Bauer, cut through, go opposite hash. Come here, Chalk. DHO into the overload with Hoff.
Hey.
Got you, baby.
Pass. Right down.
Go.
Just shot, bro.
Done. King's on the inside, right, Chalk? Oh, swag.
Yep.
Jump.
Throw it again.
No. Watch Gliz.
I don't have time. Damn, that's a free three.
Damn. Couple flukies, but we're up 4, bro.
That's just unfortunate. Come on. He beat me to the midi. That's me, swag.
Good D.
Good board. Good shot.
You got numbers.
Yep.
I don't know.
Damn.
You had that.
And then cross.
Go to Chalk. I'm too far away.
5 seconds. King's Road on me. The pop off you. Got it. Back.
What a
back.
shot.
Shot.
Go Bauer.
No.
I did.
He missed.
Foul, please.
Yep.
Good no jump, Chuck.
Yeah, he's waving me out.
Don't drop on any cuts for me, swag.
Jumped. Missed it, B.
Never mind, cancel.
I'm gonna fake the reset. I'm gonna fake the reset.
Okay,
Try. I'm
okay.
gonna slip it. Hey, that works too. Hitting you. I'll set the off ball for Chalk. Cut swag.
B.
I see it.
Like, they're just all my, bro. Fuck it. Everybody be ready to shoot if I touch the ball, I'm telling you.
Switch.
Corner.
Yeah,
Good D,
you
Joe.
I'm good,
don't
bro.
have
I'm
it,
good.
you don't have it.
Come here, swag.
Try to get somebody down there.
Yep. I got box.
It's just tough. Take.
It's right.
I ain't gonna lie, Jay. Like,
Nah, he's got nothing for you, no bullshit. Ain't bumping shit right now. Jump.
I jumped.
Box.
Damn, that's a 3? Go ahead, cut. I'm on stun.
On J.O. Following that off.
Left corner.
Inside.
And a bounce. Good D,
Good job.
Chalk. Good D. Come on. Wrap shot.
Yeah.
Cut power. He reached. Yep.
Good call.
I got box. I'm boxing out.
Good
Like,
shot.
Try to foul, bro.
time to be out.
Understand? No.
Last Breath is leaving audiences everywhere breathless.
It's heart-pounding.
Breathtaking.
Very intense.
No, it's not.
Woody. Big fan of Fimu. Go see it on the big screen. Now.
Susan Crawford is the common sense judge we need on Wisconsin's Supreme Court. She's fair, impartial, and she'll uphold the law. Wisconsin needs a judge who puts facts and justice first. Vote Susan Crawford for Wisconsin Supreme Court.
Yeah. eBay.
Mountains of flavor, those crispy peaks, 12 flavors so bold, your whole life is complete. Dipped in the lake, man, that ranch is deep. New crispy tenders, bring the flavor, Wingstop.
Rental search taking up your mental real estate?
And how would you describe your collaboration process?
I am so tired of walking up 5 flights of stairs to get to my front door.
With more rental listings than any other site, Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
He just be shooting.
I'm playing your top side there, Hoff.
Yeah, that's it.
Three boys, three.
Hoff, catch it. Let's go Bucks here. Oh, you reach. Never mind. Yeah, just stop top. Kings were gonna foul it.
The patience. They ain't give you a lace stuff.
Hey, we'll take that. We got Freaky right back. That's the same thing.
Right.
That's the Kings were.
Play your middle, triangle this, play your middle. Let's get pass. Sold it though.
Still here, I'm good.
Yep.
Good still. Playing everything paint. Gun box.
Got power forward box. Tough.
Good D, Chalk. Good D. Stay right with it. Let's go to the Bucks here.
You know, switch.
Who's that?
Shot one
down, knock it down.
Good shot.
Good hit. I'm on it.
You got a little speed up on that, chat. I thought I might have shot it slightly early.
Yeah, called it.
I thought that might have been slightly early. It was slightly late. You got a little speed up.
Fuck, no.
Well, up one. Off.
They still got the one.
Flare up and catch this off. I'm going to take JO to the corner. You go PNR with Chuck. I'm up.
Pass, boy. Great pass.
Unlucky.
Thanks, up. Full switch middle.
First, trusting it. Not showing me it. Good hold. Jumped. He's crazy. Low. Off ball. It's still a two.
6 seconds.
Good patience. In free to run.
Chalk, wrap me. Cut swag. Off. Start paint, flare up, and catch it. Yeah, run the flare up play off.
Overdose.
No fouls.
Still weak. Alright, up one.
What can we do better? Is there something we need to do better?
Gotta hit our shots, honestly, and miss some opens.
Heard you.
I mean,
still open threes.
Yeah, same. Wrap, Chunk. Look for your cut off it, Chunk. Double it if it's not there. Please, God, no.
I'm on Gliz. I'm on Gliz.
You're under. I'm on center.
Steal. Go up.
Pass.
Knockdown.
Go.
Shot boy.
If that happens again, Joe, try to push yourself a little bit more like middle.
Heard you.
Because what he's doing is he's got to make a decision. The Don.
Good. He's going straight mid. He's gonna do a snatch. Oh my God.
Switch first wrap if they wrap here, Bauer. No, they're not. Never mind.
We live with twos, bro.
Two out the play.
Got a three right
We live.
No, 100%.
They got the corner every time. They got
live with twos. Live with twos for sure. If it's a breakdown, obviously. They're through. We need some.
Shit.
It's a two.
It's a two, and you jumped again. Shit. X.
Wrap bar. Go for your cut.
He's crazy. Come on. He's crazy.
When you shoot it,
He's crazy. He's going straight to the midi. Do not overplay it. Stack it. I need you up, though, bro. I need you up. That's why I'm calling stack, so that you're just up.
I mean, but you call it as he's going middle. Like, you just said watch his
I mean, but that's what you're supposed to take away is my middle. I'm sitting in the middle every play. I'm gonna sit in the middle.
Wrap bar.
That's fine.
I'm not trying to be a dick.
I'm just saying, like, you were going left and you said watch his midi, so I'm watching the midi on the left side. And as he's going middle, you call stack. I'm like, watching his midi, I'm trying to fly over.
I said, Swaggy, listen. Back.
You got 85 with 10. I'm just moving
It's okay. Left corner.
Yeah, put your hands up on this. Trying to get a fluke.
Bitch ass down here. Maybe that's took right over here. He quit. He quit. I just took right over. I gotta play the
patience, boy. Got off up there with you, Chuck. Pass back, Chuck. He does. Does he get heat check? I think he does.
Hey.
I'm not sure. I don't know if he has heat check or not. We gotta watch that. He's gonna knock it.
Baby. Nigga's really quick.
I'm good though.
I know.
7 seconds, bro. He don't pass.
Yeah, might be tripping.
And it's late too.
Flag, right hash. Free.
Call.
Yes.
Want to board off. Big time board off.
Oh God, they both followed you, Swag. You just gotta be patient with it. It's a good shot.
Power, go set Chalk and off ball. Swag. Chalk's gonna wrap all the way to your corner. Midi game.
I got box.
Chocolate.
Midi shot.
5. Come on.
Taking away my middle, sending him hash.
Under.
Get under. Cuts now.
Quick slip. Get there, please.
He didn't.
I don't just wait to throw. That's just wait in there.
Take one.
Kingsworth's trying to go a little bit earlier because he's got pink controller on like half, I think. I got clip. Please miss done.
You jump, he misses it, but you just jump it.
Damn.
Jump it and let us rotate off of it. Nah, I promise you could have jumped back. It's cool though. It's fine. We'll get it back.
I just got turned around on it.
Free throws. Same result.
Damn, that's me, Chuck. I could have just.
No, you're good. I'm just saying moving forward. Just know that if he gets like a peep like that, he's gonna take it.
Yeah.
It's good though. We up 4.
Need his last 3 or 4 shots, Swag.
Still got one, not Bauer. I'm good on my cut.
Close switch right up.
Pass back. I hate that the ball goes out of bounds.
8 seconds. 8 seconds.
I'm on J-Hawk. Stay there.
Left corner.
Go, that's the lock, Bauer.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to PG.
Oh my
This is just so frustrating, though, bro.
Shit.
I mean, PG's wide.
Come on, next play. Score this.
Green it.
Oh, but I be up there by
Oh,
myself.
it's because Bauer's guarding the
PG's
block.
wide open.
I'm bumping. He might have heat check. I don't know.
I ain't gonna lie, if my corner cuts, I'm not giving up a fade in the corner.
Foul it.
Pass back.
Foul it.
Patience. 8 seconds.
Go, Joe. He didn't move. Holy.
Can foul if we need to.
I think we're good. Okay,
What's
that's fine.
my 5 guys? You gotta do it.
Overload, I'm pinching. Off ball.
Yep, I got everything
Quick
prepared.
with it. Come on. Yeah, 4 minutes.
2 or 1.
I'm picking up for you there. I'm picking up in your middle there. Because my guy's the one setting the chalk, so we can damn near size it.
I like how they put me with big man though, bro. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Put me with big ass shit
You
and
gotta
let you
understand, though, Joe. Half the time I'm up there dolo, so it's like I can't assume that there's gonna be someone there.
No, I know, but that's on that's like an overload set. So on the overload set, just trust you're gonna have help.
I'm on this.
On the default set, you're 100% right.
Up.
Pass backs.
Please miss.
Foul it.
Did.
1 for the game.
Full switch, man.
Yeah, I'm about to hit that. That's why they give us niggas like this.
D-Chuck.
Against time.
Trying to grab it.
I'm about to hit
I got
that. They
box.
give us niggas like this.
Foul.
We got done. Oh, we have 1 for the game. Damn, bro. It's a big board. No swag right hash again.
Heard you.
Good cutoff.
Beautiful. Good read, swag. Come on. Fight, boys, fight. 1 to give for the game. 1 to give for the game. Gotta find some organic stops and come down and finish the possession. Come down with a board or come down with a secured ball pickup off the tee.
Missed the steal. I'm through. Like I said, I think he's saving his heat check for a good one, swag.
Yeah, you bet.
7 seconds, bro. He might have heat check too. I ain't gonna lie.
Got box. Tough shot.
Absolutely, bro.
Set you one. Good move,
Good
Chalk.
shot.
Move.
Chuck.
Good shot. Slide ready.
I'm back right.
Get that.
What though?
Top
Down.
Good shot.
Want to get both teams.
$2 boy.
Good shot, boy.
Come on.
Great shot, boy.
Up one. Both teams want to give for the game. Come on. Who wants it more, baby? Who wants it more?
Which side?
Trying. It's
Foul, bro. Foul.
That one.
I'm stuck.
Deep. I got box.
He's got heat check.
Good boy.
No.
I'm on King's World. Sold it. Good boy, tough. Yeah.
Bring it up off.
Dribbling up.
Let me see. Just hold on. He might overplay this. Alright, roll. Off ball chalk.
Upper board.
Exit late, Chuck.
Killed him.
Good shot, bud.
What a move,
Good shot,
chocolate.
boy. Big shot. Three.
None to give.
Watching my flare up.
Yeah.
Talk.
My cut.
I'll put you.
Miss.
I
We
got
have it,
some.
though.
I got a weak
It's
one.
tough.
Ash cut him off. We haven't done it.
The take, bud. We're back.
I'm going.
Left.
I got two.
I'm on center.
I'm left, Joe. I'm left.
Okay, 25, baby.
So leave it open.
Yes.
Good shot.
Take it. Come on.
That's gotta suck.
We got it back.
That sucks.
2K25, baby. 2K25,
You
baby.
be the first jump, Bauer. I'll let you get the first jump. So if he's ever open,
Please don't give him a 3. Please don't give him a 3.
You heard, Bauer?
Yeah. Please don't give him a 3.
I'll let you be first jump, and then after you jump, I'll jump again.
Yeah. Hey, we need some defense right here, boys. We got to have some goddamn defense, bro. Please, right here. He cannot get a fucking 3. Up swag, up swag.
Good D, Bauer. Oh my god.
Thank you for the game.
Steal, Bauer.
No, they have a foul.
I just put that in free throw. It doesn't matter. They have a
Here we
foul.
go.
They have a foul.
Does somebody go back? Swag, go back.
I'm back.
Yes, they got a fluke.
Oh, please, God.
I'm back court again.
Chalk, clear out that corner. I'm gonna run there. Maybe the trapper won't activate.
Green. I'm just playing.
You can't go LT though. I think if you go LT, it activates.
Activates? Yeah. I mean, they're killing their own clock here. They still got to foul 2 times here. How long does trapper animation take? It's gonna take them at least 2 seconds to get it, and then the animation's another 2 seconds. Okay, Hoff, we trust the.
Oh my god.
I activate that shit too. Holy hell.
He running into the screen and you running into me. That don't even make sense.
He said, "Miss one for the content."
Hell no.
Like, bro, go back to him, bro.
If you miss one.
My nigga is not gonna do that nothing crazy. How you bet 3 you this ass?
Don't jump at nothing. Don't jump at nothing.
Nigga bet 3.
No
Small forward.
No X, no Y, no nothing.
Small forward. Like, damn, bro. Like, throw me the fucking rock.
I'm playing ball side corner.
Right.
Playing ball side corner.
He greened it.
Game on, chat. 1-0.
The RNG in this thing is crazy, bro. The amount of like back and forth, fluky this, fluky that, missed dunk, ball pops out of his hands. It's good content though. We're at 1-0, best of 3. When they're coming up the court, if Stunny goes middle and Glizz doesn't wrap, that means a flare-up's coming on our side. Like it's pretty predictable, but we just got because they spot finder this, so it's like you got to be predicting it. Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah. Try and like line myself up a little higher.
Watch an early off-ball something. Yes.
Thank you. Good PD, boy.
We don't have it. We don't have it.
It's fine. It's fine. I got it.
What? Hawks out just in case.
Like, come.
Yeah, grab it.
Good D, bro.
Don's on you.
Shot, buddy. Told him. It's good look. Live with it. I mean, can I steal one, bro? For the love of God. I'm going to ball. I mean, bro.
Forward.
I gotta just stay there.
I mean, again, on inbound, wherever it spawns us.
Yeah.
Come on, a lot of little mistakes right now. We got away with it last game. Screen him, Bauer. Cut off.
Easy. Tough.
Steal. Grab it.
Trying.
4-3.
I'm under.
Jumped.
Oh shit. You got no defense.
Hit you off. Come on. Terrible.
I got PG.
Yep. Overdose, Chalk.
Good shot.
I'm on Glizz. I'm on Glizz.
I'm here. I'm ball.
Watch out.
Nice shot.
Good D, boy.
It's good, baby.
B.
Go, get us on the board, bro.
Good shit.
Come on.
Reverses.
That spot.
Reverse.
Good D. Good D.
I'm under.
Size it. See the back there.
No.
Just give him the midi there. It's done by me.
I'm back on stop.
Tapping ball.
Yep. Left corner.
Left corner. I got box.
Good
shot.
Good timeout.
He got the AI.
It was just so awkward, but I just gotta get it.
What the fuck?
Liz is going now. He's got 7. Grab Chuck. Cut Bauer.
Committee.
I got box. I
Chop,
got box.
come on. Take one game.
Go, Chuck.
Wanna give.
One for the quarter.
What's he got? Heat check? That can't happen. Full
Come
forward.
on, come on. We're giving up too much free shit, bro. We can't afford it. Chalk. I mean, Hoff, cut and then come to the top. Go PNR. Go to Chalk. I'm cutting out of here. Stair one. Start corner. Hoff, do it again here. Bauer replaces corner.
Let's chop the pump fake and maybe go up.
Yeah, threw it a little early. I'm getting out of here.
Back.
Pass.
Six. Come on.
Give me a second if he calls that
Wanna
again,
give,
because I'll
wanna
text
give.
it back and give it up.
He's running. Might have heat check, bro. Might have heat check.
Overload. Lift. Back to regular.
His ass in his mouth.
Good D.
You think here, Hoff?
Why?
Great pass.
Pass.
Come on.
Good shot, boys. He's gonna take a midi. We're fine.
One to give.
I jumped. Please miss.
Down 8 our ball.
Let's go.
Go swag right hash here. Send it, swag.
King's
PG
right
on
on.
me. Yeah, okay.
Maybe bottle it, man.
Yeah, PG on me. I'm going.
Yep. Good call, Hoff.
Wow. And King's Road wants to go on everything, bro. I swear, if y'all just wait, you'll see him. He like even jumps
I
sometimes.
can't grab it, dude.
Damn, he keeps going left. I'm about to get on top of that.
Flare up, I'm on it. I'm all over it.
Ah, shit!
I'm under.
You're good. You're under. You're under. You're under.
Oh, shit.
Stole it.
Oh.
Hit y'all.
Hey, my bad, fool. I thought you was circle gang.
Three.
Oh, that's bad.
I reached. Can we
I'm
foul?
right,
Foul, please. Can we foul, please? Foul.
Try.
Damn, man.
Compounding mistakes with mistakes, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
On a hash, good.
Come on. 6. 6, but we can't afford, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, eventually it's gonna come back to bite us. We
No.
can play.
I just can't reach out to play. Yeah.
Here, still do.
Off cut. Bauer go corner.
Kind of play your curve.
Back catch.
Wait, Discover has loans for up to $40,000 with no
Yeah,
collateral.
fluky. Yeah, that
See
fluky
home
move.
improvement in a whole new light with Discover Personal Loans.
Yeah, that's that shit. Here,
Just 10
take
minutes.
that.
10
I
minutes.
go.
Just 10 minutes.
Yeah, take that shit.
While you're busy caring for everyone else, take care of yourself with 22 nutrients plus real
Right in
food
front
to
of
support
you.
immunity,
Does that
energy,
even make
and
sense?
bone health. Mega Food Multis are plant-powered for the people.
Great move.
Shot, boy. Good shot. I'm paid. Right,
Follow J.O. Yep.
Box.
Swag top.
Stop and top.
Good slip, boy.
They're selling
You
every
cool
time.
that?
Everybody's selling, even King's
I
Road.
mean that.
They're all just
What are
selling.
you doing?
I'm
Why
done.
not pull this out?
Overload, he's by himself.
Get the fuck out
Flip.
of here.
Good D. Hey, but it's only 11. Like, we have played awful. We have shot ourselves in the foot a million times. It's only 11. Fight, bro. Find a way to fight. Fight.
Left corner. Bonder.
Yep, there you go.
The D-Hoff. But take points. Come on, 9.
Got to it.
No swag.
Yep.
Lift it.
Hey, backside.
That's our one. One for the quarter. All the way down.
Not to give.
Come on, Bauer.
Okay. Ah! What?
He's your man, bro.
You want me to go up with that?
No, they just all 3 people jumped at you. That's crazy.
See you, Swaggy.
Come on, Swag. We need
Come
that.
on, Swaggy. Boys, it's 6, man. Come on. We're fighting.
Are we right here?
Yeah, right here, bro. We've played pretty damn bad. Let's go.
Yeah.
Come on.
Up with you.
Up. Thank you. Oh. Why did it stun you, too?
Set one down. Oh, that's your cut off.
Go to Chuck.
Coming up. Cutting for a lob. Alright, Hoff's down there. What a shot, Swag. Big time, boy. Big time.
I got you, Chuck.
Heard.
He's running.
That's me. That's J.O. We're good. None to give.
Please, boss. Thank you.
If you ain't about that murder game, then pussy nigga shut up.
Come on. I just tapped it quick so they couldn't foul, Chuck. None to give.
7 seconds. Please don't let them score. Full switch middle.
Watching my foot. Oh.
No. What?
I thought
I want a bitch.
Maybe.
It's just there's no time right there.
Tough to know when he's gonna quick slip or hold it, so I'll just play everything above and try to get under Kingsville.
Yep.
But there's no way I'm gonna be able to get under there.
What? That's
Because
just
he's setting a screen on shot.
Yeah, but it's an off ball, so like as soon as I saw it, I'm pinching up like the help.
Yeah, but he's getting clipped. He can't get to the middle. That's why. Like I was watching back the other game. That's how Gliss is getting open. Like you're getting his hash and Chalk hits middle, but he's getting.
Yeah, but you just have to be up in case I get hit. If I don't get hit, it's fine. If I get hit, then yeah, I'll take it.
But if I'm already up and he flicks this, I'm gonna be behind him already.
Come on, Joe.
Listen, 3-point game.
Hey, but listen, we gotta get back. If Joe shot the ball and Gliss was on the other side of the court already. Come on.
How?
Oh shit.
We're good. I'm here. Talk. I'm living with that too.
Come on, stay together, fight, talk it through. I know it's frustrating. I
How the
know
fuck
it
he
isn't
open?
going the way we want. Like, stay together, find a way. Catch you off.
You're good, Wolf.
It's me. Catch you off. Boy.
Here we go. Come on, Kings.
I hate that they can be idiots and do that. I got box.
Shit.
2.
Shot. Come on.
Shot.
5, boys. 5.
Oh my fucking god!
That's fine. That's not you. There's nothing you can do there. That's fine.
Still got you, Trent.
Catch it, go pee in our hole.
He doesn't shoot.
You trying to jump that shit? Shot. Let's go.
Come on, boy. Let's get a stop. Swag still got heat check. Let's talk right here. Let's be grown men. Come on. I reach. Can we foul? Can we foul?
Hey!
My game first.
Damn. Like, what the fuck's happening?
I don't know, but it's happening too much. I get it, but it's happening too much though, Bow. Like, it's like multiple times in a row now. It's like, underneath.
So, yeah.
Pinch, I got everything paid.
I jumped.
Oh.
I mean, I
Brother!
threw me. Nah, I didn't jump at him. I jumped at Stun.
My god, bro.
Come on, just settle. Stun's not going crazy like that to be flying at that shit. I can pinch you. I'm right there.
Yep.
It's her.
Whole team.
So everyone take a breath and just play discipline. You don't need to be super crazy. It's a 5-point game. Seven. Hoff, come up, go middle. Kingsroll might try to jump it, Hoff, so I'm gonna wait out the reach. I'm getting out of here. Taking jail.
Yeah, 90 break.
That's me. It's terrible.
Very good. Knock this now. 90 break. Straight back. Grab it back.
Well, 5-point game. 5-point game. We got a chip though. We got a chip. They get ball on the foot.
That's what Giannis is, right? Dr. Dunker too. Yep.
Good D, boy.
Swag right hash.
How do you even lose?
Catch.
You're a dog. Come on. 4 boys. 4, man. Come on.
Pay attention. Pay attention.
One to give. Both teams 1 to give. Minute 40. 4-point game, bro.
Full touch middle. I got box, bro. Come on.
Beat it. Crazy, John.
Get back. We got a foul.
Foul. We have one. Yep.
Good foul. Good foul.
I'm pitching this off. Good job.
Missed.
Got hash.
Deal. What the?
You.
You're now.
No, sorry.
Who got offense?
Slip. Throw it if you get it. Throw it.
Oh, Carson making a 3, bro. This is so.
Bro. Jump dash.
Foul too, though. I'm trying to jump to the board.
I hit you.
Yep.
Easy.
I'm just waiting for Bauer to get out.
Wait, do we have one?
No. We used it.
Alright, so.
Good job.
When you board.
Let it foul.
Please, miss.
That's all, bro. Camping. Try to foul.
And 1.
Come on, we're still here at 6.
Let's go. All right.
He jumped in.
Good exit.
To me, I didn't know.
Nine. Come on, fight. 4.5.
Switch Bauer. Attach. Beat it if we get it.
Boy. Job.
I got box.
What'd I say? Come on, 6.
Try and get me in there.
Knock their ass up.
Yo.
Switch, Chuck. You got to.
Help him! Or you want me to get out there? Fuck!
That's it.
Come on.
Up top off.
King's Road's on me.
Still.
Got it for me.
No. It's okay. It can't stay in bounds. It's a bad shot by me. Bad shot.
On Kings.
Left corner.
Someone get glaze.
Bro, I got stuck on Bauer, bro.
Wrap shot. Cut swing. Got a pull up. I'm getting out of here.
Oh, if you stayed.
Cotton. Up, down, in.
Better shoot something. I got box.
I'm back on Gliz.
Watch you get off.
Big board's off. Come on, 9.
3 minutes, bro. We've been here before against the same team. Shot, boy.
Pocket. The pocket.
Shot. Right, Doc.
Okay, heard you.
Yeah,
I'm going.
I'm on Kings.
Stop and buff.
Box. Come on.
Hey.
One more.
Oh.
That's tough.
You might miss.
It's at the off ball half. Cut swing.
Pass.
Bliss is
That's
on
it,
me
bro.
now.
Spinner's down.
Beat.
Pass.
So you don't.
Good shot.
I should beat his ass.
9.
I should beat your ass for doing that dumb ass shit. You see me cutting wide open. Got you.
I'm gonna mute up.
Elon Musk and Donald Trump are causing chaos in D.C. Now they're trying to buy Wisconsin State Supreme Court race because they know the court can stand in their way. Stand up to them on April 1st. Vote Susan Crawford for Wisconsin Supreme Court.
You think you're a pro at shooter games? Think again. In Siege, you will be challenged. We're here to teach you, so take our full course on
What
Siege
the fuck?
and graduate today.
Why he stopped that fucking bro?
Last breath is leaving audiences everywhere. Breathless.
Breathtaking, very intense.
No, he's not.
Woody.
Big fan of Simu. Go see it on the big screen. Now.
Some are big fish in a small pond. You're a smart fish in a global pond. You see opportunity everywhere. HSBC's network can help you expand internationally. Our expertise can empower you to disrupt markets worldwide. Our capabilities can streamline your payments from San Fran to Singapore. You're ready to change the world. HSBC will empower you to grow rapidly at every stage.
Tough one, chat.
My bad, gang. I didn't know you wanted one.
Only game 3. Game 3, let's go.
X is left, B's right.
Rap bar.
He jumping. Percentage.
Under 3 seconds of Grover needs to Bauer. Because he's going to run breaks if he thinks you're going to shoot it.
I got box.
See, like, right there.
Shit.
You're there. And we can move.
Good day.
Let's go.
No.
On that fucking rim. On that rim.
Joe, under 4, your guess read is Bauer. Under 4, your guess read is Bauer.
On my cut here.
I'm good.
You're under.
Drop step.
Safe right.
Starting to be.
Need it.
Keep it swag. Jail's gonna play me.
Yeah.
Shot, boy.
I'm on swag. I know.
Cut.
I'm on.
What the fuck I'm talking about? Drop that long schlong. Come on. To the right. What the fuck are we doing?
I'm showing for you. That is
Don't overreact here.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, shot.
Thank you.
Good D.
Shot.
He's got point guard. Watch out.
Yep, there it is. Come on, man. What the fuck are they doing? I need you, swag.
Joe. When you involve swag in it, when stun gets involved in the play, they're trying to rotate him out. So if you can keep working with swag, every time swag touches it, they're going to try to get him out of the play. They're getting lost.
Heard you. Good comes.
And then I'm about to be on his. I'm up.
I'm setting them bitches every time now. You gotta let me know when you don't want
Need it, Chalk. It's coming to you. Stack it if you want it. Let's go, man.
You want iPhone,
can't leave
bro.
the Don.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, bro.
I'm going to stun. Top key.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, say that shit, then, nigga.
It's a midi.
Yo, if you want to ISO, then you want to, yeah, let me know, nigga.
Waited it out.
We gotta lock in. We gotta lock in with each other. Let me know what you want.
Don't overcompensate.
Cause you know I'm gonna space the phone for you.
I don't want to do that. And I just overcompensated. TS.
I think.
Nothing missed. Power forward back on me. PG and by.
Shit, he tortured my 99.
It's the same concept. It's the same concept with Bauer, Joe. It's the same thing.
Yep.
That's okay right there. Reach like that.
You're good.
Hello, Steve. Got box.
He got heat check swag. I just said it. Got chalk.
I'm at slightly early.
Gotta get back though.
Back.
Yep.
I gotta hit it.
Oh, I'm going to stun. I'm going to stun.
Oh, jerking out and stuff. That's what.
Oh, tie game.
Started. P. I'm telling you, we gotta watch. They're all just, they fucking sell all of them. I know it's.
Trying to get there. Might have got something.
Oh, shit.
Jump it.
I'm here.
I'm back on.
I'm done.
Kings. Pinch. I got everything pinned.
That's it.
Stack this. Cancel. You bad stuff. I got box though.
Come on, man.
Top hard.
Top.
Never mind.
Alright, now.
Come on, Joe.
I'm through.
Come on, baby.
Let's go, Joe.
Out of bounds. Come on.
Come on.
5 seconds here. 5
We
seconds.
can score here.
Listen, use me as a decoy. Half start top of the key and like flare up to half court. Oh, no, just hit me. Come on.
Oh, you're so fucking good. You're so fucking good.
Come on. We're here.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Let's get some talk. Come on, tone it up.
You're good. I'm still good on center. Still good.
I got stuck.
I'm here.
Miss box. I got your corner off.
Follow. Everybody follow.
You're in it.
Playing low.
I'll pinch.
Ready, you got me up? No. I got. B if misses.
Or just stack it for slag or whatever. Like. Bad take. I tried to bail out. What?
Get to him.
I'm stunned for now.
Down the middle.
I'm back on Kings. Get followed.
I'm done.
I'm stuck. I got box.
B.
Great route, boy.
Bird.
Great shot.
Shit,
Come
boy.
on, 5.
Needed that shit, baby. Needed that shit, baby boy. Come on.
Yep, I'm all over that. Pinch.
I got pain.
Here still.
Slip.
Drop step. Good D swag.
Missed it, good D.
Let it chuck. What a
Good
dick.
D,
Back.
You made it, baby. Come on. That's the diamond. Let's go. Up 8. Come on.
Give me that. Stun.
Go force if it's not there. Good midi. Come on, 10. Come on.
The fucking lights are bright and I love that. Come on. Switch.
It's fine.
I recognize it too late. Wrap off this truck.
Good shot, boy.
That's a great
shot, dude. Good shot.
They'll start shooting themselves out the game. This work list starts trying to do too much. I gotta shoot them out the game.
Right before 2, we have fouls if you get a chance.
Good. No, we need that.
No. He did it to try to stop me. But he didn't need to, but I understand why he did it. That's a great shot.
Come on.
One to get for the quarter. Stay in the play.
Switch.
Hugs,
He's not
Howard.
doing shot.
I'm hit. He tried to play it free.
Live with it.
I'm not saying like
catch it,
give him a
Bauer.
free one.
We got Gliz back on you. Wrap out of this, Chalk.
He jumped here.
Yep. We can go over
keep
the
going, it's done. Remember that.
Oh, my. There. Okay.
Steal.
I'm on Gliz.
I'm on Don.
So,
that's me. That's me.
And all break down off this Bauer.
Move, Huff.
Break down off this Bauer. It's a late one, my bad.
Yeah, it's a stun.
Damn, look. Come on. Overload with me, Huff.
I'm back.
Get back. Gliz isn't out on the break because
I'm left.
He got blow by me.
I'm done.
Shooting. Come on, settle back in.
Damn, boys, that's a steal any other game, bro, I promise. I promise it is.
Coming right now.
Slip popping hash.
What the?
He smoked.
BD, I got point guard.
Me.
That's all.
X. We need it, Chuck.
For sure.
Okay, up one, bro. Up one. We made a run. They made a run. No, let's go. Make another run.
Taking away my middle, bro.
Triangle it, triangle it, triangle it.
Get out.
DM out.
Take. I'm back. Remember what I said. I'm good. I'm gonna play my role. Come on.
Watch it up, down.
I hate this game so goddamn much, bro.
They're good.
Help! I'm fucked.
But why are you
There's nothing I can do.
No, but you're like going back in, you're going back into the screen, I feel like.
Score that.
Wisconsin RV Super Show is coming to you. Join us at any camping world in Wisconsin, February 27th to March 2nd to shop special RV Super Show pricing on the best selection of RVs in Wisconsin. Learn more at campingworld.com/Wisconsin RV Super Show.
If your child has diabetes, you'll want the most accurate CGM, Dexcom G7. It's on, and he's off. You can see his glucose
He's
numbers
the worst person.
so you can always be there for him with Dexcom G7.
A hot and steamy au jus is the king of dips. It enhances the flavor of everything. Roast beef, onions, cheese. I would dip everything in au jus if I could. Everything. Firefighter approved. And if you want some savings, order on the app.
Something is.
I'm going to Gliz.
Got box.
Damn, man. Should have just fouled.
PG on me. Pass. PG still on me.
Let's hit the outball bar. Cat swing. Immediate. 1 point game. Come on.
Two over here. Two. I got two. Two.
I'm up power. Come on.
Inside. Don't worry about it. Someone get back to Gliz. Gliz. Stack this. If he dots corner early, we'll adjust.
Up power.
Pass. Knock down.
Great shot. Tie game.
Switch. Fine. Ball.
Discipline here. 5 seconds.
Thank you, Joe. I knew it. He only guesses you.
Shitter. Nah, he wants to play for
That's right.
stats.
Clear
Pass.
pass.
Come on. Need him, baby. Need him.
I'm telling you, Joe, the reason I told you to stay home is every other game he just dots in JO last second. Where you want me, bro?
Hit Hoff. I'm cutting. Watch Bowers. Pass back. Patient here.
I'm on Gliz.
Stay there. I'm stunning it.
Or foul. Just good foul.
Stop and top.
Take. Need to stop, bro.
Want to get for the quarter.
Switch raps if they rap.
I
made it. He missed. Board it.
At your corner.
Seal coming scary.
So we're calling for the ball while he's open.
I'm left.
For the beach, y'all.
A minute.
Stack it. Stack it. I got box.
Throw my break,
I got box off.
No shit.
Or is this dude on?
What a shot, bro.
EG still on me.
Catch it, Bauer. Never mind. Right back, Bauer. No. He's gonna fuck it. Flare up, Chuck.
Cut Bauer.
Good call.
Unfortunate. We're back. Want to get for the quarter.
Come on, big stop. We get ball in the fourth, too. We can make a little run here in these couple possessions.
No.
And I got stuck on the damn stuff.
Easy. All teams want to give. It's their one. No fast spot.
I'm back up, Joe. I'm taking my cut.
Go.
Come on.
Yep.
1 point game.
Up here is big, bro.
Watch his cut. I'm playing the fluky. Playing lower.
It's just like I don't know, bro. I don't know how we don't see. Like, I don't know. There's nothing I can do, bro. You got the whole top of the key.
I started to come up, but like I'm so far
It's
away
fine.
from
It's not even just. It's not even just you. I'm just saying, like, I'm never gonna get a stop on that. Ever. Just say you won't either.
He's gonna reach at you.
6 seconds. Beat me.
Foul you.
Come on, we're not out of it. Come on.
It's four.
It's literally 4 points in our ball.
Overload with me, swag once Bauer gets up.
Let's go right car. Green.
Pass.
Yeah. Beat it.
Bye. Shot.
That's bro.
Good shot. It's open.
I'm left.
Ours.
Let's go.
It's on that last.
Listen, swag cut, come top, chalk slide corner. Catch your swag. Go other side, Bauer.
I could have shot that. Yes, of course, man. Holding the ball. Nope.
They tear it off the jab. Come on, 7. Fight back.
Let's go.
Grab me, Chalk.
PG left corner.
DHL, Chalk. Come back.
Flip him.
No, 5, boys. 5.
Okay, sure.
Yep.
Stack this. Cancel. I'm back in it. Give it a lot.
Hitting Jo. Jump.
Got box. Door.
Catch up.
Easy.
3, boys.
3. Good pinch off the corner, Joe.
Yep.
Good Joe.
We're here, baby. We're fighting.
That's all we do is fight. Come on.
Good swag. I'm good.
Yep.
Okay. Good D. Pinch it,
Pinch it.
Over.
Board, beat.
Nice box.
I can't pinch that and get the ball.
Watch cuts here. Watch just cheap buckets off.
We'll switch middle bar. I got your cut, Joe. I got it.
Yes.
I got 2.
I'm up with you.
Thank you. Bauer goes at the off ball. Look for your slip off it, Bauer.
No, give me that shit. Ah, bruh.
That's a point game, boys.
I got you next.
Folks.
Going.
Come on.
Get it.
He's
Throw it.
Me.
Yo.
Come on, boys. Come on, up 1. We're fighting, man. We got that grit.
I'm gonna get there.
I'm on there. I'm good.
Going to you, Chuck.
Shoot.
Don't call it for the live.
You got 4, though. You got 4.
Oh my God. That looks sorry looking ass bitch.
1 to give for the game.
He clipped me.
Jump. Beat it.
No.
Tough shot.
Damn.
Knock down.
Come on.
Good shot, ball.
Big time shot,
away,
boy.
bro.
For the
Big
quarter.
time
One
shot.
for the quarter, both teams.
Yeah.
Good D. Triangle.
Get there, though. Yeah, just do it early. It's fine. Play the corner, please.
I got you.
Good shit up.
Switch.
Yes.
He thought he was good. Hell no.
Boy. Ready? Knock down bar.
Even to midi.
I got you.
X.
Good for it. That's their one. Good shot, boy. Good shot.
Good shot.
That's a good shot, bro.
Corner switch, dude. Corner switch. PG still on me.
Go for it.
Come here, Chalk. Set the screen.
LT's left.
Cut swag. Pop Chalk. Oh my god, it's terrible.
Knockdown, bro.
Good board, swag.
Yep.
I caught a timeout.
No, I want to get downhill and be aggressive, but it's just look at the spot of the inbounds and they're just doubling that. Wrap Chalk. You can jump.
Emulated, if anything.
Sorry.
Come on.
Hey, got him.
Up three.
Up three. Come on. One
Hey,
big
boys,
stop.
let's
One
do
big
it.
stop. One big stop.
Live with the two.
Here.
That box.
Oh.
Good shot.
They got no fouls.
He jumped me still. I'll take that.
Come on.
My way,
You big good fucking dog, boy. I'm back.
Again, two doesn't hurt.
We have a foul. We have a foul. If you get crabbed or something, just use it, bro.
Use it with the like though, not X, bro.
No threes.
You got left, Bauer. You got left, Bauer.
He has Chalk.
You don't have to score. You got it. I'm the red Chalk.
Go Chalk. Let's go chocolate. Let's go white chocolate. Let's go 2K League MVP chocolate. Let's go draft this whole team chocolate. Come on, man. Go get
No threes. No threes. No threes.
On it. That's X.
I like it. I like it. I like it.
For one.
Come on.
I'm ball side.
You know where it's going down.
Got you.
You don't have to stay home. Stay home.
Stay home.
I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Now we gotta play the trapper game. We're gonna try the trapper again.
We got 2 timeouts.
Then maybe later ball.
What do you guys want to do here?
The fuck?
I mean, I try
Oh my! I'm off the shit.
Going somewhere?
Or you know one where you run corner.
Yeah, replace the corner and stand there. I'll replace you.
I'm back court.
I'm gonna replace you.
Go back court.
Good corner. Just stand there. They're not LT though. If you LT, they can get you. Yeah, see, they can get you at it. Are you touching LT there or not?
I did at first, but then I let go.
Yeah, you can't touch it.
Oh my god.
Put you in a trapper.
Yeah,
Listen. Spread the court. Spread the court initially, though. Spread the court. I ain't gonna lie. I might go for the jump pass, bro. I'm gonna talk to you first.
Sure.
Go.
We don't give a
Man? Nah, they're actually our friends.
Right corner.
Nothing here, bro.
I'm on Don.
Left corner.
I'm off the shit. It's official.
Committee.
I'm off.
No board.
Yeah, I'm off.
No board.
I'm getting off.
Oh, we got bored. Chuck that motherfucker.
I'm getting off.
X.
This game! I'm off! I can't do this shit! It is made me miss a wide open fucking duck. It said very late. I'm off.
The best teams on the game and win the WGB Open Finals to take home the money and the crown. If y'all want to check out some of the rarest builds on NBA 2K25, I'm talking about builds like a Sigma build and a defensive stalwart. Click that video on the screen right there.
What the fuck? How did I miss
some
that?
of the rarest builds
There's
you'll ever
nobody
see.
near the real.
Introducing the Slimulator, the fake
Did
game
you see that?
a Slim Jim. Buy a real Slim Jim today.
Last breath is leaving audiences
Go, go, go.
breathless.
It's heart pounding.
Breathtaking.
Very intense.
No, he's not.
Woody. Big fan of Simu. Go see it on the big screen. Now.
Broke his head.
When it comes to competitive Pro-Am, there's hundreds of leagues to play in, but there's 3 that stand out. 3 that have been around the longest. 3 that have all the top teams sign up every single season. These three leagues have the biggest pots, the most money on the line, and the highest level of competition. The number one league, WR. It's been around the longest. Everyone knows about the WR League. About a month ago, we took on Chalk, the Twins, Elite Steels, and Dijuan in the WR Finals and came out victorious in a best-of-5 series. The second biggest league on the game is the Hoff League. Over 100 teams sign up every single season. About 2 weeks ago, we took on Chalk and the Twins again in a rematch and took them out again to become the Hoff League champions. Now the third biggest league on the game, MPBA. We found ourselves in the finals yet again. A chance at the treble to hold all three crowns at the same time. But this time we have a different challenge. We're taking on former 2K League professional Greenlight and his super team. At the 2, he's got Stunny, one of the best shooting guards on the game right now. At power forward, they have Heniana, a top-ranked power forward this year in post-draft, a league prospect known for making big plays on the defensive end. At center, they have Ant Don't Miss, a powerhouse inside known for dominating the offensive glass and allowing Greenlight to just shoot any shot he wants because Ant is going to get the rebound even if he misses. And last but not least, their lockdown, 50 Clip. Not only did he win a UPA in-person tournament, but he did it playing 5 out. He understands the intricacies of a 5 out, and he's the perfect lockdown to match us in the finals. And to add to it, he self-proclaimed himself the Joe No Stopper right before the series. This is the MPBA Finals, a $4,000 Comp Pro Am League Finals with everything to play for, a chance to make history, a chance to become the first team in the cross-play era to hold all 3 major Pro Am League titles at the same time. This is a best-of-5 series, and it starts right now. First, I want to give a shout out to the sponsor of today's video, Prize Picks. It's simple. First, you got to make your picks. Whatever sport you prefer, whatever categories you want to choose, select your players and decide, are they going to go more or less than the predictions in those categories? The more picks you get right, the more money you make. And to make things even more crazy, Prize Picks is now offering Demons and Goblins picks, which gives you the opportunity to win up to 100 times your cash. Prize Picks is available in over 30 states, and if you use my link in the description to sign up for Prize Picks today, they will match your first deposit up to $100. Age restrictions apply. Please play responsibly. Thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring this video. If we win the tip, switch corners. Hash cut on the guard. Heard that. Check builds. 6'4" Greenlight. 92 3-ball.
10-foot inside.
95 ball handle, 92
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, because he has
only has a
layup.
92 3?
It's because he has layup. Remember, he likes to rim run, like we talked about. The scooper shit.
So they're sorry, I'm gonna be down. Just gonna. No. Just a lot of layups.
Mama cut early.
Switch.
Here. B.
I'm sorry, pop.
I'm last.
Stay there, Hoff. Stay there, Hoff. Go side, go side, go side.
We're back, sir. Got Mel. Switch. Oh, shot. It's his head.
Get in front.
I tried.
Damn, boys. Never mind.
It's on the boards, right?
Let's go.
Easy.
8-2, come on. That's a big stop here.
They're letting him die. Taking away my hash. Swag.
Watch the cuts.
Scooper. Damn.
Did you jump, Swag? Did you jump?
Try my ass off against this nigga. You don't see me trying. I'm trying. Yeah, 80
I don't know how that's about.
Yeah, he gonna flop. Like, bro, what are you flopping for?
What's that showing? I'm gonna go right. Come on, bro. PG's in it. I'm bullet.
Good midi.
Good shot, boy. Come on.
Come on, it's 6. It should be a lot worse, bro. I'm on my cut.
Somebody right.
He's gonna shoot. There, I'm there.
Yeah,
go left off.
Pass back play.
You got it.
Come on.
Get a step right here. Need one right here.
Gritty right now.
Gotta get one.
Hey, check.
We do.
I'm
box.
I got box.
Free throws.
Start one.
Yes, bitch.
Stay the course.
Come here now.
Up there. I'm up
there.
I'm under it now.
3 seconds.
Oh,
Hit it. Yep, now you got 2 guards on the left.
Take back.
Yep. Line up like that every time. Henny's gonna follow you, Bullet.
Bet. Switch.
Up.
No. Or line, Stay away. Please, nothing.
Get it back.
Off ball.
Off ball play.
I'm up.
No, what the f***?
Thirty-one. Come on. Second pass. Take. Come on. Big stop here. Yeah.
I'm left. I got my hash. Switch.
Up down. Here. Got my hash. Switch.
Again.
Yeah. I got box. Come on.
East left.
Give me a cut swag.
Great.
No.
Ready.
You're good.
I reached up.
Ash go off.
Good
Come
time.
on. Easy one. Easy one. 6. Come on.
Take it. I'm gonna try to get to my hash. Swag. Yeah. Got my hash.
Got it.
Please be us. Big play. I got inbound there.
I'm gonna be.
Watch right.
I'm right.
Yep, right.
Don't reach back.
I'm following Henny.
I did.
What the f***?
What?
Power.
Take. Easy.
Got play badge. Come on.
We lost badge. He lost.
Be off. Don't reach back.
Yeah. And ball's going to him every play, no matter what.
Here, call me flag.
Good D, Bauer. Good D.
Look at this.
What are y'all doing, man? Just trust each other.
I had to get under that.
Let me not give you the ball.
Hayes with you.
Oh, shit. Okay, we bitches.
Damn.
Still got a whole 2 minutes and a whole other half to play.
Niggas be flopping on you like we not giving you the ball, bro.
Sorry. Good.
They shot half of our shots, nigga.
Yo, come on, we out.
They shot half of our shots.
Come on, man.
Get under.
I'm there, off. Good.
Yeah,
So 2 if anything.
I say pop play.
Or just wait. Okay, I'm also gonna say wait till like.
Oh, swag, no.
Can't check me out.
Let us see.
It's tough.
Small. It's me. I gotta dot that.
Go to green. I'm almost
Come
done.
back. I'm in pain. I'm there.
Where are we though, boys?
Gotta watch it.
It's like we're just ball watching because Greenlight has hit some threes. Like, just take away your responsibilities, man.
Got a cut.
Take my cut.
You just got back to fucking silver. No,
We gotta trust each other on defense, man.
Got left.
There.
Wouldn't let me go. And
It's just no trust. It's superhero plays getting us out of the play, not trusting each other, like pinching on or don't have to pinch on, ball watching because the PG has 25 points. It's nothing that we talked about. Swag.
Bro.
I'm here.
Run into your corner.
Pass back. Take the middle.
Come on.
Shot, boy.
You're there.
Rat bullet. No, man.
Good 2-step.
up there.
Won't be.
Can foul. Not Bauer though.
Like, look.
You gotta shoot that.
He jumped me 50. The pass. Tough one. Good shot, bro.
20 still somehow, but...
Yeah, it's a good deal. 20% is good.
I know, but it's just like, damn.
Got a bomb.
It's you and Swag, our two best defenders are on him.
Take, bro. We're figured out. Come on, come on.
Fight those last keep fighting, but...
I got my left. I got my hat.
That's you gone.
Damn, you're not stepping
It's
over.
just everything's open, bro. Like, the slip's open, the three's open.
Like, we're just everywhere, too. Like,
Shut. Shut.
Talk early. Early comms. What are you taking away? What does your teammate not need to worry about?
You're good, you're good, you're good. Yes. Good pop.
Cowboy, good pass.
Yep. Come on, shut.
Got play badge again. It's 16. We gotta make a run now.
I'm here. You're good, you're good. Yeah, that's for D-boy. Come on.
Hey, Zeus.
Can you Joe? Good pop. Big shot, bro. Shot. Just like that, bro. Just like that, bro. I'm right.
I'm left.
Let's go middle. I'm playing middle. I got left.
Don't let him shoot. Don't let him shoot.
It's a hard spot.
I got you. Yep, that's what we gotta do. We gotta, like,
start with it.
We're back.
You know what?
I'm on B. Go in the corner.
I'm fucking good.
In the guard. Cancel. Hey. I'm there. Got my hash. I'm still away from jumping. I got it. All the way down, I'm stopping top. Never mind. One all the way.
Move, Joe.
Shot, come on.
Show for a sec, Swag. Yeah. You can even try to steal it. Yeah.
B.
Man.
Hit me back off.
Did not play.
Got it. Come on. Twist. Under. I'm stuck.
Come set it, Bauer. Pop top off.
Setting it.
You got me. Two-stepping. Fast back.
I couldn't even get over there. I thought the big was gonna run up.
Got left. I'm here. Good job. Stack this one. Stack
Get
it.
back, though.
Rush it.
Hey.
Third B. That's your shot.
Awesome play.
Strike.
You have it. Yeah.
Good pass, man. Jump. Set free board. Boy. Joe. Green jump. One up. That's a 31. Come on.
Right before 2.
Foul. There, we're good.
Stable it. I'm going to stun. I'm on stun.
I'm back in it.
Run, jump off.
Follow. Hey, if he misses.
Got box.
Come on.
Oh, hell!
9.
Good deal. I'm back.
Got my cup. Yep, I'm on my cup.
You're good.
Oh my god!
Sure. Get back. You're still on guard. I'm there. Stack this one. Stack. I'm there. He decks me.
Oh.
Damn, I had 4 too.
This game was just all about us being undisciplined off whenever the ball's thrown.
We have nothing to lose. Go for flukies.
Yeah, Friday.
All the center, make him shoot free throws. I mean, I don't know what his free throw is, but.
Yep, good.
Back to zone.
What is it?
Come on, bro.
Come on, just like that. 7, bro. Come on. Make plays. Come on.
Oh, what?
I'm going to hold trapper. Play lanes, bullet. Play lanes.
Wait for the quick flip. Stop. Oh my gosh.
Hit me.
That's
Cutting down.
shoot it. Shot bar.
Man, we only
4,
got
bro.
4.
Foul it now. No.
They have to. He's gonna hit it. But we have
Yeah,
to.
no, I mean, yeah. We had it at first too, and he
Yeah, bro. Why not is it?
Darkness.
Oh my god.
Oh, that just shows like all this dumb we gave up early on, and we literally end up losing by 3. It's like,
Yeah, all that game just shows we should have won. We should have middle.
The other end.
Alright,
The other
come
end.
on.
Let's go.
Come on, let's go.
Hash cut right swag.
gonna switch.
Coming to you now.
PG's on you. Yep.
Dex. Good
Oh my god,
Dex.
yo. Now you're locked in. Okay, you're locked in. I'm locked in for you. Let's go. Come on. You're locked in. I'm locked in. Come on. Come on. We're all locked in. Bumped up.
Good. Yep. I'm here now.
Swag. He has never has shot him in. Go swag.
Cutting it. Okay, I'm back up. He has no defense. Let's go. Come on, Swaggy P. Come on, Swaggy P. Taking away Joe's side. Taking away Joe's side. Taking away Joe's side. You gotta show. Look, I'm stuck. I'm stuck on the screen. I might have to let him go, you said.
You can probably go under. Okay, so he gets 98.
Come on.
You're right here. That's a high screen.
I got Bob muted.
37.
Good D, Swag.
Nigga freaking Kobe!
I think I might cut.
Look out, boy.
Cut, boy.
That can't even get
Show
bad.
my hat. Show my hat. Yes, thank you.
Okay, wait.
Thank you, Buffy. Beautiful defense, baby.
Doesn't really do that a lot though, but I am gonna do it with some stuff. Sure.
Now pop top Hoff.
Yeah. You're not doing. You're not doing.
Hold it, Hoff.
10 seconds.
What's up?
2-stepping at 4.
No, what's up? Yeah, I get in the ball now.
We can go.
We can show right here. We can show right here. You can show for me. Yeah.
You're back. Not a popper.
That's cool when the center's not up.
I can't back in the
Reverse it. Oh, switch. Hello.
This guy got
But there's
Hold it up there.
Charles Barkley.
Five seconds. Why last second?
Go on.
It's the hit run there, right? Good board, knock it down.
Good board, Huffy. Good board.
Every time on the rap bullet, try to instead of stack it.
High.
Good D, way to get
Mirror.
I'm on the hash. I'm back on center. I'm back on center.
Mirror. Reverse. Stay up. It's too deep. Good D, Hoff. Too deep.
No.
Rat bullet. Cut swag. It's on that.
Do
Heartbreaker. Hey, take it.
Gotta play badge. Come on.
Play a slip.
Get my hash. Full switch.
Play the slip.
Playing it.
Rimra.
Marlon.
B.
Days with you. Touch her quick. Damn, bullets.
Up here.
Damn, baby.
GG still on me.
Just reverse.
Good call, boy.
Big shot, boy. Off. Oh,
Let me get it.
I'll play my hash. I'm here. Paint. No, I don't know where you went, Swag. I'm not mad.
I got out the paint because I was about to get 3. I got out the paint on the right side.
Good job, bro. Shoot. You're crazy, but good take.
How am I crazy, bro? This dude, they suck.
I'm just saying, like, he doesn't even do a move there. He's just running up the court and then he gets open.
Switch. I'm up.
Shooting middle every time. There's no fucking way, dog.
Good. Foul it.
Don't say we could, just say foul. Foul.
Back.
My bad, my bad.
I'm there. We're set.
I'm up here.
There.
Oh, what is he hitting?
And I'm the one that got the contest on that. Like, we gotta be at the middle, kind of.
I mean, I already
He's
ran
just
right up
stopping
to him.
the middle.
He just
He's hitting some nuts.
Let him get Mamba.
It's huge. Just lost it all, bro. He lost it all. That's a huge.
Stack it.
Scoop.
We gotta get in that.
Nowhere though, bro. This game, bro.
Holding it.
Shot, dog. Good shot, dog.
Alright, I'm sprinting up.
Twitch, he's gonna
there.
shoot middle.
There. I'm alright now. You there, bro?
Watch my cut.
Alright, I'm still right. I'm there. Got my hash. I'm shooting now.
But he doesn't do
We just
anything there. I mean,
Just dumped it off and slipped it. I don't know.
That's my bad. Man, I was trying to get that steal.
Yes. Come on.
I mean, he literally runs left. Does an LT cancel? Goes back middle. He just shoots.
It's just like,
Go on,
Green. B. I got 2-8 tonight.
good cut, boy.
Good cut, boy.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah.
I'm up.
Yeah. I got box.
He got the corner and just threw it.
I don't know what to tell you. He's got a 92-3. He just faded from half court.
Try to force him stuck. Try to
Center
put him on
square
strike side and force him stack side, and then lift it. By yourself, centers down.
Yeah.
Keep our head.
Hey, now.
Good shot, boy.
No.
He has the same
We need
pass
to
act
settle
as
that
me.
everything.
He has the same pass act as me. Let's stop like being emotional and let's just think about the game like tactically, like what we're doing wrong.
And they're just letting this clown die, bro. They're just letting him die.
Lift it.
Okay, lift.
Right.
I'm right now.
I'm under. What is?
I don't know what to do again.
I want it, baby. I want it. I'm fighting.
He's beat me. He's just gonna shoot. He's literally just gonna shoot. He's
Got
just
box.
gonna
I got
shoot.
box.
I don't know
He's
what
just
to
gonna shoot, bro.
fucking do, nigga.
He's just gonna shoot. It doesn't matter. Like if it looks open, he's just shooting it, bro. He don't give a fuck about passing it.
PG still on me. Two stepping. Actually, posting out.
I tried. I was at half court, bro.
I mean, they're jumping at everything.
Touchers.
Five.
You got
Out of my sleep.
Nah. And that's me. Oh man, that's two mistakes in a row, bro. I got stunned.
I'm corner.
Hit it.
And letting their lock die. They're not even.
Like I was tough, bro.
Good boy.
Come on.
Go up, off.
Oh, I thought I take a flip on the red. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's only 11, bro. It's only 11. Like that. Like
I'm here with you, baby. I'm here with you. Fight.
I'm up.
Pass back. Yeah.
I got box. I'll tell you about it. Nothing here. I'm good.
I got right.
I'm under. I'm all in. Stack this. Never mind. Cancel.
Got hash. You got shoot middle. 100% shoot middle, bro.
Kill. Get right back.
That's the worst lock in the game.
12.
Jesus.
Back.
I got box.
I'm trying to get you good. Them Bro, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What the
That's
fuck?
early. How did I just get a slow down?
Got it.
Nice.
Taking my cut. You got it. Take one.
You have 5 there.
I'm up. I got something. Crashing, falling.
Fighting. We're fighting.
I'm gonna give for the quarter.
Don't go quiet. Come on.
If you're up like that, just don't even look to crash. Just get out for me.
Y'all get jiggy in it, though.
Every next spot. Shut. Move.
Right there.
So you go,
Sorry.
I had the 3. But
you have 5. Stay with him. You're right. I'm up.
Look, went up with a shot.
That's bad. Oh, that's right over 2 actually. But it's on 1.
Switch.
Hold it. Fake.
Save, bro.
No foul. Scout proof is still.
I'm in the box.
There.
Great.
Nate. Bumping. Give me that. Oh my god. Give me that.
Oh.
Forget it. Work for it.
I got it.
I'm working, baby.
Okay.
Hey.
There's the team is terrible.
Oh, man.
Hey, the way it's looking right now, it's a tight line, but hopefully we can pull up the shorts up there. And you know what I'm saying? Maybe one of these. Get a hand up. Yeah. You know? We get a little 5 on one of them. You know? We need a little hype the up and you know what I'm saying? Like get a up in his mother.
Go off.
Hyper off.
Go.
Yeah, watch that.
D.
Walking up for you.
I'm under.
It's a dog shot if he hits it.
D boy.
In the guard.
Bullet.
I got the guard on.
Going back. Come up, Buck.
I'm sorry, I have to force it up to get a new shot clock.
Overdose.
Come on PG. You're done.
Got my ass good.
Give us some life.
Bring my get to your
I'm getting off ball.
B.
Damn, man.
How's he getting? Yeah, you got me.
He said, I'm done. Free!
That's unfortunate, but like...
Yeah, he found
I'm getting there. Don't trip.
Oh, he doing his weekly, though.
Yes, but I thought.
I mean, the center just picks it up every time.
Stack it if he gets it. Stack it.
Get off.
That was a good shot.
I got it.
B.
I can let you behind him. Hey, sit down.
Put him on the f***ing ground.
Under two, wanna give.
I could.
Mirror.
Up.
You hash.
Mirror. So good. I got hash. Reverse. Cancel. Reverse. Triangle. Step. Go.
Go side.
We're good.
B.
Anyone?
Screen them.
Hot shot.
Chop, boy.
Hot shot. You're hooping, boy. Come on.
Yes.
D boy.
Good boy. Oh, you're milling up. Triangle.
I'm up. Yeah, skip pass at the perfect time.
Here. Cool. Careful.
Take boy.
You're crazy. Good take. We're good.
We're back.
Susan Crawford is the common sense judge we need on Wisconsin's Supreme Court. She's fair, impartial, and she'll uphold the law. Wisconsin needs a judge who puts facts and justice first. Vote Susan Crawford for Wisconsin Supreme Court.
The new H2 Pro system separates clean and dirty water. The new H2 Pro from O-Cedar.
I'm a very hands-on learner, so when looking for colleges, I emailed faculty all over the Midwest. UW-Milwaukee's professors got back to me immediately. I knew I wouldn't be just a number. UWM is where I was meant to be. Visit now and connect with UWM.
Tax season is here, and it's time to rev up your refund at Boucher Hyundai of Waukesha. Make your refund go further with lease payments from $269 a month on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive at Boucher Hyundai of Waukesha.
Now you can get 3 pieces of our signature
don't care
chicken
about
for
those.
just
She want too much
$5.
information. Where the vehicle I'm driving, the fucking license plate. God damn.
Now.
That's what I'm saying.
Joe.
You say I'm taking the Uber? You know how much that gonna cost?
31.
Say, boy.
31. You're good. You're so good.
I got box.
Alright, man. I'll tell you. Just send me the license plate.
Come on. Good D. Got him
Just
shooting
send the license plate.
Just can't get beer right there.
Oh my god!
Off bar. Third B.
Oh my lord!
You come middle of it. Oh, okay. Never mind. You're good. PG on spec.
Way to shoot it.
Come on. Go bullet.
Center's down.
I'm here.
I got a body.
Don't have it. Yeah, we do.
He's using there.
Just right off the bar.
I play.
Watch your cuts. I'm up for you.
Flip.
No.
Yep. Air hash. You're good.
What? Got no now. I got hit though. Third B.
Damn, off the touch.
Yep.
Easy off play tag. Job boy hooping.
If Joe's on, don't jump. I'm not gonna lie.
So,
he probably has 5 points in the series.
Good kill. Have fun. We're back. I might have it.
Yep. B.
Yep, that's back. Speed.
Shotgun.
Got badge off that.
That's me, I guess.
Catch his flag.
He throws it before he even goes.
Also to me. Come up off. I'm taking the lock to the corner. Damn, he hyper.
Take what?
Way to get a bucket.
Take what?
We're gonna have it dual third.
Make sure you don't lose it.
No,
he's gonna get.
Hey,
what are we watching? Like, trust each other.
He bought
Like,
play badge. He trolled, bro. He bought play badge.
damn it.
rat bullet.
Screen down. Take one. Watch the flare up.
Get screen and I'm here.
We're good. I'm back under it.
What's the next middle battery? He does it every time. I got my cut. I'm there. Got my hash. See ya.
No. Damn, we're getting off ball. Come on, man, please.
Keep coming. That's fun. We're back.
I can't foul. Someone else is.
Trying to get right.
Get there. Thank you. Watch your cut off.
We're good.
They're running a play.
Watch the pass back.
I didn't even read.
You probably tagged me, too.
They hit me on the run here.
I got play.
Four. Watch my cut.
I'm up. Switch. I got my hash.
Got a bump on center. Watch it slip now.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, just take it. Good time.
6.
Flip extender. Somebody else try to get play badge before mine goes out. Get him.
I got box. Somebody defend. I'll take boy. Head right back.
Yep, I got mine too. Off ball.
Good job.
I got box.
Early.
Good shots. Good shots.
Switch.
Flare.
Don't. Dex middle.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
I already hit B.
We're good. I got my cut. Everybody has the cut. Sips.
Oh. Good shot.
I'm trying to tell you, this kid can't guard me, dog. Like,
Watch my cut again.
Well, you already knew he was dumb. All we gotta do is play a little bit of defense and we're gonna win this.
Up for you. I'm here. Walling. That's tough. I got box. That's tough.
Sit right. He reached.
I did the worst lock in the game. Y'all so worried of being on my
Just pop play.
terrible.
Pop play.
I got my cut. Everybody has a cut.
Yeah.
Throw.
A's with you.
Foot back.
2-on-1.
Damn, I can snap this shit. Got you, boy.
Take.
Play badge, let's go.
Play badge, you can't miss.
Shout Huffy, come on.
Got it. Trying to screen 50. Boy, you're looping.
Because if you did, I ain't be mad. Swaggy, come on.
You're good.
The quick pass, right?
You're fine.
He's at the free
Center,
throw bullet.
center.
How much play bet you got?
I got 50 seconds.
Well, he's free throw line, dog. Like, I'm at limitless. I don't think he's stealing that. That's why I called for it.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Pop.
It's just like, he's gonna reach.
I was holding B. They look easy.
Just like
Hit me.
Don't waste it.
No.
Here we go.
Yes, Joe.
We're back.
Try to foul it.
I'm trying to submit the animation.
I said I was left corner.
What's on the plate?
Easy, bro. Oop.
What's on the towel?
Coming to you.
Baby. Enjoy it. Hold on.
She's young bar. Easy.
Go, Shaq.
What are you doing?
You actually.
I'm finna whoop
in this
you.
Game, but next game,
What
you can
is
try
that?
fake step dash.
I didn't reach right there.
No, I can't hit that. Make my brain. It's gonna make my brain hurt. I'm about to come here.
Goes from there.
It's live, bro. I want to get for the game.
Show Joe.
Ah, damn.
I swear it's Zendot, bro.
I'm good.
There's no way this is the same person. Any iron?
Take my cut.
Pass back.
Me?
Why?
That dude jumped. Why is he so bad, bro?
I'm gapping. Center's down. We can pinch a little. Alright, he's up now. I'm gapping it.
I got box.
I got box too. I boxed him too.
Shot.
Got one.
That's cool. Appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, we go.
I got green.
Shot.
Got.
He's quitting. So it's there for like 40 seconds.
Still, like that. I got you. I just want you to know next game.
It's the rest of the game. Like, I ain't tripping.
Yeah. No. I'm just saying for reference, next game, I want you to know.
I'm not even mad at that. Alright.
My chat 2-1. Tweeted at me that he's the Jono stopper. Listen, your team might beat my team, but you are certainly not the JoJo stopper, bro.
She was doing with swag too. See if they adjust to it.
That's right.
How about the two steps?
Let's go. Come on.
Just
Come on.
like that, sir, boys.
Good, good. Good.
Please, swag. Please, baby. Please. You see him flopping?
Dude, swag
Come on.
with you, swag with you, swag with you.
Be careful, Joe. Oh, Pat.
I see him, brother.
We're locked on him right back, sir. Average.
Play it. Here.
Good, boy.
Where did I jump?
Don't overcompensate. You gotta play middle. I'll tell you.
No,
B, B,
I'm
B, B,
not
B,
trying
B.
to. I'm not trying to do that.
Box. Come on.
I chopped.
Come on.
Hey, but listen.
Watch this set, watch this
Gap
set.
in my cut. Wrap cut.
Sit,
Wall
don't
in,
jump.
wall in,
Yes.
wall in, wall in, wall in.
Play my cut now. Play my cut.
Passes.
B.
Board.
Body on him.
I didn't expect to get a bullet. I just kind of grabbed.
Good nice shot.
Yeah, he would have jumped and got something.
Took lock with me. Flare up.
Yep.
Flare up one. Take.
Hey.
Just hit me.
That made me say.
I'm holding it.
Yep, stay your feet.
Come on, Swaggy.
Oh, come on.
I'm on the hash skirt.
Double cut.
Please, no. There's no way you're
How,
stopping right
though?
there.
How?
He don't fast up.
Couple of times.
Unless I'm behind him.
I mean, we're behind him there, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Sorry. Hey, it's just
That's
hurt me.
right.
Bad, bro.
So, like,
If you
I'm just saying,
such
just
a
Gap in the cut.
Dang, your Zen's dead. Play the swip, play the room run.
Marvin. Get back.
I got left.
Under.
Help ball watch.
That's deep.
Here, I'm here.
He's rolling.
I'm good.
Small one.
Throw B. We're good.
Let's get it over.
PG's on me.
What's you?
PG me now.
Got swag. Yep.
Come on.
Come on, boys. Come on. One to give. Don't ball watch. Gap in the cut.
My cut.
I'm good.
I got my hash skirt.
Triangle.
Come on.
B.
Get there. We can file it.
Behind, bro.
Might cut off this swag.
Let's go. Pop it. Outshot, boy. Outshot. We're back. Good.
I want him to shoot.
Nice.
Outdoors, we go. Guys, boy.
Come on. Play badge. Come on. Middle.
Yeah, stop to act like I give up. No threes. The kill. Crashing. You might have it. The board off. Put in your corner.
Hey.
Why?
He didn't get a hand up. Let's go.
Switch.
Tough shot. Surrender.
Taking the cut, I got a guard.
Take it.
It's
Go
over.
on.
It's over.
Back to 9. Come on. Wrap cut. I'm helping the cut a little bit. I'm playing my cut now.
Switch.
Yeah.
Stop. Go.
No.
I mean,
Press an A. There's no way he's PG pulling it.
okay.
Trust it, like you telling me. Trust him.
Yeah,
Trust
gotcha.
him.
Hey, up
They
there.
give it up.
I'm staying.
Good hit, boy. Come on.
Dot.
That's what.
See you, boy. Come on.
Oh, if you have to.
Running out for you.
No, he can't foul.
I'm good.
Okay.
Hyper. Stack it.
Don't ball watch.
I'm up.
Good D.
Good day, boy. Box.
We'll bucket off Mamba.
Cut swag.
Sending it.
That's boy.
I'm at 99%. I got some.
You're gonna get it, man. Gosh.
What do you get under there?
That's right. Work out.
Let's go. Come on.
Mamba.
You're good. Yep. Under it. Yep. Mamba cut swag. Do not drop.
Sheesh. I'm alright. I'm a hash. You got shoot middle. Every time. Throw B.
There it is. That's a touchdown. It's good D.
I can get a spade badge the whole third quarter. 30% off right now.
Watch it. Easy. Great, bro.
Let's do that break, bro. I'm working to a play badge right now.
Please play it.
Throw.
Oh my god. I'm gonna quick slip. I'm one off that. Please, swag.
How does he just keep?
No way, baby boy.
He always wants to come to a complete stop before he shoots it.
Great, bro.
Watch cut pass backs. Cut pass back. Cut pass. But it's two people are playing the cut, bro. Two people are playing the cut.
I'm on B.
But I'm not watching Green Light with this
7 seconds. Pass backs. Got my cut.
Center's low, wall in. There's
Pass drug him.
Communicate your
right
stuff.
Take, bro.
Come on.
I'm just saying, boys.
I just want y'all to tell each other who's guarding. Alright, you heard it. Like,
Yeah.
I wasn't there for bullets. Go.
Yeah, center was down.
Swag's right, bro. I'm there.
Under, you're by yourself.
No ball watch. Let's go.
Come on.
Right there.
Center on me.
you go up.
PG's on me.
Steam
Take man.
Risk.
Turn.
It's me.
Damn, that's tough, man.
Shake the screen.
No throw. Both have steal back. 8. Take coffee.
Let's go. Damn. Bro, I'm stuck in mud. Where would it go off? I can't.
Oh man, it's huge.
Take off, good D, bro.
Don't give him scoops or nothing.
And see.
Hey, good D, boy.
Come on.
A safe.
PG left hash.
Oh, stunning.
My dude's ready to go to blue shoes. Ready to
Yeah, Henny swinging, yeah. Henny. Stunned him.
I'm both of them.
Come on.
Hello?
Come on. 14, bro. Keep
Yo.
playing D.
Cheers.
I'm back, brother.
I'm good. Got my mill.
Where you at?
I'm good. Don't foul. I'm good.
You know how many times I felt that shit?
You good.
Midi, it's fine. Great D. Way to play low swag. Way to jump through
that
powers.
motherfucker.
Great D.
Whole time.
Go corner, brother. I got PG on me. PG on you now. PG on you. Take it, Lucky.
14.
What you want, Joe, though?
Yes, swag. Great D, boy.
Travel, rep.
No.
Try to pinch that a little off you. You know what I mean? There's somebody in the paint. They got
PG's
you.
on me.
Any on me, he might swing.
Stay down. We're good. Don't force.
They have a foul? Oh my god, I'm in LT, man. I'm gonna get a 3. Please miss them.
I missed it again.
We're going to get your ass up.
Nothing you can do about
I'll delete F and J.
Sets up. Come on.
Help.
There,
Bro, yeah, nah.
Flip power.
I'm up
Give me a
down.
second.
Just tell it.
Board.
Oh my god.
Center crashed on me. Please foul.
I tried.
I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't know what else there was. 2 seconds.
I'll hash power.
You gun bar left hash.
Hit power? Yeah.
I'm back.
Gotta get one. They're getting momentum. Gotta get a stop.
Right.
Under it. Good.
Too far.
It's their last time out.
Left corner. I'm here. Get out of
Off ball.
I'm here, bro.
Jump.
I got a body.
I'm gonna fake that I'm coming to you.
It's a little bit.
Just hit me, Joe.
Back. Just hit him, Joe.
Dog
Dark shot. Dark shot. Dark shot.
Big one.
Use it wisely. You have no time.
Go upside if you need it. Man, I gotta go up to Henny.
Yep,
We still on plane 2?
Yep. Hey, bro.
Follow Henny. Follow Henny. Yep.
On the cut. I'm on the cut.
Switch. I mean, he speed boosts off the screen, but I got hit hard at.
Catch you off.
No, though. Okay. No.
Just go corner right as soon as you give it back. Go normal here.
We got that talking this one.
You have a foul, right?
Yes.
Yes. They do, we don't.
Right there.
Oh my.
Hey.
Get back, bullet. Hold it.
We can get a 3 off of this or something. Come on.
Coming up, set it, 10 seconds.
I'm gonna set you a screen bar and then pop top.
Me.
Why?
Shoot it.
I got box.
Yeah,
I got box.
really shoot it, bro. F it. No shot. Good, bro.
2-2, chat. 2-2. Lock in on the small details. Make sure we start good. Start good is everything in this game. Pressure's on them, boys. Come on.
Yep.
Let's go, I'll go middle. Off ball. Sit, don't jump.
Got it.
Hey.
Alright, sit.
Come here, Stunny. Come on, Stunny.
Alright, serve. Switch. Sit.
Got a bomb.
He's not even running fast right there, boys, and he still just gets past us into the
What you
paint.
changing, bro?
Big game commercial.
What's on?
Have you got a website? It's your website. Donkey.actor. Nah, that could be any donkey. No, you're right. You're right. DonMosley.com, yeah. That's alright, that.
Brad Schimmel would be one of the most extreme justices in Wisconsin's history. Schimmel wanted Roe v. Wade overturned and supports using an 1849 law to criminally ban abortion with no exceptions for rape or incest. We can't let extreme politician Brad Schimmel on the Wisconsin Supreme Court.
What time to fight?
The Silverado ZR2 and a Duramax 3-liter turbo diesel engine.
Back inside. Sold it. I got body up. For sure.
Stop
my bullet. Yep. BG on bar up top.
Where's Henny going?
Come on. I don't know.
That wasn't even bailout. That's icons, bro. Ain't no bailout.
Show bullet.
B. I missed box.
Man, that's so hard to guard, bro.
Might spam again here. Probably not him, but off the bench. Head over 2.
Oh my takes.
Come on, down 1, bro.
I'll let you. Yeah, you good.
You good,
Box, bro. B.
Good job, Shaq.
Yeah, the what?
Get out of there.
Any or snare jump?
Why? Oh, never mind. I didn't know. Hey, bro.
Oh, Jay, get aggressive.
No middies. Not take middies.
I'm good.
None to give.
I got middle. Step.
Sit back on skip.
He's gonna shoot middle. Good DJ.
Got a body.
Hey.
In the guard.
Down the middle.
Stop and top.
I don't know. Whenever you sound, let me know.
Be if you miss. Good shot.
Playing center pass.
Bro.
Sit now, sit now.
He sold it.
So
Stack
you know
it.
when I
Stack
find
it.
him.
Stack it.
Go now, go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Didn't count.
Listen, real quick.
We good. I understand.
You told me to set your
Come on, bro.
Where you at?
Just gave him a free.
Where would you want?
Easy. Right here.
You been
Next
here?
play. Good shot, next play.
Let's go.
You good. Where mine?
Yeah.
D-boy.
Watch yourself. A lot of traffic.
Good.
You stepping in?
Jumped.
Slow down. Let me get the ball.
Alright.
Box on me.
PG on me.
You're finna start
Slip
pissing
off
me
the
off,
middle.
baby. Literally.
Just
I love you.
It's for what you at.
I think it's 54.
He shot Fluky. And he has. Sold it.
Dude, you're good.
Well, Blair.
Knocking out. Flagrant. Come on. I hit you hit me back. It's just a pop, and we're out. It's my fault, but I'm saying if you flare right there, I'm just.
Good top. Flare back up, bro.
It's open.
You're hoping, man.
Just hold it.
Go back to the ball.
Looks it.
Up ball.
I'm jumping.
Good play. Way to play it.
Back my
Still here, Salt. Hey. Bad one. Hold on, slow down. Hold this. Let me get behind you. Hold it, Hoff. Hold it.
Charge got PG. Switch it, bro. PG on the bar now.
Out of the cut.
Give the dunk.
Just slow down. Give me this kid cannot guard me. Keep playing defense.
Oh, good shit. They score in the PNR, they score.
Got Mel. Cancel. I got hit.
I tried to foul it.
That's me. I got hit, bro.
Clipped him. Easy.
Come on, man. Come on.
Yep, I didn't do P5.
Switch.
No, not the 3 though.
Yep, I'm
A bullet.
Yep, it is time, motherfucker. It is time. See ya, one penny. Level up. Mow up.
Oh, I had it. I have it. Damn, I had the layup.
Huge board.
One bullet, I got it.
Power, I don't mind the call, but it's just gotta be early. You feel me?
Send it slow. We'll pitch a little bit.
Hitting block.
Yep. I got a bomb.
Bauer cut. I'm gonna V cut back to the top. You make the read, Hoff. I have heat check too.
Sorry, he grained it.
I got a cut on Annie.
Go. Unlucky, fluky. Hoff got it. Slow down, Hoff. Slow down.
Yeah, that's me. I thought you
Try to. Motherfucker don't want to come on. Damn. There you go.
Come here, Henny.
That's why.
Good day, boy.
I'm right there.
Middle. I'm here.
I tried.
It's okay. 16. Bullet, start right hash. Go sit bullet the off-ball, Bauer.
Oh, knock him down.
Come on. Play deep. Pull away.
Don't reach out. I'm not.
They're good.
No, not you.
On ball watch.
Playing ball.
I'm here.
This motherfucker cold.
You can back up if you don't have it.
All that best stuff.
You get a bullet.
Got it.
Beautiful. Knock it down, bro.
Come on, bullet.
I don't know what to guard. Right. We're seeing that.
Pinch.
Show. You have to.
Thank you, Hoff. He don't want to shoot.
Right squad. That should be good, man. Never get that shit again.
Oh, I had it.
That's that
You good, baby. We'll take the 2. You got a higher mid-range. We know the bill. Come on, 22. Lock the in. Watch the off-ball here. I'm playing the hash.
You're back.
Chuck E. Cheese. We're celebrating National Pizza Day with a new game show from Chuck E. Cheese and Paw Patrol called Spin for a Slice. We'll spin the wheel for a topping, from pepperoni to sour gummy worms, and compete in challenges to win them for our pizza party. Each game is inspired by what you would play at Chuck E. Cheese, but with a Paw Patrol twist. Can the kids work together and have the ultimate pizza party? Could sour gummy worms on pizza actually be pretty yummy? Yeah. You can check it out on Nick Jr. YouTube. This was a paid ad by Chuck E. Cheese.
The Democrats impeach President Trump. They could if Susan Crawford wins and orders a Democrat gerrymander, giving them 2 more House seats, which could flip Congress. Don't let liberal judges turn Wisconsin and America into Illinois. Stop Susan Crawford.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Charlie. James Gunn just made a bunch of announcements about the future of Superman, his version of the Justice League, the fact that they were going to be doing another Justice League movie. I think we all assumed they would at some point, but obviously posting pictures with Zack Snyder talking about Justice League, everybody started freaking out a little bit. What is going on here? We see you there, James Gunn, posting pics with Zack Snyder, making people think that he's doing some new DC project. You know what you're doing. The other crazy thing is they've already canceled some of his Gods and Monsters DC Phase 1 movies and TV shows that he announced during that video a couple years ago when he first took over and rebooted DC, or he was going to start rebooting DC. So we'll explain all the changes that he's made to what he's already announced, all the movies and TV shows, and the new stuff that he just announced, like this brand new Justice League movie. If you're brand new to the channel, be sure to subscribe to get all the videos. He even talked about the new Batman and DCU and Robert Pattinson and a ton of other stuff, so we'll try to break everything down. There was a lot of stuff that he talked about. Probably the biggest news here, obviously, is what's going on with his new version of the Justice League. Like, what's he doing posting pictures with Zack Snyder in this room where he was meeting with all the other DC directors earlier this year? This is the exact same room, so like, why would you bring him specifically to this room to post this particular picture? The way that James Gunn described his new Justice League movie is that he, James Gunn, is developing an Avengers Endgame level event for the end of DC Chapter 1, Gods and Monsters, the one that he announced a while ago. Basically, their DC Phase 1, making the Marvel Phase 1 comp. All the Marvel movies in Phase 1 ended with a capper of the Avengers movie, like they all built to the Avengers movie. Then they did Marvel Phase 2. It ended with Avengers Age of Ultron. They did Marvel Phase 3 that ended with Infinity War and Avengers Endgame, and so on and so forth. Marvel Phase 4, Phase 5, now Phase 6 is going to end with Avengers 5 Doomsday. The crazy thing about this, though, is the fact that he used an Avengers Endgame level event to describe his next Justice League movie, meaning the next big team-up since Zack Snyder's DCEU Justice League with Henry Cavill, Ben Affleck, Gal Gadot, the rest of those characters, is probably going to be way bigger than the original Justice League movie that Zack Snyder did. If you're trying to compare apples to apples, like James Gunn's new Justice League movie to Zack Snyder's Justice League movie, you really have to think about Zack Snyder's original plan for 3 Justice League movies, because he was planning on getting to an Avengers Endgame level event by the 3rd Justice League movie. I've done extensive videos about this because Zack Snyder revealed the entire plot for his Justice League 2 and Justice League 3.
Ready the Armada. We will use the old ways.
And it gets way more bonkers and crazy than you ever thought that it would. Like, if you thought that the Zack Snyder Justice League and some of the deleted scenes and concepts were crazy, it gets way, way crazier for Justice League 2 and Justice League 3. Which is a big reason why it's a bummer that he never actually got the chance to make those other Justice League movies. Like, it would be cool to see those, even if they just turned them into a comic book at some point. There are a couple of decisions that he made with some of the characters towards the end of Justice League 3 that would have been very, very controversial, but you can watch my video on the plot of that and decide for yourself, so I'll put a link for that down in the description below. If you were just looking at Zack Snyder's first Justice League movie, I would say it's better to compare that to the first Avengers movie because the characters are meeting for the first time, they're forming the team for the first time. You could also say that his Justice League movie, like the Snyder Cut, did go way harder than the first Avengers movie, so like maybe combine the first 2 Avengers movies and make it a comp to his movie. But it sounds like James Gunn is planning for something much, much bigger as the end capper to this 6 years worth of DC Chapter 1. Like, DC Chapter 1, Gods and Monsters, will last for 6 years, essentially. At least he's planning for it to right now. We will see if that's what winds up happening. As we literally just saw during all of his big announcements, a lot of the stuff that he announced a couple of years ago in that video, he has since canceled or changed significantly. So the fact they're pulling the Babe Ruth and saying that they're going to be doing another Justice League movie in 6 years remains to be seen. Like, we will get to 6 years later and see if we actually have a Justice League movie. All the Star Wars fans out there pointing at the screen going, is it your first time hearing something get announced and then canceled before you actually get to see it? That's kind of been Star Wars' go-to move, announcing a whole bunch of movies the last couple years, then summarily canceling them or backburnering them so that you'll never ever see them. That's sort of like the bottom of the barrel, though. I don't think that James Gunn is going to do as quite as dirty as that. But because of all the characters he's introducing in the Superman movie, there's a lot of Justice League energy. The way that he explained it is that when that Superman movie takes place, we'll be watching in a couple months, the brand new version of the Justice League has not formed yet, like it's not even an idea yet. And speaking of ideas for that new version of the Justice League, thank you to Kinder Joy for sponsoring this week's giveaway. They're celebrating DC Comics' 90th anniversary with a limited edition Kinder Joy DC Funko Pop Toy Collection Universe. These eggs include a special lineup of 16 new toys, including 6 DC Universe Funko Pop figurines, including Batman, Batwoman, Superman, Superwoman, the Joker, and Harley Quinn. Each DC Funko Pop collection is paired with the iconic Kinder Joy treat made of 2 soft cream layers, 1 sweet cream flavored and 1 cocoa flavored. Nestled into the creamy layers are 2 round wafer bites that are filled with sweet cocoa cream to be eaten with the included spoon. You can buy these new limited edition Kinder Joy DC Funko Pop eggs online and in stores now for a limited time until March 15th, 2025. What I'll do is I'll put a link for them on screen here and down in the description below so you can actually buy them yourself. But I'll also be giving away the 90th anniversary DC eggs that they sent me in this video. I'll just pick someone randomly from the comments on the video and name them in one of my videos next week. So be sure to check them out and enjoy, because they'll only be available for a limited time. But it does sound like this new Superman movie will have a lot of foreshadowing for the Justice League movie, and there'll be some characters that will be featured in that new roster. And a lot of people, myself included, are thinking that it's going to look more like the animated version of the Justice League, because his whole thing, James Gunn's whole thing, is differentiating his DC movies and his era of DC, the DCU, from Zack Snyder's DCEU, with different characters, a whole different vibe, just different types of stories. And one of the easiest ways to differentiate your Justice League is to do a slightly different roster. So why not do a version that's closer to the animated Justice League roster? If you have not seen any of those episodes, I would recommend checking them out. They're on HBO Max or Max, whatever you want to call it. All the episodes are there. It's fantastic. Also remember, a couple years ago, right after he took over DC and announced his big reboot, he posted this Justice League picture saying, making plans, but it was a picture directly from the Kingdom Come comic book. Personally, I don't think he's going to be adapting Kingdom Come for that next Justice League movie, but if you're talking about universe-spanning events that they have never done before in DC movies, like a totally new spin on a big event from the comics, you just have to think in that direction. They'll probably be inspired by some aspects of Kingdom Come.
An 8 to 10 year plan of what DC Studios will be in film, television, and gaming.
Yep.
Your daily habits, the weather, and your appliances are the main factors affecting your energy use and costs. A small portion of your bill are the things you use daily. These daily activities stay mostly consistent month to month and are generally a small, steady part of your energy use. While away or on vacation, energy use goes down. Having more people living in your home or lots of guests on the holidays can increase your usage. The larger portion of your energy bill depends mostly on the weather and is affected by how large your home is and how many people live there. When it's very cold, you use more natural gas or electricity to heat your home and keep it warm. When it's hot and humid, you use more electricity to run an air conditioner to keep your house cool. The temperature you set and the weather can vary significantly from month to month. Depending on the month, your bill might cover as few as 28 days or as many as 35. Even though you can't control the weather or how often your in-laws visit, it still pays to turn off lights, unplug devices, and adjust the temperature when you're away. Understanding and controlling your energy use will help you plan and reduce costs. Visit your online account to view your bill, compare your energy use over time, or get personalized tips for saving money.
Get more from your degree. Earn an accelerated engineering master's and get the job you want faster. Blueprint your future at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Visit go.wisc.edu/blueprint for more information.
I don't think that they're going to touch will probably be Crisis on Infinite Earths, because I think that both Marvel and DC, just in general, are moving past the multiverse era of a lot of big storytelling. Marvel really wants to get past the multiverse era. Cue all the Deadpool jokes, like, can we just be done with this? The funny thing about that is that if you've been following DC movies or you've been following my videos for the past couple of years, you remember that when the Black Adam post-credits scene came along, Henry Cavill came back, everyone freaked out because he posted on his Instagram that they were going to be doing more Superman movies with his, Henry Cavill's, Superman, like Man of Steel 2 finally. That was all part of what they were doing with the Flash movie before James Gunn was hired, rebooted everything, and took a bunch of scenes out from that movie. Like, they completely changed the plot because they were setting up a future Justice League movie, like a future Crisis on Infinite Earths movie that was going to be that original Zack Snyder roster of Justice League characters. As you would expect, I did a whole Flash video about all the changes there. I'll put the link for that in the description below too, just because it goes on and on and on. There was a lot of different plans that they had before they hired James Gunn, and he rebooted everything and came up with a completely different plan.
Niggas started doing this shit.
It has been wild trying to be a DC fan these last several years. Hopefully things will finally stick and it will work out and they won't be rebooting everything in like 3 more years. Next big announcement that James Gunn made was all about Batman. What's going on with Batman? They said that they're still not planning on Robert Pattinson becoming the main DCU Batman in Brave and the Bold. His wording was kind of weird when he talked about this. He said, that's certainly not the plan, but he didn't say they're never, absolutely ever going to do Robert Pattinson Batman in the DCU, which feels like he would have said something like that if they never would have planned it. So I think for right now, they're like, just put a pin in it. We're probably not going to use Robert Pattinson. We'll cast a new version of Batman. All because they also announced that Matt Reeves is going to get to make a trilogy of Batman movies with Robert Pattinson. So I think they're just planning to continue those as Elseworlds, and they'll have a different Batman in Brave and the Bold for DCU crossover movies and Justice League stuff. They briefly teased him during Creature Commandos. I did a whole bunch of videos about that when that happened, because it was pretty cool for them to tease Batman, but he did say that his new live-action Batman for the DCU will probably debut in some other movie before Brave and the Bold. So they did announce a couple other Batman-related movies, like the live-action Bane Deathstroke movie is still happening. They just announced a Teen Titans live-action movie, but it won't be the original roster, I think, because Dick Grayson is already supposed to be Nightwing during Batman Brave and the Bold, so the timeline is a little wonky there. So I'm just assuming that Teen Titans will be a slightly different roster.
So yeah, that's just a way to introduce that Batman is a part of this universe. He's an important part of this universe, and we're gonna do great things with him. He's the most popular superhero in the world, and I can't wait for people to see more of him, along with Superman. And together.
They also confirmed they're doing the Clayface movie, so there's just like a lot of Batman-related stuff happening in the DCU before Brave and the Bold happens. They're probably going to wait till after the Batman 2 comes out in theaters to announce who their DCU Batman is, just so they don't run into like a weird Flash situation like what happened with Grant Gustin and Ezra Miller back in the day. If you remember, right after they debuted the Flash TV series, like almost right after that happened, they announced Ezra Miller was going to be the movie Flash. But the next big thing James Gunn announced was the Green Lantern HBO series had just started filming. This is the first look at Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart. Notice that only Hal Jordan has on a Green Lantern ring, not Jon Stewart. I will probably do a completely separate video just for that series and what's going on during that, because they said a lot about it, which sounds pretty cool, so we will see if we get some more footage by the end of this year. Nathan Fillion's Guy Gardner from the Superman movie will probably appear during that at some point. They also announced that they're doing an animated Green Lantern series called My Adventures with Green Lantern for Jessica Cruz. She's going to be in high school during that. But because they're using the same title as My Adventures with Superman, great series, I would recommend checking it out. But it makes me feel like they're going to cross those shows over, and maybe they'll eventually do My Adventures with The Flash and like My Adventures with Batman eventually, like more animated stuff in that tone. James Gunn also said they're planning on releasing 2 live-action movies per year, 1 animated movie, 2 live-action series, and 2 animated series. But we'll see if they're able to maintain that level of production year to year. It probably won't be the exact same every single year. It'll take them a while to get up to that level. Marvel's kind of dropping down back to that level of output too, where like Marvel and DC will probably be releasing the same amount of movies and TV shows per year in the next couple of years. They said they're also making 4 short movies for this Superman version of Krypto, but they didn't say when exactly they're going to release them. I think towards the end of this year and next year, just like the next couple years.
This is an ad for Chuck E. Cheese. We're celebrating National Pizza Day with a new game show from Chuck E. Cheese and Paw Patrol called Spin for a Slice. We'll spin the wheel for a topping, from pepperoni to sour gummy worms, and compete in challenges to win them for our pizza party. Each game is inspired by what you would play at Chuck E. Cheese, but with a Paw Patrol twist. Can the kids work together and have the ultimate pizza party? Could sour gummy worms on pizza actually be pretty yummy? Yeah. You can check it out on Nick Jr. YouTube. This was a paid ad by Chuck E. Cheese.
I originally thought I was going to be playing Lobo in the very beginning because I got called in. I auditioned for Batman, and I almost didn't do it.
James Gunn did joke about Jason Momoa's Lobo in the Supergirl movie because they just started filming that a little while ago. They're filming with his new version of Lobo. He said they're not going to show a first look at it, like an official studio-backed picture of him, because they don't have to, because they're not filming outdoors with his scenes. There was a lot of talk about the stuff that James Gunn had canceled or moved around to. Like, he's announced a bunch of stuff a couple years ago, and some of it's already been kind of soft canceled. First big thing was the Authority movie. He said the big problem they were having with the Authority movie is they couldn't come up with something that was better than The Boys TV show, because it would kind of be in that same tone, the same vibe. And David Zaslav, the CEO of Warner Brothers right now, who signs all their checks, would not agree to spend $150 million on what David Zaslav termed risky, lesser-known IP, and it would have to be rated R. He also said they were having trouble with the scripts of the Amanda Waller TV series. They were still trying to figure that out, and they were still trying to figure out the Booster Gold TV show. They had a director, but there were delays, he lost interest, dropped out, so there's just a lot of problems with Booster Gold just in general, but they'll probably eventually figure that out. James Gunn also said that because we are moving into prime Superman territory, like we're getting closer to the movie actually coming out, he will be releasing the full official Superman trailer around the time Thunderbolts is coming out in theaters, or close to that. That'll have a little bit more of the actual story, like what's actually going on in the movie. The first teaser trailer they released, I did a bunch of videos for, is mostly just for pure vibes. Like, it's just meant to give you vibes of what this new version of Superman is going to feel like. But everyone, post all your reactions in the comments below. What do you think about his new plans for this next Justice League movie? Do you think that Zack Snyder is actually going to come back and try to do some sort of DC project in the next 6 or 7 years? I've seen a lot of people making requests for a Blackest Night project. Totally possible they can do something like that now with all the Green Lantern stuff that he's doing, if it works out. There's a bunch of stuff coming up. There are a bunch of Marvel announcements too, so I'll try to do videos for those soon. And we have Daredevil Born Again episodes starting next week. It seems like it's going to be peak, and I will be doing all the episode videos for that. Be sure to enable alerts for my channel so you don't miss that. Everybody click here for all my new Superman videos, and click here for all my new Green Lantern videos too. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of 2014's X-Men Days of Future Past. This is the 7th installment of our X-Men Snick Snick Rewatch, as we go back through all 13 of the Fox X-Men and Deadpool films ahead of Wolverine's Mutant Homecoming and Deadpool and Wolverine in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. At this point, the X-Men franchise had split into a Matthew Vaughn reboot era and the Wolverine spin-off era, and this movie was designed to tie both eras together and really restore the X-Men franchise, and it resulted in one of the best installments, with ingenious time travel mechanics and memorable moments that Marvel Studios Studios would even circle back to. So let's break down Days of Future Past scene by scene for all the Easter eggs, details never spotted, the implications of the crazy time travel mechanics, and stuff that could come back in Deadpool and Wolverine. Now, Fox actually released 2 versions of this movie, the regular theatrical cut and an alternate version dubbed the Rogue Cut, with an additional 17 minutes of footage, mostly centering around Anna Paquin's Rogue, including a rescue mission with Charles and Bobby and Magneto from the X-Mansion that's been turned into a Department of Defense facility, and it would have been Rogue instead of Kitty Pryde, reunited with Logan in the final act. We're going to talk about both versions of this movie in this breakdown. In the opening fanfare, we get the return of the lingering X and the Fox logo as it fades to black, something that they started to do away with after the original 3 films, but also there's a bit of the X-Men musical score playing at the end of the normal Fox music if you listen closely. So we open on post-apocalyptic New York City. Like the first 2 films, Patrick Stewart narrating as Charles Xavier, but it's scary.
A dark, desolate world.
Notice how Central Park has been turned into a mutant internment camp with mutants marched in with M's branded on their faces. In a way, this parallels the openings to X-Men 2000 and X-Men First Class. Another generation, another extermination of an oppressed group. Magneto was right. The worst of humanity will always bear out. And using M's this way reminds us of House of M comics, where Scarlet Witch creates a reality where Magneto rules a society where mutants and superpowered people are the dominant class. In Multiverse of Madness, in the 838 universe, New York Central Park will be home to the Baxter Foundation. So maybe that universe's Charles chose this park for his refuge to correct the horrible way it was used in this universe. So the film Days of Future Past, which we can acknowledge is a completely nonsensical and ridiculous but awesome title, is based on number 141 to 142 of Uncanny X-Men, which was the original X-Men run, written by Chris Claremont, who might be the all-time best writer of X-Men comics. He also did the Dark Phoenix saga. He has a cameo later in this movie. This comic also opened in future New York City, although that mentioned time travel from the year 2013. The opening of this film is set in 2023. We get that number from Charles' speech later where he says, like, it was 1973 and then 50 years since is how they perfected Sentinel technology. So, you know, you get 2023 from that. But in the comics, there was only 4 surviving X-Men at this point. Kitty Pryde, Wolverine, Storm, and Colossus. The Days of Future Past comics were also adapted for the animated series, and there are some similarities to what we're seeing here, like mutants being marched through and handed over to Sentinels. The hellscape that we are now seeing is very similar to the post-apocalyptic landscape that opens the Terminator films, down to the charred bones of torched mutants. Terminator director James Cameron was actually consulted for this movie to discuss time travel and string theory and the multiverse as it's displayed in fiction. Among these detained mutants, there is an older Ink with a tattoo on his face. He actually shows up later in 1973 as a teenager. There's also an older Sabretooth, an older Quicksilver. In the comics and in the animated series, Bishop also had an M on his face. He came from a different timeline, but in this movie, the fact that he has an M on his face makes it seem like he was at one point detained, but he broke free. According to Simon Kinberg, who wrote this movie, the mutant credited only as Young Mutant Scavenger is supposed to be Nate Gray. He was a super powerful mutant from the comics that Mr. Sinister created using DNA from Scott and Jean. Here he moves among the bones and bodies and is killed by a Sentinel that finds him. We stay on his face as it lights up from Sentinel opening its mouth, and we zoom in on the X, and the camera swoops down through strands of DNA, and they change and adapt. But unlike the mutant X gene DNA, there's this mechanical element to these changes, since what we're really seeing is the Sentinel's ability to adapt to any mutant threat. And we arrive at the X store Cerebro, and we open in Moscow. It's been ravaged by war, and just these depressing construction grids erected over the older buildings in a vain attempt to preserve their history. Now, the film that preceded this was The Wolverine. In that movie's post-credit scene, Magneto and Charles were working together to stop this Sentinel threat. Clearly, they failed, but we saw how far in advance they were fighting to prevent this exact future from coming to pass, and they still failed. I always find it interesting coming out of that movie that Yukio sensed this apocalyptic darkness falling over the world, and I wonder if it was this that she was seeing. So the Sentinels deploy from these cold, floating Kubrickian monoliths as like a symbol of evil technology, but they operate like drone insects. We learn later that all Sentinels are linked in a kind of hive mind, like a power absorbed by one of them is a power gained by all. It's just kind of an interesting thematic statement for this movie, right? It's not really their ability to adapt and change that makes them powerful. It's the fact that they're all just kind of linked together and don't have to question that. And the real challenge of this movie is, can mutants, through time, change each other's hearts and connect for the greater good? These surviving mutants include James Proudstar, Warpath. He's super strong in his heightened senses, which is why he is the one who stands lookout for the Sentinels. There's Clarice Ferguson, aka Blink, who can create portals from one place to another. There's Kitty Pryde, Elliot Page returning to the role. Bishop, he can absorb and store energy. There's Colossus, played once more by Daniel Cudmore. Iceman, Bobby Drake, played again by Sean Ashmore. And Roberto DaCosta, aka Sunspot, can absorb solar energy.
We not petty too. That's the funny part.
Leaves outward. A different Sunspot will be in the new Mutants film, but But Sunspot in this movie is kind of taking the place of Pyro,
Get
but
fried.
Pyro is confirmed to return in Deadpool and Wolverine. So this group calls themselves the Free Mutants, and their uniforms feel kind of like a throwback to the original movies. The black leather, the colored highlights, like the surviving humans of the Matrix films, they have to move from place to place as they're hunted by AI machines, and they escape by the skin of their teeth. But I like how they've gotten this routine on lock. Bishop has Sunspot charge him up, and I like how Bishop doesn't even slow running as Kitty touches him to phase through stuff last minute. Now the Sentinels here have a different design than they have in the comics or in the animated series, or even from the brief glimpse that we got in the Danger Room in The Last Stand. Production designer John Meyer described the design of the Sentinels as having evolved from machines into biomechanical weapons, saying, quote, "They are almost made of mechanical plates slapped over one another, imagining that the plates could contract or grow so that the Sentinel can be skinny to get through a small space, or the plates can open up to become a bigger shape. They've become virtually unstoppable, the ultimate version that can actually, in principle, stop the X-Men." And the idea of the plates kind of collapsing like scales is rooted all the way back in the original VFX design of Mystique in the 2000 film, where the way they had her shapeshift was just like scales turning over each other. It's just so cool to see those little production design elements work their way back through the film franchise. As they fight, Bobby shifts into his ice form that he discovered back in X3. The Sentinels keep adapting based on previous run-ins with the other mutants. So this one fighting Colossus adapts in real time as it grabs him and mimics his steel-like power. In the Rogue cut, it's actually explained that they're able to absorb the powers thanks to Rogue. So they're using Rogue's powers and Mystique's DNA together to absorb and adapt. So this way, it kind of shows that the most dangerous mutants, at least to all of them collectively, are Rogue and Mystique. And since the Sentinels are all connected, as Sunspot fights one, it turns to ice, something it can do because the other Sentinel at the same time is fighting Iceman. As Sunspot uses his powers, the one fighting Iceman mimics his power. The Sentinels are just doing exactly what Magneto warned them to do.
He's 3 for 8. He wants the ball. I don't get that shit.
Sunspot's heat to melt Iceman. It snaps off his head and then stomps on it. The Sentinels adapt to Blink's power, figuring out her portal logic and stabbing her through one right as it's closing to put an end to it. Now, it's not clear what this facility is, but all the Cyrillic signage is just generic storage and safety signs. I wonder if those tanks contain nuclear waste, like somewhere the Free Mutants thought the Sentinels wouldn't look. Remember, Sebastian Shaw in First Class assumed that all mutants were immune to radiation as children of the atom. Kitty displaces Bishop's consciousness back in time to warn themselves. In the animated series, Bishop was the first one to go back in time to warn the X-Men, but this normally is not part of Shadowcat's power set. In the comics, it was Rachel Summers, who was Scott and Jean's daughter, and Franklin Richards, who sent Kitty's mind back in time. Rachel Summers was in an earlier draft of this movie, but writer Simon Kinberg decided to make this just part of Kitty's powers. In past videos, I have described time travel as Type 7, Unstuck Mind time travel, aka consciousness displacement. It's how time travel works in Kurt Vonnegut's Slaughterhouse 5, and how it works with the character Desmond in Lost. It is my favorite type of time travel. I actually wrote a screenplay that none of you are ever going to read that uses consciousness displacement time travel. None of you are ever going to read it because it sucks. But I just like the idea that this is what time travel is for us as we watch movies. Like, our mind just kind of drifts back to past eras of our life as we relive our trauma or our victories. So we find ourselves back in a new form of Cerebro. This is a portable one used by Charles, and it looks awesome. As in X2, mutants are depicted in red, and humans depicted in white. One of them is getting killed executioner style, kind of like that infamous Viet Cong photograph, and we see a mutant mother clutching her mutant child. On this holoprojected interface, we can see the word longitude. So from Charles's point of view, these mutants just keep hopping location via Blink every time Bishop sneezes and tells the others, shit, we gotta run. It's just crazy to imagine each time these other mutants, Iceman, Sunspot, Colossus, Blink, Warpath, they all fight and die to Sentinels, not knowing whether Bishop and Kitty would be successful. So they just kind of face death openly with nothing but a prayer, and each time they do this for them, it is their first and only time they face Sentinels and die. Only Bishop would remember each round of deaths. That is a lot to carry. Now, theoretically, Bishop probably told them that Sentinels can absorb and gain their powers, but it would just be impossible for mutants like Bobby and Colossus to really practice that. So each time, Bishop's kind of telling them these ghost stories of the threat that's eventually going to come and kill them, but he has to just say, trust me, in the multiverse, another version of you will never experience this. So they find this new refuge in an ancient temple in the mountains of China. And yes, on screen, they do label this as China, not Tibet, because the studio didn't want to take any chances with Chinese distribution. The Blackbird jet now seems to be powered by a new form of energy and arrives with Storm, a cigar-smoking Wolverine, Charles in an ergonomic hover chair, and Magneto. Hugh Jackman is the only actor who appeared in all the films up until this point. He actually holds a record for an actor who appeared as the same character in the most times in a superhero movie. He actually has some gray on his temples, so our man does age, or it's just been a stressful few years. Kitty and Bobby hold hands, their romance carried over from that subplot in X3, even though that movie ended with Bobby and Rogue together, but in the altered timeline at the end of this movie, we see Rogue and Bobby still together, whereas Kitty and Colossus are teaching together as the characters are linked together in the comics. Kitty explains how they stay ahead of the Sentinels, and Charles provides the other piece of the puzzle for this movie's plan, the history
historical
You're the
origin
only
of
one
the
to
Sentinel
rebound.
program. The February 1972 issue of Popular Mechanics with Boulevard Trask on the cover includes a headline that it reads, "The spy plane we don't talk about," which could be a little nod to the Blackbird. Coming from the success of Game of Thrones, Peter Dinklage was cast
Don't
as
fucking
Boulevard
foul
Trask.
out,
Bill
nigga.
Duke played a different Trask in X-Men: The Last Stand. We see Trask looking over studies of mutant experiments, ones that we get a better look at later, but we just see their fish-like anatomies, their deformed skin, as he was experimenting on them like they're animals. Charles says that Mystique learned what Trask was doing, and he recalls how he and Raven grew up together. So it's just kind of nice to hear from Patrick Stewart's mouth, confirming the events that we saw in First Class as part of his history. Charles says Raven assassinated Trask at the 1973 Paris Peace Accords, but was captured, and in a cruel twist of fate, her DNA was used to perfect Sentinel technology. And it's implied that Mystique's capture and her DNA harvested was part of the character's history, even in the 2000 and 2003 film. Does it make sense that the government wouldn't be more protected from a known shapeshifter posing as their senators and DHS secretaries? No, but just don't think about it. Kitty says that she can only send a mind back a few weeks, maybe a month, but any further would rip a mind apart. Logan says,
"What if someone's mind has a way of snapping back?"
he's referring to his healing power, but this could also explain why Logan could heal past Stryker's adamantium bullet to remember things from before that shot. But it would also mean that Logan would remember how confusing X-Men Origins left the timeline for at least the first part of this movie, with alternate versions of young Scott and the creepy younger walking Charles. So quick step develop its mind back to the past so we can eat Charles Sunshine and all that nonsense. It's fun to just laugh about it, but what I think this movie does so elegantly is it just
I should beat your ass, oh bro.
in the minds of Logan and Charles.
No, nigga, you see me live, nigga. You see that shit?
Well, at the very least, it stays in their mind, and that's what made them coming back and dying in Logan such a.
Hey, what the fuck, nigga? The fuck, bro? Fuck that pull out, nigga. You see that damn line? Nigga, what? Let me get 10. The fuck? Them niggas been getting the ball.
2014. So this line from Kitty really neatly establishes the stakes of the film.
Whatever you've done will take hold and become history. And for the rest of us, it'll be the only history that we know.
So think about it. They are all so desperate and so beleaguered by their current reality that they're willing to just wash it all away for who knows what. The deleted scene would have shown Wolverine kissing Storm goodbye before he undergoes a mind transference procedure. In the comics, the two were sometimes romantically linked, and in the animated series, they were married in an alternate timeline.
Wolverine, do not worry. You are stuck with me a little longer.
You know it, darling.
Halle Berry was originally supposed to have a much larger role in Days of Future Past, but it was cut down because of her pregnancy. So Katie blasts Logan's temples, and his adamantium claws come out. Now, 2013's The Wolverine ended with Logan's adamantium claws being chopped off by Silver Samurai, and he ended the movie with bone claws. When asked how Logan got his adamantium back, director Bryan Singer shrugged that Logan was just friends with Magneto, implying that Magneto would have grafted adamantium back on his claws. But really, the shot was just to establish a visual contrast to distinguish the present Wolverine from the 1973 Wolverine. When we flash to white, we wake up seeing this lava lamp, which for a moment makes us think we're seeing brain cells that are just kind of snapping back into consciousness. As he did in the 2013 movie, Logan just kind of wakes up disoriented. The song playing on the radio as he wakes up is Roberta Flack's "The First Time I Ever Saw Your Face." The gray is gone from his hair now. He's also buck-ass naked. One-upping the MCU strand of male nudity. We get butt here, guys. But this was Jackman's idea. The script originally called for him to be wearing boxers, but he said, in Australia, be next to a really good-looking girl, you're not getting out with boxer shorts on or briefs or anything. Really, I just think Hugh Jackman wanted to show off the insane physique he got into again for this movie, because later when he buckles his belt, notice that his pecs twitch again. Come on, Hugh. Now, when he looks outside, the billboard of the man smoking was actually a real billboard in Times Square in the 70s, and the Times Square news sticker reads, "Brezhnev calls for," which is probably a nod to the Soviet leader Brezhnev and Richard Nixon's peace and disarmament talks during this detente period. On the wall are some samurai swords and a framed picture of Mount Fuji, which could be a nod to his past and future in Japan from the events of the Wolverine. The striped brown and yellow curtains that he has are also reminiscent of his uncanny X-Men 139 suit that he got in an alternate post-credit scene from that film. And I just love this retro revolver wallpaper. I'm just digging this pad. We learn that he's sleeping with the boss's daughter, Gwen, and she calls him Jimmy. So yeah, he's going by his birth name, James Howlett. This would be before his weapons plus procedure, so he still has bone claws. He accidentally nicks the waterbed, reminding us of his clumsiness with his adamantium claws in the bathroom next to Origins. So after killing that last goon, he catches the keys and he says, it's such a fun mantra for Logan in 1973. The Vietnam War was coming to an end, and Cold War was cooling down during the detente period. America was just trying to give him peace a chance, and so was Logan, trying in this movie. This might be the least violent we see Wolverine in a movie. In the Senate meeting with Trask, there are two cameos from X-Men comic writers. Congressman Parker is Chris Claremont. Maybe he chose the name Parker as like a non-Peter Parker. He's the one who wrote the Days of Future Past comic and was brought on for the film as a consultant. The other cameo is from
I got a board hunting Bucky video.
Now, Senator Brickman is played by Michael Lerner. He's in a ton of stuff. He's an elf. He's in Barton Fink. He tells Trask,
and they are living here peacefully.
After what happened
happened in Cuba?
Obviously, that's about the events that happened at the end of First Class in Cuba. It's just kind of odd that this government is still skeptical about mutants' existence, but, you know, maybe Charles has been using Cerebro to brainwash humanity as he did with Moira. The dissertation that Trask reads to senators outlines how the emergence of Homo sapiens led to the extinction of the less evolved Neanderthal ancestors, and this was written by Charles, and we saw him read part of it to Raven in First Class. It also reminds us of Storm's lecture in the museum in X2. Okay, on to Saigon. A disguised Mystique goes to release the quarantine mutants. Her uniform reads Sanders, and this person's rank is Colonel Sanders. Yeah, Mystique is smelling of 11 herbs and spices. We see a young Ink, and then this one with quills on his head might be Evan Daniels, aka Spike from the X-Men Evolution TV show, although his power set in this film is different. Like, it kind of causes people to pass out. Could just be a
I'm the pink purple shoes. You got the same number as me.
First Class, and Mystique gives him a wink because back in First Class they were still friends. There's also a young Toad who's given a little redesign here to look more like he did in comics. Young William Stryker shows up, this time played by Josh Hellman. The Colonel Sanders actor is yet another performer who gets to play themselves as Mystique would be, and he just kind of carries himself with a bit of femininity. While in First Class, Mystique wasn't much of a fighter, now she acrobatically takes everyone down as a
I thought you was gonna pass it
Now, if this would
out.
be
They
part of
dropped
the
on
normal
me
X-Men
shit.
timeline before this movie
My
altered
bad.
it, would this mean the Brian Cox version of
My
Stryker
bad,
would never
man.
this fight with Mystique?
I ain't know he was gonna throw them two biggies.
When she was posing as Wolverine in the Alkali Lake scene in X2, when he's like, I always know my own work. But since Origins showed a Vietnam era William Stryker played by Danny Houston, I think we're just not meant to see those histories as the same. This movie just has some of the most interesting refrigerator logic. That's kind of a term that means plot holes don't bother you as you're watching a movie, but when you get up from the couch and you go in the refrigerator to grab a drink, suddenly those plot holes creep into your head. But this movie gets around that by ending in a way that retcons the events of X-Men Origins, so we don't really care about the Hellman versus Houston issue. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. We've all got goals, better work-life balance, stress management, being more optimistic, but figuring out how to tackle big goals like that on your own can be difficult. Connecting with a licensed therapist through BetterHelp can help. BetterHelp makes starting therapy easier and less intimidating for a lot of people. The right therapist for you might not be in your area, and some people struggle with the face-to-face interaction of therapy. With BetterHelp, you can have your therapy sessions as a phone call, as a video chat, or even via instant message, whatever's the most comfortable version for you. BetterHelp has over 30,000 therapists in their network to choose from. To get started, you simply fill out the questionnaire that will ask you about what challenges you're going through and what kind of therapist you'd like. Then BetterHelp will match you with a therapist, and in most cases, it'll take less than 48 hours. Schedule therapy sessions at a time that's convenient for you, and if for any reason you feel like your therapist is not a great fit, you can switch therapists with a click of the button at no additional cost. Join over 4 million people who have used BetterHelp to start living a healthier, happier life. Click the link in the description or visit BetterHelp.com/newrockstars. Clicking that link helps support this channel, and it gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist and see if it helps you. Havoc calls her Raven, and she responds, "That's not my name," because remember in The Last Stand, she told the FBI interrogator that she doesn't respond to the slave name when he called her Raven. So we're seeing a version of Raven that has spent some time with Eric Lyncher. After the mutants are safely on the plane and she transforms into this female soldier, Mystique's name on her uniform is Biggs, because B. Byron Biggs was a comics alias of Mystique, who is a billionaire with real estate all over the world that she would sometimes pretend to be. Logan seeks out Charles in his new, overgrown, Grey Gardens-esque shuttered school, and he forces his way in past Hank, who is visibly reverted to his human form. By the end of First Class, he was still permanently in the blue beast form, so we know something is up. They have this exchange.
You and I are gonna be good friends. I just don't know it yet.
I like that Logan acknowledges Beast's adult form, played by Kelsey Grammer, whom Logan butted heads with in The Last Stand, and will show up at the end of this movie. So we see how Charles can walk, but he looks like he's in the Blue Oyster Cult. He sits behind this chessboard, and the position that the board is in is chaotic. The king on the right side is knocked over, which in chess would mean he would resign. Logan explains the Sentinel future, and Charles remembers Logan from his First Class cameo.
I'm gonna say to you what you said to us then.
Now, off was Logan's original scripted line to Charles and Eric in First Class, but for one take, Hugh Jackman improvised "Go yourself," which is what made it into the final cut. And in the Logan film in 2017, Charles will tell him to off. We learned that after Charles was paralyzed and Eric and Raven left, Charles built the school and the labs, but became depressed when his students and teachers got drafted. So he started to take Hank's serum to suppress his powers, which Charles shoots up like heroin. Charles keeps a photo of Raven in his room. It's interesting that it's her in her human form, not her natural blue form, because that is how he knew her most of the time when they were together, but obviously she's changed a lot since they parted. Also next to the photo is a big old joint, because it's the 70s. He flashes back to when they met as kids in First Class, and this memory is what helps him decide to help Logan. Charles says that Eric killed JFK, which is why they're holding him prisoner beneath the Pentagon. It also would explain the magic bullet theory of the JFK assassination, because Eric would have been the one to make it bend midair. This is an idea left over from Matthew Vaughn's version of the film, back when he was slated to direct it. And after the X-Men Origins intro paralleled Zack Snyder's Watchmen that same year in that movie's opening montage, we are reminded how how that sequence said that the comedian killed JFK. Logan says that he knew Mutant would still be just a kid who could get into anywhere. Originally, the script had Juggernaut being the one that Logan goes to for help, but they changed it in this movie to Quicksilver. Thank God they do. At Trask Industries, Mystique disguises herself as Trask to look at his files. His safe is hidden behind this giant painting of himself giving a robotic leg to an amputee. The ego of this guy. There's even a gold circle behind him resembling a large halo. In the autopsy reports, Mystique discovers the photo of the first mutant has the name G. Verteber. Genevieve Verteber was the movie's set decorator. The second is listed as E. Kephart, or Elza Kephart, who's the art department clerk. But the next photo is of Azazel, with his case number listed as 72663. The 3 6s there likely nod to its devilish appearance. There's also a photo of Angel with only one wing. Oh God, her death date is only 1 week after the events of First Class. This is awful. Next, we meet this film's breakout star, Peter Maximoff, Evan Peters. We see Maximoff on the mailbox, and we know we're in for a treat. I love how there are major wear lines on the welcome mat, which I like is just so worn down because he would come to an immediate stop when he gets there, and he would burst to an immediate speed when he leaves. We see how the speedster had just snatched a ton of stuff. There's a poster on the wall with the band Buffalo Springfield. That was a group best known for the song For What It's Worth. Stop, hey, what's that sound? Other posters for the Yardbirds and the Doors can be seen. There's also a whole bunch of bowling balls, 2 skateboards on the wall, 1 red, 1 green, which are the colors for Wanda's kids' outfits, Billy and Tommy. There's a stolen parking meter, there's stop signs, there's a sign for no parking 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. school days. He's just kind of a hoarder because he's got sticky fingers. And I just love how when we first meet him, we see his powers from others' points of view. He just kind of teleports around. We see him suddenly eating a popsicle. In the next shot, the stick is completely clean. He is always snacking in this movie because he's constantly burning through calories. Notice how whenever there is a Quicksilver sequence, he's always stopping to eat stuff during them. Nothing against the Aaron Taylor Johnson version of Quicksilver in Age of Ultron. I really liked it. You just can't top what Evan Peters does in this movie. So in the comics, Pietro Maximoff is a son of Magneto, and of course he's the twin brother to Wanda Maximoff. Pietro and Wanda Maximoff were disputed between Fox and Disney because they both wanted to feature them in movies around this time. Age of Ultron was being developed at the same time. They came to an agreement where the MCU could not refer to the characters as mutants or their lineage to Magneto, and that's why Age of Ultron refers to the characters as enhanced. The X-Men movies, meanwhile, could not reference the Avengers. So they staged this prison break from the Pentagon. Peter goes in as the guard bringing Magneto's food. Notice how Magneto's number is 0001, just as it was in the plastic prison in X2. Just another reminder that he is the first and only prisoner of this place. Peter rapid vibrates the glass to free him. Peter gets Eric out of lockup and he asks him,
Take karate? I don't know karate. I know crazy.
This is actually a lyric from the James Brown song The Payback. Peter also says that his mom once knew a guy who could control metal, an obvious nod to the fact that Magneto is his father, and this gets confirmed in X-Men Apocalypse. This brings us to the best sequence of the film, where we enter Peter's powers from his perspective as he listens to Jim Croce's Time in a Bottle. We are literally seeing time in a bottle here. Time frozen nearly still in this watery container. Peter runs around the wall in a counterclockwise direction, which is his way of slowing down time. And this sequence I just think works best thematically because it is taking place in a movie about a hero going back in time. The slow motion sequence was filmed using mostly practical effects, VFX in just specific instances of the objects hovering in midair, with of course a mix of high-speed photography and stunt rigging. Notice how while Peter sets each guard on a path to knock himself out, he also changes the trajectory of knives and other lethal weapons that would have killed them. He saves their lives. So he's not just a prankster or Bart Simpson, he is a hero even if he doesn't mean to be. These shots here are just incredible. We see this bullet that is slowly piercing a droplet of water. We see the headline on this issue of the Washington Post that Quicksilver knocks over reading truth supervisors belittled by two, which refers to South Vietnam's president at the time. There were actually many headlines in 1973 about when he was going to accept While his priority is screwing with all the guards, it's almost an afterthought that Quicksilver saves his friends. So he just slightly redirects the bullets that are headed to Charles and Eric, but he waits till the very end to move the bullet that is headed right for Eric's face, as if he's considered letting his absent papa die. Just this sequence right here might be one of the all-time greatest displays of a superhero's power in any superhero movie, because we cut to it both from the perspective of the hero and just the dumbfounded perspective of the people he saved. X-Men Apocalypse will try to recreate it by just making this really over the top, but I think this one is so contained and it's so elegant. Now, on the agenda is another newspaper, the Washington Senate. The headlines are peace treaty signed in Paris, the international agreement will end war in Vietnam, and unemployment rate at 4.9%. Logan stabs the newspaper to stop Eric from taking it, and Eric says, imagine if they were metal. Now, Logan doesn't have to imagine, because according to Bryan Singer, future Magneto will turn these claws metal. We learned that Emma and Banshee are also dead. Remember the last time we saw Banshee, he had stayed with Charles, but I guess he left to go to Eric's side at some point. They get into a fight, which causes the plane to chaotically shake through the air. They do some cool camera work here as Eric is shouting. It looks like he's getting taller and the sound exaggerated. They did the same kind of thing when the Lord of the Rings Fellowship, Gandalf, Ian McKellen who's old Magneto, yells down at Bilbo. Later, Eric makes a peace offering to Charles in the form of a chessboard, asking him if he fancies a game. No matter what these two have been going through over the years, they always connect over a game of chess. But here, Charles turns him down, unwilling to find common ground just yet. Eric reveals that he didn't kill John F. Kennedy. The bullet curved because he was trying to save Kennedy, because Kennedy was a mutant. According to Simon Kinberg, JFK's mutant ability is hypnotic charm. Eric's confession causes Charles to let his guard down and bond over their desire to help Mystique. And after an apology, Charles agrees to a game with Eric. Eric says, quote, it might finally be a fair fight. And it's interesting that them playing chess together has always involved a level of trust. Because theoretically, Charles could be reading Eric's mind the whole time, but he doesn't, because it's more interesting for him that way, which just kind of reflects his relationship with Eric Lyncher. Eric moves the E4 pawn with his powers, calling back the scene of him testing out whether his powers have come back at the end of X-Men The Last Stand. Onto Paris, the Vietnamese generals are partying in a club with a lot of pretty girls, reminiscent of the Club Atomic scenes with the American generals in First Class. Similarly, Mystique masquerading as a pretty blonde and seducing a man in a bar is something that she did in X2, and her foot to the throat attack is also something that she did when she abducted Senator Kelly in the first X-Men film on the helicopter. At the Paris summit, there is a mix of handheld Zapruder-style shots and old-school-looking news footage. Singer really uses the tools of the decade here very successfully, more so than some of the past time period films of the franchise. The painting Liberty Leaving the People decorates a wall of the meeting room, which could potentially represent the Vietnamese winning the war, or to Trask, the threat to mutants overthrowing humanity. When they realize that there's a mutant in the room, Trask says, "No, don't shoot it," like they're animals to him. And whereas Charles calls her Raven, when they catch up to her, Eric uses Mystique, as that was her mutant name, and we saw earlier that she prefers that. Logan recognizes Stryker, and his consciousness starts to slip, and he flashes back to scenes from X2. So really, this movie wants us to remember past X-Men films. Kitty struggles to hold on to him, and she gets a slash from his claws. In the Rogue cut, this was going to lead to them having to rescue Rogue from the X-Mansion to fill in for Kitty. In this movie, Kitty just kind of like holds on. Mystique jumps from the window, but cannot escape Eric's magic bullet. Bryan Singer has a quick cameo here as one of the guys holding the camera. There's also a cameo from Newton Thomas Siegel, cinematographer for all the Bryan Singer X-Men movies, as the guy with the hat and glasses that Mystique turns into to escape. As President Nixon asks what they're dealing with, he adds, "off the record," and an aide switches off the recorder, which is a reference to the missing section of the Watergate tapes. There's also a shot of his three dogs, Pasha, Vicky, and King Timoho, and they're all perfectly cast. Now, Checkers, which is Nixon's famous dog, thanks to the infamous Checkers speech, actually never lived in the White House since Checkers passed away 4 years before Nixon was elected president. That was back when Nixon was vice president during the Eisenhower years. Trask tells a room of very important people.
She could walk into this office and order a nuclear strike if she was in the mood.
This is the same fear-mongering technique that Senator Robert Kelly will use years later when he asks the Senate what's to stop a little girl who can walk through the walls from walking into the White House. Now, one of the dogs barks at Trask's, and I'm not positive, but this could be a little nod to the first episode of the animated series when a little dog barks furiously at one of the Sentinels. I don't know, it could just be because dogs can sense evil. As Trask examines Mystique's blood, it transforms in a similar way that her skin and her hair do. He refers to this creature as extraordinary, which is similar to how Hank reacted in First Class when he was studying her genetic makeup, which is just, gross. Trask asks Stryker about his son, Jason, and Stryker says that he's almost 10. In X-Men Origins, we saw Jason being kept in ice, and he looks like he was maybe between 10 and 12 there, but yeah, we just don't forget that William Stryker is doing all this despite having a mutant son. We see a more advanced version of Cerebro than in First Class, but still not as far along as it would be in the first film. Charles cannot handle the influx of thoughts that he's bombarded by. Young Charles looks into Logan's mind, and he sees the events of the past films, but then he looks into Logan's consciousness in the future and comes face to face with his older self, and it is awesome.
Because someone stumbles, loses their way, it doesn't mean they're lost forever.
Yes, this line was so good that it was brought back in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
Just because someone stumbles and loses their way doesn't mean they're lost forever.
And again, I don't think that the 838 universe is this same universe, but rather this is just kind of a constant that all Charleses say to lost wayward souls. Kind of like their version of with great power comes great responsibility. Now, in the Rogue cut version of this film, this is where we would get the alternate storyline, because the wounds that Wolverine gave Kitty Pryde earlier are now taking their toll, so Charles, Eric, and Bobby decide to go free Rogue, who would be held at the old X-Mansion. But in the theatrical cut, Eric uses his powers to get onto Trask trains and hijack the Sentinels. Basically, Trask designed them without a scrap of metal, but Eric uses the metal railroad tracks to fill the robots with metal. It's pretty cool. Charles uses Cerebro to find Mystique at an airport and talk her through several random people who all seem very shook after he releases them. Hank tells the others that he needs to show them something, and it cuts to a scene from the Star Trek episode The Naked Time that Hank left on the TV. Between this and Sanford and Son, our man loves to watch TV. This was actually an episode of Star Trek where the crew of the Enterprise gets infected by something that lowers their inhibitions and causes them to act crazy. But at the end of the episode, the crew does a full power restart of the warp engines, which causes them to travel 71 hours back in time. So this is when the crew first discovers that time travel is possible, which comes into play in later episodes and iterations. In fact, the finale of Star Trek The Next Generation involves like multiple timeline plot, which inspired Kevin Feige to use time travel in a
that shit up.
But I will say, the way time travel works in this movie makes more logical sense than what we see in Avengers Endgame. I will go to my grave saying that, even though Avengers Endgame is probably a better movie.
Okay,
The timeline logic doesn't make sense in that movie, but it does kind of make sense here. It's just why I love Type 7. It's just natural, it's organic, and it combines the time travel logic within our minds. Now, in the road cut, a sequence shows the future Professor X helping Iceman and Magneto sneak into the old X Mansion, which is now a Department of Defense facility. This is where they got DNA to give the Sentinels the ability to absorb mutant abilities. So really, it would kind of cut back and forth between that and the younger Eric Lyncher going to get his helmet back, which is just fitting because they're sneaking into facilities to retrieve this kind of golden goose. So Magneto and Iceman find Rogue, and Iceman touches her so she absorbs some of his energy in order to heal and to wake up. But they're attacked by Sentinels as they try to escape, and Iceman is killed. Professor X, Magneto get Rogue back, and then from here forward, she absorbs Kitty's powers and takes over for her with keeping Logan's consciousness in the past. And it would have been awesome because we would have gotten this moment where Anna Paquin and Hugh Jackman would be back together again. It's just such a bummer that they removed this from the movie because we don't get as great of an end for Iceman. And Anna Paquin was top billed for this movie. We were all excited to see her again, so it's just a bummer that they weren't giving the theatrical cut. It's why I will always recommend watch the road cut. Now, the vault in the Pentagon that Charles breaks into to get his helmet back also has some first-class remnants on display. You can see the one of Angel's wings that was taken off, as well as Havoc's damaged uniform, and the coin that Magneto used to kill Sebastian Shaw. Charles, Logan, and Hank head to Washington, and in the future, the Sentinels catch up to the Free Mutants, which makes the ticking clock tick even faster. Because, as Kitty Pryde explained earlier, Logan is just kind of asleep, so it's not just like time travel in the past is instantaneous in the future.
I just got my eyes whooped, Kim, I didn't get my eyes whooped.
Metal detector, and he's ready for it to go off like it always does, but he looks surprised back when it doesn't.
I ain't just get my ass whooped,
The
Kim.
deleted scene would have shown Charles in his wheelchair seated next to a veteran in a wheelchair, and that would ask Charles what happened to him, and Charles would respond, friendly fire, which is of course a reference to how Eric accidentally deflected the bullet into Charles in first class. Now, during his speech, President Nixon quotes Oppenheimer to reveal the Sentinels.
Behold, the world will never be the same again.
I mentioned it in last week's breakdown of the Wolverine. Perhaps the most important historical figure from the 20th century was J. Robert Oppenheimer. Truly, all of history changed with that guy. Really, they should have sent Wolverine back in time to like Los Alamos, to tell everyone to stop doing that, and then like 10 years before that to the scientists in Germany who first created Vision and be like, hey, don't do that. So Eric turns the hijacked Sentinels against the humans, which would be similar to the plot of the first run of the Ultimate X-Men, where Sentinels are sent to slaughter the inhabitants of Magneto's Savage Land enclave. Magneto reprograms them to only attack
What?
humans.
This came back and got stolen.
The Sentinel attack in the past and the Sentinel attack in the future. The warnings of Professor X in the opening of this movie that we might be destined on this path are now coming true. And we're all terrified. We can't escape it. A cutscene would have shown past Logan snapping out of his consciousness and attacking Hank because he suddenly forgot who he was. Nixon is brought down to a secret bunker, and Eric pins everyone in around the White House by dropping a freaking stadium around them. You can imagine that, like, after he broke the Great Bridge in X-Men The Last Stand, they're like, what can we have him do this time? Baseball stadium. And then the X-Men Apocalypse are going to be like, all metal everywhere. Meanwhile, in the future timeline, all the mutants are working together to delay the Sentinels as much as possible. And again, you just have to imagine they know they're gonna die. It's just trying to slow them down. Storm powers up Bishop with her lightning, and she and Eric blow up the Blackbird in the midst of a group of Sentinels. Some shrapnel from that explosion hits Magneto, so you know he doesn't have much time left. If past Eric Lyncher could see what was happening to future Magneto right now, maybe he'd be rethinking his plans. We need someone who can just talk from the future to the past. Logan, talk to them. Also, the irony of it being metal that ultimately does Magneto in just makes it extra tragic. Then Storm is stabbed by Sentinel, and notice how Charles in this moment feels that death. Magneto uses the last of his strength to reinforce the door, and Blink sends him into Charles and Kitty and Logan and Bobby. Bobby, who in this version is just kind of hanging out. Past Eric jams Logan up with a bunch of rebar and zips him down to the Potomac. So now we are terrified. The one man at a time we thought was going to save us is off the board. The shot of the rebar twisting in and out of him is a visual reference to the comics where Magneto removed the adamantium from a skeleton. As Logan drowns in the past, he's also kind of drowning in the future. There's this really cool edit where future Professor X hears metal bending, presumably the Sentinel's trying to get in, but he looks up and it cuts to past Eric, arms outstretched, manipulating the metal on the White House. Past Eric literally rips the bunker out of the ground and exposes everyone inside, and he does the movie always loves to do, where he points everyone else's guns back at their owners. As Past Eric points the cameras at himself, he makes a speech for all Americans to hear, and the remaining future mutants are just killed in brutal fashion. Bishop literally explodes, Colossus is ripped apart, Warpath is burned alive, and Blink is stabbed. As Sunspot blasts this one Sentinel with his powers, the Sentinel gives itself a diamond exterior. This would be a power it gained from Emma Frost, who was confirmed dead. Then another Sentinel stabs Sunspot with these spiny claws that it presumably gained from Lady Deathstrike. As Past Eric continues his speech, Ms. Maximoff watches on TV horrified, since this is obviously Peter's father.
Oh my
Peter's
God.
sister sits on his lap watching TV with him. This little girl will grow up to be the mutant Polaris, but in a deleted scene of this movie, from the road cut, this little girl is told by her mom to go bug her older sister, and this would have been Wanda she was referring to. And Past Eric's fiery speech gives way to a future Magneto's weak and dying last words.
All those years wasted fighting each other.
It's so sad. And we're reminded of Ian McKellen's soul speech in Two Towers, where he talks about all the past years of his life that he wasted. Ian McKellen is so good at this kind of thing, and we see the two friends grasping hands. Meanwhile, in the past, Mystique poses as Nixon and shoots Eric in the neck, saving all the humans on national TV before she can turn around and kill Trask. Charles is a hero. He freezes everyone and tells her that he has faith in her. And as she makes her mind up, the future Sentinels break free and kill Bobby. Future Professor X raises his arm to shield himself from the Sentinel blast, but past Mystique drops the gun, and her decision not to kill Trask erases the future. Moments before that blast was going to vaporize Charles. And it's just so beautiful to see. For once, the linchpin of history is not an assassination, a bullet curved the wrong way, but rather a change of heart and a decision to not pull the trigger. Now, a deleted scene would have shown Nixon ordering Trask's arrest and remarking that mutants are not as bad as he was led to believe. Logan wakes up in a new timeline in Charles' school to the same song he woke up in 1973. The Roberta Flack song. The first mutant he sees is actually the same young mutant scavenger from the beginning who was killed by the Sentinel. The kid made it. Then he sees Rogue. In the regular theatrical version, this would be the only time she appeared on screen. In this timeline, she and Bobby are still together. Hank walks by and says, "Good morning, Logan." Kelsey Grammer's back in the role for the first time since The Last Stand. And yes, Storm is alive as well. All the sound stops as we hear Logan's breathing amped up. These cameos by Famke Janssen and James Marsden were considered the most crucial to keep secret at the time, and it was such a shock and a beautiful reveal that they're alive again. We learned that Logan is a professor of history, which is just perfect. And it's just so crazy to think that Charles was basically hanging out with Logan all these years, knowing that at some point his alternate history mind would just cosmically merge with his current mind, and he'd need to have the blanks filled in. And again, what's so elegant and beautiful about this film is all the secrets of the past are just contained within the minds of these two mutants. Like Marty McFly waking up at the end of Back to the Future to finding himself in an alternate happy ending, which this movie's ending is totally referencing. And instead of Marty and Doc, it's Wolverine and Professor X. Now, in the past, Logan is fished out of the water by who we think is Stryker, but it's actually Mystique. They do the whole stupid yellow eyes thing again. I'm assuming Logan still had the Weapons Plus procedure done on him in this timeline. It's never really clear where it goes from here. I mean, in X-Men Apocalypse, he's in the Alkali Lake facility, but like, why would he be there if he was with Mystique? In an alternate ending, it would have actually been Stryker fished him out, but they want to do something weird with Mystique, and we never really know what. So essentially, in this movie's altered 2023, the events of X-Men The Last Stand did not happen, but since Jean Grey is alive, neither did X2. Or maybe they did happen, they just happened in alternate timelines that were no longer on. Meanwhile, in the past, since we saw a different path for Wolverine and Stryker, we're to assume that X-Men Origins would have been erased as well. But for a moment, when this movie came out, the future of the X-Men franchise looked as bright as the MCU. A future timeline with all of our favorites back together again, and a past timeline with younger heroes that could blaze its own destiny on its own timeline. But other than Logan and the Deadpool movies, right here, this would be the last good X-Men film. And that includes a crazy post-credit scene where we see a young Insaban Nur, Apocalypse, the very first mutant, and all of his worshippers in ancient Egypt as he assembles the pyramid. And then over on the hill behind him are the Four Horsemen. This obviously would lead to X-Men Apocalypse, where we meet the past Four Horsemen, and then he recruits a new Four Horsemen lineup from the roster of X-Men. But in the Rogue cut, an alternate post-credit scene would have showed Trask being kept in the Pentagon in Magneto's old cell. This moment here is as cool as Insaban Nur will look. Nothing against Oscar Isaac, it's just they did some crazy things with him, as we'll get to in a couple weeks. But next week, we'll be breaking down 2016's Deadpool. And since that Deadpool and Wolverine trailer came out, I know you're all going to want to watch that breakdown. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter at EAVoss, follow New Rockstars, and subscribe to New Rockstars for more analysis of everything you love. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Does anyone have thoughts on the reading from last week?
I'm ordering another round. I get discounts. Anyone want one?
I'll take one.
Too late.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Boss, and this is a breakdown of 2003's X2 X-Men United. This is the second installment of our X-Men Stick rewatch as we break down all 13 of the Fox X-Men and Deadpool films ahead of Wolverine's Mutant Homecoming and Deadpool 3 in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In this terrifying election year, X2 reminds us how politically charged Marvel mutant stories can get. So let's spend some time with pre-Logan Roy Brian Cox and break down all the new Easter eggs, things you never spotted, and which elements Kevin Feige will bring back in Deadpool 3, including the fact that this film technically has a very first Deadpool cameo. But if you want to avoid any Deadpool 3 spoilers, don't worry, I'm going to leave any kind of spoiler conversation
Trying to duck on their own
at the end of this video. And to celebrate this X-Men Stick rewatch, we are doing a special X-Men themed merch release, which is really the best way to support us at New Rockstars. Grab one of these designs by clicking the link in the description. Okay, so during the 20th Century Fox fanfare and logo, the X once again lingers like it did in the first film. This is the first X film, though, in the series to use the Marvel comic book logo. We would see this in front of other Marvel films in the aughts, including the Sony Spider-Man films, Daredevil, Punisher, Ghost Rider, Fantastic Four, and the first few films produced by Marvel Studios in partnership with other studios like Paramount and Universal. Yep, when Kevin Feige now says all Marvel branded titles produced by other studios can come back via the multiverse, that also includes Nick Cage Ghost Rider peeing fire and Ray Stevenson Punisher from 2008 Punisher Warzone shotgunning a guy's face off. Once again, we open on Patrick Stewart narrating as Charles Xavier.
Are mutants the next link in the evolutionary chain, or simply a new species of humanity?
On the words new species, a green star appears out of nowhere within this red-tinted nebula in space, forming into a humanoid figure, which must be the Phoenix Force, the deeper power within Jean Grey, who emerges in this film. A bald silhouette in space, though? Not unlike the imagery Marvel Studios would borrow for the Watcher in the What If series. Charles wonders whether mutants are just what humans evolve into, or a fully different species. The answer to that question will inform how well these tribes will share the planet, because, as Charles says, sharing the world has never been humanity's defining attribute. We push into that green star in the Phoenix Force's brain to enter the nerve synapses under the opening titles. In last week's breakdown, I described how this was meant to show Cerebro, what Charles sees when he meditates behind that locked door. This time, the brain tissue is merged with techie plating and wiring to reflect how Cerebro's machinery fuses with Charles's mind, a process that gets hijacked in this movie. Remember, these early X-Men movies were coming out when the predominant cultural force in American sci-fi cinema was the Matrix films, where moody brain meets machine cyberpunk was really all the rage. In the previous movie, the locked X door of Cerebro opened to Auschwitz. This time, it opens to the emblem of the White House as we find ourselves on a tour, peering over the shoulders of tourists looking at this sign from the gaze of this mystery man in sunglasses. We will soon learn Alan Cumming as Kurt Wagner, Nightcrawler. The tour guide quotes Abraham Lincoln.
We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break the bonds of our affection.
This is actually a cameo by Jubilee voice actor from X-Men Evolution, Kiara Zani.
Hey guys, check this out.
Alan Cumming in 2003 was best known as a stage actor, much like Hugh Jackman was before he was cast. Cumming had won awards for playing the MC in a revival of Cabaret, and also small roles in GoldenEye and Eyes Wide Shut. The actor speaks fluent German, and he shares a birthday with Mozart, whose Dies Irae from Requiem in D minor plays during the hallway fight with the Secret Service agents. Now, Beast, Angel, and Gambit were all considered as new characters for this film, but they ultimately settled on Nightcrawler instead, since he felt like the most outsidery option. Before we see Nightcrawler teleporting, we just hear this great sound effect. So, in the comics, Wolverine's claws go snicked, and Nightcrawler goes bam. Technically, when Nightcrawler teleports, though, he transfers through what's known as the Brimstone Dimension, which is why he comes out smelling like sulfur, and why in this movie, he's surrounded by smoke whenever this happens. He bamps to the portrait of JFK. This is while President McKenna is addressing Jackie, his secretary, Jackie, who shares the first name with JFK's first lady. McKenna is played by actor Cotter Smith and is original to X2, but Smith had played Robert Kennedy in a 1983 TV movie, and he's signing a document that reads President's Eyes Only. In addition to JFK and Lincoln, there's also a portrait of William McKinley. So all three of these presidents were assassinated in office, and we're just reminded that no president is safe. Senator Kelly warned that this would happen in the last film.
A girl in Illinois who can walk through walls. Now, what's to stop her from walking into a bank vault?
or into the White House?
Super attacks on the White House is a nightmare scenario that we saw with General Zod in Superman 2, and I am terrified to see what The Boys does with this kind of thing. This Oval Office set is an exact recreation, but the hallways remain wider to allow more room for fighting. This sequence smartly orients us from the vantage points of the confused Secret Service agents with frantic pans and cuts, and rarely stays too long with Kurt. And I love this shot that dollies rightward through the wall on Nightcrawler kicking the agent through the glass. It's an impossible glide, but it matches the way Kurt is kind of impossibly teleporting through this doorway to tackle the agent on the other side. He always needs to break a threshold in order to go through it first, kind of like a vampire needing an invitation to go through the other side, because he cannot teleport through a wall that he can't see the other side of. Now, it all happens so fast, the agents can't even verify how many attackers there are, and adding to the confusion is the fact that Nightcrawler can use his tail as a fifth appendage to grab and toss guns, and fight two agents at once. His bamps leave these ribbon wisps of smoke, a trail of confusion as the Secret Service doesn't know what is smoke and what is flesh. They lock down the Oval, and the camera swoops through the peephole, a kind of David Fincher type shot here, to the office outside, and the camera whip pans with increasing disorientation. But I love this peephole shot because it tells us how close Nightcrawler is getting to them, and as he gets closer, the edit shows more and more of his acrobatics. An overhead shot showing his sweeping the leg of another agent, whipping another at the same time, and teleporting to the side of another agent to tackle him into that doorway of that outer office that the peephole shot just established. And this guy says, "Don't shoot!" and his eyes direct them upward to the corner where Kurt has suspended himself with his tail and looks like he is floating. A true horror Freddy Krueger type jump scare for these guys. DSE Ray brings an extra level of terror because it is historically in funeral composition, originally a Gregorian chant dated back to the 13th century. It's part of a poem describing the last judgment of souls in front of God, which is a hint of Nightcrawler's religious affinity, his belief that he is a creature of evil who needs to be judged by God. But the music cuts out right as the guards start firing at the spot Nightcrawler was seconds before, just in time for us to experience the terrifying muffled sounds that the president hears outside of his door. At one point, they hear sounds above them, kind of like in a horror movie. And then the door opens, and then one agent gets snatched into the abyss, and it's like we're in the middle of a storm or a smoke bomb has been exploded. The music returns, and now finally do we see each of Nightcrawler's beautiful moves in slow motion as President McKenna is being held down by his agents because he is able to see it all go down, kind of like feeling like his life is slowing down at the moment of his death. Kurt pins the president, and we focus on his sharp teeth, his eyes. He lifts the dagger, but one agent fires and clips his arm, and Kurt lets out an animal-like yelp. It's a good thing the agent waited to shoot until after the dagger moved from one side of his body to the other, because Kurt drops it the moment he teleports directly beneath him, and this time it's inches to the side of McKenna's belly. Now this ribbon reads mutant freedom now. Now if we're thinking about this, which we shouldn't be thinking about, this moment happened so fast. If a mutant were powerful enough to kill the president, why would they take credit for it this way? Who would this message even be for? The vice president, who would have a tougher time passing any mutant rights legislation after this as a result? Clearly this is a false flag orchestrated by someone who wants to use it as a predicate to move against mutants, as we'll learn later. It's William Stryker. But this movie begins in such a state of excitement and fear that it doesn't give us time to think. We begin this movie as disoriented as any mutant-fearing human would be. Okay, onto the snowy Canadian mountains. Wolverine gets a wide view of the hydroelectric dam, foreshadowing the uneven water levels that will later lead to Jean's drowning. He follows this wolf to the Alkali Lake Industrial Complex, but gets no answers as we cross-dissolve to a stuffed wolf as Storm gives a lecture to her students.
We once believed that they were wiped out by years of conflict with a much more advanced branch of humanity called Cro-Magnon man.
So Storm goes on to say that recent research suggested that the two species may have interbred, evolving into modern humans. So remember that deleted scene from the first film showed Storm lecturing about Roman Emperor Constantine's conversion to Christianity. Now she lectures about how two stages of evolution of a single species can still coexist. Halle Berry dropped the Kenyan accent for the sequel, and her role was beefed up after winning the Oscar for Monsters Ball. According to Alan Cumming, he joined Halle Berry, Hugh Jackman, Patrick Stewart, James Marsden, and Famke Janssen in full costume, confronting director Bryan Singer in his trailer over his reported abuse of painkillers, temper tantrums on set, his propensity to just disappear from set for long periods. Singer reportedly responded by saying, "You people are full of shit," and Halle Berry reportedly said, "I've heard enough, you can kiss my black ass." So yes, this is a great movie. It just probably wasn't a very fun one for them to make. The young mutant Artie sticks out his forked tongue to this human girl. He will call this back in the final scene with Stryker. Among the mutant students is a girl with a fringe jacket. This was supposed to be Danielle Moonstar, aka Mirage. There was an extended version of this museum scene in which we would would have seen Kia Wong lighting up her fingers with electricity as this movie's Jubilee. She actually shows up in the final scene in Charles Xavier's office. One student checks out the skeleton of a Sabretooth, a nod to the character Sabretooth. Tyler Mane and Braveheart were supposed to return for X2 as Sabretooth and Toad, but apparently there were some scheduling conflicts and the script was already pretty packed with mutants as it was. But now, ever since Liberty Island, Jean Grey's telepathy has been far more powerful, and she hears all the voices around her. I love the sound mix here because 3 of those voices were audio clips from different parts of the movie. To the Shelter was a Secret Service agent. To the Shelter! To the Shelter! No! Was Logan's voice later on. No! And They're Gonna Kill Him was Rogue later on. So the Phoenix Force is allowing Jean to hear voices from the future. She is detached from time. I theorized last week that Phoenix is not bound by time, and she was able to connect with Logan presently for him in the Weapon X lab in the 1980s. Again, we will see in X-Men Days of Future Past, consciousness-based time travel is possible in this universe. Rogue, Bobby Drake Iceman, and Pyro, who's now been recast in this movie as Aaron Stanford, tangle with some teens in the food court. Pyro holds a personalized lighter emblazoned with a shark design, which apparently is an homage to Jaws, which Bryan Singer said was his favorite movie. Charles freezes everyone before the situation gets out of hand, but leaves the mutants able to move. This just shows how Charles can, in an instant with just his mind, separate all mutants and humans with just his mental powers. Many of the extras in this scene were actually played by mimes because they were just so good at holding still. I want to imagine that one guy in the Oval Office later who just freezes with a pen in his mouth. That guy's got to be a mime, right? Okay, a newscast details Nightcrawler's attack at the White House, and right under the TV is a sign that says smoking is not permitted in the museum, which makes those guys ask for light from Pyro extra assholey. So back at the account.
Oikos is packed with complete protein to help build strong muscles.
Every time you die, humanity moves forward. This is your job.
Hey, Mickey, how many times is this? 16? 17. Jerk.
Mickey 17. Rated R.
With US Cellular Prepaid, getting a great deal doesn't mean sacrificing a great experience. Other providers have price hikes and gimmicks, but with US Cellular, there are no hidden fees. And now you can get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G for free. US Cellular, built for us.
When Brad Schimmel was Wisconsin's Attorney General, thousands of rape kits went untested. Nearly 50 former Assistant Attorneys General who worked for both parties criticized his office. Schimmel gave light sentences to convicted domestic abusers, and he supports an 1849 law to ban abortion in Wisconsin. Wisconsin women deserve better. Tell Brad Schimmel, Wisconsin women deserve justice.
The Academy, they discuss the White House attack. Jean sits across from the chessboard from Charles, and she toys with her heightened Phoenix powers in this movie. She is arguably on par with Charles. The next film will be a conflict between the X-Men and Phoenix. We are introduced to Colonel Stryker, played by Brian Cox of Succession fame and a number of other roles. So Stryker is adapted from Reverend Stryker in the comics, who is a religious fanatic and televangelist that writer Chris Claremont based on Jerry Falwell. Stryker in this movie is accompanied by Yuriko Oyama, Lady Deathstrike, played by Kelly Hu has exactly one line of dialogue in this entire film. She cracks her knuckles with these unsettling, loud, almost mechanical cracking noises that hint at her adamantium skeleton. I find it interesting, though, that Stryker refuses the drink from the president, maybe from that dark past with his son Jason, caused his wife to take a drill to her head. The guy just doesn't want to be inebriated in any state because, you know, he's inebriating every mutant he can get his hands on. President McKenna brings in Senator Kelly, who's actually Mystique in disguise, as we learned from the end of the first film. And while this movie doesn't address it, has Mystique been going around as Senator Kelly full time? Is she making all of his appointments, votes, hearings, fundraisers, campaign events? How does she have all this time? Stryker drops some satellite photos of the jet at Xavier's school.
This facility is a school. Sure it is.
This movie came out in 2003 after Secretary of State Colin Powell went before the UN with satellite imagery of the facilities he claimed were building WMDs in Iraq, which the Bush administration, of course, used as justification to invade the country. If you're old enough, you remember watching the news where it was often debated whether an aerial shot of something was a school or a combatant training camp. Stryker says,
I was piloting Black Ops missions in the jungles of North Vietnam when you were sucking on your mama's tit at Woodstock, Kelly.
But actually, in X-Men Days of Future Past, alternate timeline versions of Mystique and Stryker do run into each other and fight in Vietnam. So Bobby tries to kiss Rogue, and Peter Rasputin Colossus draws a doodle making fun of them. We saw Peter sketching by the pond in the first film. Logan returns and he gets frosty greetings from both Bobby and Scott. It's this classic dynamic when the bad boy comes back to visit, all the nice guys just start growling. In his plastic prison, Eric Lenscher listens to Mozart's Serenade number 13 in G major as he reads T.H. White's The Once and Future King. This is about the legend of King Arthur as a figure who will one day return to continue ruling as King of Britain. This is called back at the end of the film.
Have any of you read a book by an English novelist named T.H. White?
Eric's book is a worn-out first edition copy of the collection, which was published in 1958. But remember, in the years since X-Men 2000, Ian McKellen had appeared as Gandalf in Fellowship and in Two Towers, and would later this year, 2003, appear in Return of the King. So seeing him reading The Once and Future King just carried a deeper layer of meaning for all the nerds high-fiving in the theater, of which I was one of them. In addition to the metal-free chess set from the first film's final scene, we see that Charles sleeps on a mattress that's essentially an inflatable pool raft. His jumpsuit, though, is numbered 0001, as Eric is the first and likely only mutant in this facility. And Eric, as someone particularly triggered by humans being tagged with numbers, he must feel especially stung to be the first number in whatever this new wave of genocide is going to be. Charles shows Wolverine Cerebro with non-mutated mutants represented in white and mutants represented in red. Like a chessboard, there are two sides, two colors. On this world map, there's a particularly bright spot in the Washington, D.C. area. That would be around where Magneto is being kept. Mystique transforms from Senator Kelly to Yuriko back into herself to access Stryker's computer in the most Easter egg-packed scene of the movie. There are tons of important names on this thing, a few being characters that we will see later in this franchise, or later in the MCU. On the drop-down menu, we see John Allardyce, that's Pyro, Amara Aquila, that's Magma, Allison Blair, that's Dazzler, Sally Blevins, Skids, Elizabeth Braddock, Psylocke, Maria Castellanos, that's Feral, Cassidy 2 refers to Sean Cassidy, Banshee, and Teresa, Siren, Lila Cheney, associate of the X-Men and the New Mutants, Victor Creed, Sabretooth, Roberta DaCosta, that's Sunspot, Lorna Dane, that's Polaris, Bobby Drake, Iceman, Fred Dukes, Blob, we'll meet him in X-Men Origins, Angelo Espinosa, Skin, Kyle Gibney, Wildchild, Guthrie 2 refers to Paige Guthrie, Husk, and Sam Guthrie, Cannonball, Keniucho Harada, that's Silver Samurai, we'll see them in The Wolverine, Garrison Kane, that's Weapon X from X-Force, a version of them was going to be in the original draft of Deadpool, Remy LeBeau, Gambit, Eric Lyncher Magneto, Artie Maddox is that Fork Tongue kid from the museum earlier, Jamie Madrox is Multiple Man, Jian Koi Man is Karma, Maximoff 2 refers to, of course, the mutants, Wanda Maximoff, Scarlet Witch, and Pietro Maximoff, Quicksilver, and we had two different versions of Quicksilver, the Evan Peters one in the X-Men films, and then the Aaron Taylor Johnson version in the MCU. Kevin McTaggart likely refers to Proteus, son of Moira McTaggart, and Daniel Moonstar Mirage, who shows up in New Mutants, and Aurora Monroe Storm. And then a few seconds later, on the other screen, many of these names reappear along with new folders with new names, including Groot Bat Seraph, that's Sabra, Cecilia Reyes, the mutant doctor in the New Mutants, Everett Thomas, Sync, Nicole and Claudette St. Croix, those are the Psychic Twins, Kurt Wagner, Nightcrawler, Raven Darkholm, Mystique, Vanessa Carlisle, Copycat, Wade Wilson, Deadpool, his first Marvel movie cameo, Scott Summers Cyclops, Doug Ramsey Cypher, Andrea and Andreas von Strucker, those are the twins who become Fenris, Yuriko Oyama, so yes, Stryker's got a file for her too, Tom Cassidy, aka Black Tom Cassidy, we see a version of him in Deadpool 2, David North, aka Maverick and Agent Smith, Tabitha Smith, Boom Boom, Calvin Rankin, Mimic, Dr. Nathaniel Essex, Mr. Sinister, who was set up in the post-credit scene of X-Men Apocalypse, and rumor has it might be a major villain when the X-Men come into the MCU. Mortimer Toynbee, Toad, Ileana Rasputin, Magic, who's played by Anya Taylor-Joy in New Mutants, Teresa Rourke, again, is Teresa Rourke Cassidy, Siren, Shiro Yoshida, Sunfire, Guido Carosella, Strong Guy, Catherine Kitty, Pride, Shadowcat, and Dr. Carl Lycos, Sauron. Now, other folders are labeled Omega Red, that refers to an X-Men villain, Xavier School, you know what that is, Blackbird, you know what that is, Massachusetts Academy refers to the new site of Xavier's School in the comics, Trask, that's Bolivar Trask, creator of the Sentinels, we see him played by Peter Dinklage in Days of Future Past, Grey Malkin refers to Jonas Grey Malkin, a mutant whose strength depends on light exposure, Zero Tolerance refers to an X-Men comic storyline, Project Wide Awake is part of the Sentinel creation operation, so we see Alpha Flight, Beta Flight, and Gamma Flight in different spots, those refer to Canadian mutant teams, Department H is what oversees those teams, Jamie Braddock is Psylocke's older brother who can manipulate reality, Danger Room, we know what that is, that's the training room of the X-Men and where we talk about spoilers, Forge is a tech-savvy weapons expert, Brotherhood, that's the name of Magneto's crew, Weapon X, obviously Stryker's operation, Rean St. Clair is Wolfsbane, that's one of the New Mutants who's played by Maisie Williams in the New Mutants film, Cerebro, know what that is, Legacy is a virus that was released by Strife against the mutants, Salem Center is also another name for Xavier's Academy, Franklin Richards, this is the son of Reed Richards and Sue Storm, who is defined as an Omega level mutant, and when John
Krasinski, Reed Richards refers to the fact that he had kids. Technically, Franklin Richards exists in MCU continuity somewhere. Muir Island refers to the research center created by Moira McTaggart. Rose Byrne plays her in First Class, and that's supposed to be Moira in the post-credit scene of The Last Stand. Morlocks is the underground mutant group. Kevin McTaggart is Moira's son, aka Proteus. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. A new year is a great excuse for finally tackling the stuff that you put off last year. And if one of the things you've been putting off until 2024 is taking proper care of your mental health, BetterHelp can help you get started. And hey, no judgment for waiting. Starting therapy can be hard, and the right therapist for you might not be in your area, and some people struggle with the face-to-face interaction of therapy. With BetterHelp, you can have your therapy sessions as a phone call, as a video chat, or even via messaging if you prefer that. Whatever is the most comfortable version of therapy for you. Just click the link in the description and answer a few questions about what you're looking for from therapy and what your preferences are. BetterHelp will then match you with a therapist from their network that's right for you. If you don't really fit with that therapist, which is a common thing with therapy, you can easily switch to a therapist for no additional cost without stressing about insurance, who is in your network, or anything like that. If you think you might benefit from therapy, consider BetterHelp. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/newrockstars. Clicking that link helps support this channel and also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist to see if it helps you. They also stuck in some crew names on the guard IDs. We see Tom DeSanto, the executive producer who helped write the first film script, as well as Michael Dougherty and Dan Harris. They are co-writers. One of the names is L. Donner, referring to Lauren Schuler Donner, the executive producer. There's also a photo director, Brian Singer, who also shows up wheeling Charles in to visit Eric. Now, outside the church, where Nightcrawler is hiding, graffiti reads,
Are you bored yet?
which translated means, "Get out! I am a minion of the devil, I am a spawn of evil." In the comics, Kurt is deeply religious and even studied to be a priest at one point while he was still in the X-Men. As Jean tends to his wounds, Nightcrawler gestures to Jesus Christ.
Perhaps he is testing me.
In 2022's Immortal X-Men #1, the character Exodus actually implies that Jesus was a mutant. Wolverine dreams of Alkali Lake and the champagne glasses return, but now they add more images. Stryker snapping his dog tag in half, which is what they do to a soldier who's KIA, but notice at the end of this movie, Logan will leave Stryker with the second half of that dog tag. Wolverine meets this mutant kid, Jones, who's blinking to change channels. Most of the channels are reporting on the White House attack, but there is this one.
Science Museum are claiming to have experienced.
Yeah, this is a report of Charles freezing
Hello?
everyone at the Science Museum the day before, because
My bad, Joe.
everyone
Mom
at that
said-
museum would be
my house had
freaked
to do
out.
with
Charles
some
and
shit.
Eric recall Colonel Stryker's son, Jason.
Fortunately, I
Dude,
wasn't
you
able
had
to
me
help.
doing some shit.
At least not in the way that his father wanted.
As all of these movies depict mutation as a metaphor for the gay rights movement,
Don't
this
you ready?
suggests that Stryker hoped that Charles Xavier's facility would be a
Yup.
form of conversion therapy. And we see this mutant LGBT parallel most
Daddy!
with the character of Bobby Drake in this film, who tells Logan that his parents think that this is a prep school. Bobby dates Rogue in these films, but in the comics, Bobby Drake was famously confirmed to be gay in 2015.
Dirty
The
Rogue.
documentary that Jones is watching actually mimics exactly what happens in this movie.
Sensing danger, the mother rat races home. The baby's
I'm gonna get on JDR.
killer. And someone uninvited is coming to dinner. She arrives too late for one baby.
Now, Jones gets hit with some darts, but don't worry, he reappears in X-Men The Last Stand. But this attack on the school is an A+ sequence that emphasizes this movie's themes of fear of the other. Because after empathetically relating to the fear of the humans in the opening, now we're afraid of how fear would turn government forces into people who raid a school of children. Wolverine is the best babysitter. It's so satisfying to see him go full berserker.
You picked the wrong house,
You want to shoot me? Shoot me!
But they actually removed a few extra seconds of footage from after Wolverine stabs a soldier in the kitchen for MPAA ratings. A longer, more violent version of this is in the special edition. Now, Jackman was obviously great in the first X-Men movie, but in X2 is when he starts going full rage mode for any of these action sequences, screaming himself hoarse and taking us to the gun show. The series takes really a turn here, transforming Wolverine into a parental figure, setting him up for the lone wolf and cub relationship that'll have with X-23 and Logan. Kitty Pryde, played by Katie Stewart before the character was recast as Elliot Page in The Last Stand, phases through the bed and the walls. Siren, played by Shauna Kane, wakes up and sounds the alarm across the school. Colossus, who appeared earlier in the movie, played by Daniel Cudmore, metals up. Stryker hints at his and Wolverine's shared past, but Bobby forms an ice wall between Logan and Stryker, like the opening sequence. Logan is being iced out of his past. This ice wall is actually a practical effect and weighed 3,500 pounds. When Wolverine and the kids use Cyclops' car, they get into a Mazda RX-8 concept that was made just for the movie, kind of like the Dr. Pepper product placement earlier. Mazda was another tie-in sponsor for the film. The blue paint is a special tint that Mazda called Mutant Blue, and the X in the RX-8. The back was also enlarged to emphasize the movie's branding. But in this car, Pyro tries to break the silence with music and accidentally plays NSYNC's Bye 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 on full blast. Bryan Singer was apparently friends with NSYNC member JC Chasez, even as late as X-Men Apocalypse of 2016. Come on, Chasez. Everyone knew who Bryan was at that point. As Wolverine speeds down the road, notice there are no headlights. Now, I get it, it's to avoid detection, but this is not safe, Logan. You're more likely to get pulled over by a patrol car. In the bar on the TV is Dr. Hank McCoy, aka Beast, played by actor Steve Backick, before Kelsey Grammer played him in The Last Stand. Also on the show is the mention of a Mr. Shaw, which is a nod to Sebastian Shaw, the leader of the Hellfire Club, who Kevin Bacon plays in X-Men First Class. The newscaster hosting the debate is actually a cameo by David Kaye, voice of Professor X in X-Men Evolution.
Let's see if I can get Apocalypse's attention.
But this bar bathroom set where Mystique hooks up with the guard was actually built for the first movie for a flashback to the onset of Scott's powers and his accidental destroying of his high school bathroom. That scene was recreated in X-Men Apocalypse with Ty Sheridan. Rebecca Romaine gets to play without makeup for this scene, but she does wear this tight blue dress to hint at Raven's natural skin. Stryker confronts Charles over the tragedy of his son Jason, who he introduces in this movie as Mutant 143. This version of Jason Stryker is based on Jason Wingard, aka the Mutant Mastermind, and starting in 2013, the character was reintroduced in all new X-Men number 19 as Jason Stryker, William Stryker's son. At Bobby's house, we see several snow-themed posters on the wall of his bedroom, snowboarding and skiing, as this kid probably would have enjoyed snow sports where he could have tested out his powers without people noticing as much. Wolverine draws his claws on the cat, who purrs and licks the claws, but listen closely.
They were just sitting in the fucking
Did Wolverine hurt that cat when he retracted his claws? I hope he just scared it, because we do see the cat get picked up later. I think the cat's okay. I think the mark of a great action movie is if it has had at least 3 great sequences, and Magneto's prison break is one of them in this one. Eric listens to Mozart and notices something different about Lorio.
No. It's not that.
From the close-up of Eric's smile to his slow rise with the shadows under his eyes this time, hiding his bruises, it's all storyboarded like a great comic page. Charles lifts Lorio.
Too much iron in your blood.
And he sucks the molten metal that Mystique injected into his blood. It's so sick. This power status shift, it's totally an homage to Hannibal Lecter's escape in The Silence of the Lambs, where the white-dressed elderly supervillain overpowers the guards in a bloody display. For what it's worth, Brian Cox actually played Hannibal before Anthony Hopkins in the very first Hannibal movie, Manhunter. We're reminded of Eric's single-fired bullet in the first film, and with just a few ounces of metal, he now obliterates the glass cell and flattens one into a disc to fly upon. I'm pretty sure it's still stained with traces of blood of Lorio when he steps on it. One detail I always love is the look of glee on Ian McKellen's face as he floats toward the guard booth and unleashes those metal orbs on them. So in the scene, Bobby comes out to his family. Ian McKellen, who is gay, reportedly worked with the writers to help make the scene feel authentic. Bobby's mother says it's hurtful, but John says that males carry the mutant gene, which is interesting biologically, as a Y chromosome is far smaller than the X chromosome and typically doesn't carry many genetic traits, if any. But in a way, this shifts the responsibility, so to speak, on William Stryker for his son, Jason. And to underline this coming out parallel, Bobby's mom later asks him,
"Have you tried not being a mutant?"
But Bobby's shitty brother calls the Boston PD. I love how all these cops make sure to have that Boston accents. And John sprays them with fire. Rogue absorbs his power to reduce the flames. Jason Stryker, meanwhile, projects an illusion in Charles's mind of a time when they were at the X-Mansion together. At first, Charles is shown standing, like how he stood when he projected himself in Senator Kelly's memory in the first film, and when he walks around in Wanda Maximoff's mind in Multiverse of Madness. It's just a simple way to show the audience when we are inside of a mind versus reality. But notice how Jason cleverly keeps Charles in the wheelchair for the second time he goes into his mind, which makes it hard for Charles to know what's reality and what's illusion. The Blackbird is approached by 2 fighter jets, and the one who signals them is Captain Raygun Lai, a reference to Ray Raygun Lai, a comic artist and concept artist, credited graphic designer for this X2 film. Ray was also a concept artist for the 2003 Battlestar Galactica miniseries, and in the 2008 Battlestar Galactica, there is a similar Easter egg on a jet. Storm tries to fend off the pilots with tornadoes, but fails to stave off the last 2 missiles. Jean awakens her Phoenix Force powers, destroying one of the missiles, but fails to stop the second. Rogue gets sucked out of the jet, but Nightcrawler teleports to catch her without waiting for anyone to direct him. I love Nightcrawler in this movie. Magneto catches the whole jet, though.
When will these people learn how to fly?
Which is a meta joke referring to the fact that in the X-Men comics and TV shows, some of these X-Men just use their powers to fly. Like everyone can fly. Technically, Magneto, though, does not fly in these movies. He just lifts his body with magnetic forces. But they really go to efforts in this movie to make sure that Storm does not fly. She just kind of like levitates by wind. Magneto tells Wolverine that Stryker was the source of his adamantium on his bones, and Logan says that they already searched the Alkali Lake compound, but Magneto responds,
Once again, you think it's all about you.
calling back Eric's catty line to Logan on the train. But really, all of these X-Men movies are like about Wolverine. It's just called the Wolverine franchise. Wolverine and Jean share a kiss since Scott is out of the picture. Now, Cyclops is the leader of the X-Men in the animated series and in most of the comics, but he unfortunately gets sidelined for most of these movies, presumably because his optic blast was a costly visual effect in the early aughts. Nowadays, notice how glowing energy blasts are like the cheapest visual effect. 80% of MCU characters' powers are just like blasting light from different parts of their bodies. Mystique enters Wolverine's tent as Jean, but Logan finds the scars he left on her stomach in Liberty
Yeah, that
Island,
shit
making us
weird.
wonder if Mystique isn't able to shapeshift over certain scar tissue, or maybe if she just wanted Wolverine to find these marks to mess with him.
No one's ever left a scar quite like you.
In another subtle nod to Hannibal Lecter, Magneto catcalls Rogue.
We love what you've done with your hair.
It's similar to one of my favorite moments in The Silence of the Lambs. Oh, and
Come on, this one.
Love his suit.
Magneto meets Pyro.
Yes, you did. Oh my
Appreciate the cold
god.
orthodoxy of Magneto. He understands that the real battle is recruiting from the younger generation. This is the whole purpose of the superhero monikers of these films. It's really a way for these mutants to reclaim their identities. Pyro says,
I can only manipulate the fire. I can't create it.
You are a god among insects.
yeah, there's definitely a parallel to Prometheus here from Greek mythology, the Titan who stole fire from the gods. Now, they send in Wolverine, actually Mystique posing as him, but Stryker is not fooled.
The one thing I know better than anyone is my own work. Seal the room. Shoot it.
How does Stryker see through this impersonation from across the room? It's not the appearance, it's the emotion. Because Stryker knows that Wolverine would look at him and at all this facility with rage in his eyes. Because remember earlier...
You want to shoot me? Shoot me!
That is the true Wolverine. A Wolverine this calm would totally be a red flag to Stryker. And remember, Stryker's computer had a file on Raven and Mystique, so he's completely prepared for a metamorph trying to infiltrate anything he has. I just love it when villains are smart. We also gotta give props to Stryker for his plan here, tricking Charles into thinking he's in his home Cerebro when he's really in a false duplicate that Stryker had constructed. It's like the con used by the crew in Ocean's 11. When you can't break into a vault, build your own replica vault and lure in the mark to help you break into his own vault. Mystique flips them off with a backward slide, a move that she learned from Logan in the first film, and she morphs into Stryker immediately. It happens so fast. And props to Brian Cox for doing his own little moves here.
We have a metamorph, which could be anybody.
I love it when other actors impersonate what Mystique would do as them in these movies. So the X-Men rejoin Mystique and Magneto.
A large portion of energy from the dam has been diverted to this chamber. Cerebro.
Yeah, you can hear the call to opportunity in Eric's voice because his plan is to take control of Cerebro and twist it for his own agenda. And again, we're just seeing smart villains making smart choices. Yet, Jean is onto them. She doesn't want to leave them alone. Stryker whispers in Jason's ear to make Charles link with all the mutants to kill them. Charles's earlier warning to Logan to make him think he was a little girl now seems ironic. It's the illusion of a little girl that fools Charles. Yet, we should note that Jason Stryker projects himself as a different gender, which adds a deeper layer of tragedy for the character as they were misunderstood by their father. Nightcrawler and Storm find the detained mutant kids, and seconds before Kurt teleports into the chamber, if you brighten the shot of the kids looking up at him, you can see Alan coming in the background. They used a shot of the actor before he stepped forward out of the shadows, and you can really only see this if you have like an OLED screen at home with the brightness settings way upped. Wolverine finds the Weapon X lab with X-ray scans that we saw flashes of earlier, but now we see them more closely, including ones of him as well as Deathstrike's hand, but there are a few other possible test subjects from over the years. The skull with spikes, that could belong to Quill, and then this shoulder wing, that could belong to Angel, both of these characters we meet in The Last Stand. Wolverine finds the molten adamantium in the hoses used in his surgery, and he flashes back again to one of his memories. One of the military officers has this patch of a black horse on a red and white field. This is for the U.S. Army's 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment. Worth noting that canonically to the Marvel Comics, Wolverine's past with Weapon X was the U.S. government's attempt to recreate the super soldier success that they had with Steve Rogers during World War II, with adamantium being a synthetic alloy of vibranium. Stryker says that the reason this lab is still set up this way is that they cannot ever let adamantium cool, making it, in a way, a kind of eternal flame or an evil fountain of youth forever bubbling for certain rapid healing victims of the military-industrial complex. Deathstrike was yet another of these test subjects, but as Stryker leaves, he passes morgue corpse drawers, suggesting dozens of others might have died. When Deathstrike extends her claws, we can see that they are segmented as if each segment was stacked inside of the other, you know, like a lightsaber toys. That would really be the only way these claws could fit into her phalanges. Actress Kelly Hu had real prop adamantium nails, which were glued to the bottom of her fingernails. Ugh. This fight is brutal, and Wolverine ends it by plugging her with more adamantium. This movie, plugging people with molten metal. Two crazy, gnarly deaths using the same kind of close-up. In the last second, you can actually see Stryker's brainwash serum fading from her eyes as she looks with lucid awareness at Logan, and the adamantium leaks from her eyes like tears. It's just a striking reminder to Logan that these mutants are not each other's enemies. It's the government forces that did this to them. Jason and Charles link with all the mutants. Deleted scenes would have shown other mutants, including the Hank McCoy we saw earlier transforming into his beast form, Gambit, Remy LeBeau playing cards and his energy flaring up. Actually, this kind of psionic seizure from Charles Xavier is the dark fate that awaits most of the X-Men in the years leading up to the event defense of Logan. Magneto pulls the pins out of all the soldiers' grenades. Whoa! Boom! And he opens a Cerebro chamber. Since Eric helped Charles build Cerebro, he knows what tiles to reconfigure, and Mystique impersonates Stryker to flip Cerebro to target humans instead. Throughout this film, Nightcrawler has needed to see his destination before he bamfs into it. That's why actually there was that creepy shot of him peeking through the doorway in the White House earlier, and he needed all the doors to be open before he entered them.
You gonna die about that
uses
dick?
their exchange about blind faith to get him to teleport into the Cerebro chamber. Bamf occurs precisely on the part of the Lord's Prayer as it is in heaven. As far as this moment of transfer could have taken him directly to his death, and anytime he transfers, he was going through the brimstone dimension to get there.
Yeah,
So he's kind of praying, in this moment, take me through hell, but take me to heaven on the other side of it, please. And there, Storm lowers the temperature to get Jason drop his projection, and they leave poor Jason Stryker
Did you see that
even
shit?
though he was being chemically brainwashed by his father to do what he did.
He
Sacrifices
said-
on both sides.
he said,
The
"You
dam
gonna
breaks
die
and
about
Jean
that
Grey
dick?
exits the Blackbird
You
to
gonna
stop
die
the
about that
bloodline.
dick?"
A little detail I just noticed, behind Scott and Logan, you can see
That'd be
Kurt
crying,
spinning around,
cuz.
and then some pre-brimstone
You
dimension
can talk about
as he's trying to teleport to save Jean, but she is stopping him. The Phoenix Force rises out of
Oh
Jean,
yeah,
and
he just dropped
bummer
out.
that Cyclops James Marsden is sidelined in this film other than to mourn
Let's go.
in this moment. All the actor has to do from behind this bulky eyepiece. But I love that Logan is the one to
Nigga
hug
is
Scott
hilarious,
afterwards. Because this
cuz.
battle began with mankind's fear of mutants, to extinguish it, they return to where it all began, inside of the
He
White House
always
Oval
get- nigga,
Office.
he juicy,
As Charles
nigga, he
interrupts
got
President
bread.
McKenna's address, the mutants appear suddenly among McKenna's advisors.
Nigga paid Rudy Rose to be his
teleport,
girlfriend.
making me
Come on,
think that
cuz.
Charles
He
even
paid- he
made the
paid for
president
pussy. Come on,
blackout
cuz.
for an additional second. They present some paperwork from Stryker's office to prove his wrongdoing, and Charles says that he knows a girl who can walk through walls, of course referencing Kitty Pryde, but this is also a veiled threat to the president. That mystery
What that
mutant from
makes me
Illinois that Senator Kelly ranted about is yet another mutant beside Nightcrawler who can get to him. But the symbolism is important here. Charles positions all these mutants so that they are standing among the humans in the room. He wants to pose a united front to the president to give him a glimpse at a possible future where a president's inner advisors can include both humans and mutants, and both sides can be at the levers of power. These mutants and humans are not on opposite sides of the chessboard, they are really in this together. The previous film ended with a chess match, and Charles alludes to another match here.
The next move is yours.
Back at the school, Charles senses Jean's presence outside the window, looks directly into the camera because Jean is still alive in the form of the Phoenix Force. He begins his lecture involving T.H. White's The Once and Future King, showing that he and Eric are still part of that book club. Whereas Charles normally takes us in and out of these movies, now Jean's voice takes over, quoting Charles' opening words from the first movie as the silhouette of a phoenix appears beneath the water.
But every few hundred millennia, evolution leaps forward.
And we will pick up with Phoenix's future in next week's breakdown of The Last Stand. But quickly, some Deadpool 3 spoilers in the Danger Room, if you're curious. Succession actor Brian Cox being in this film reminds us that the Tom Wamsgans to his Logan Roy, Matthew McFadden, is playing some role in Deadpool 3. Online rumors claimed a TVA agent named Paradox, but apparently that claimant said that they made that up to fool other scoopers, so who knows. Okay, the best way to support New Rockstars is to grab some X-Men inspired merch at nerdriot.shop. Follow me on all social platforms at EABoss and subscribe to all 3 channels in the New Rockstars network. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next week. Stick, bye.
Jay, just put on Giannis duck package. The white shit.
Hey, Mickey. Have a nice day.
Robot should be bought.
See you tomorrow. Jerk.
Mickey 17. Here's March 7th. Tickets on sale now. Rated R.
Damn.
Score that.
You good, guy? What the fuck going on with you?
Welcome back to New Rockstars.
Jake, what the fuck going on with you, cuz?
X-Men: The Last Stand. This 2006 film was
Jake.
Fox's 3rd X-Men movie, and we are breaking down all
Come on,
these
man.
films in our X-Men
Jake.
Stick rewatch.
You really mad? How you mad at us,
It's
bro?
remembered for some questionable choices and some trouble behind the scenes, but it led to Kelsey
Come on,
Grammer
bro.
returning for the post-credits
I'm
scene
just trying to
of
win,
The
bro.
Marvels, a cameo that proves that
You
all
don't
of
get
the
your
Fox
shit off,
X-Men
bro. It's only the
films are
first
on the
half.
table for MCU crossovers, and we must watch them all, even the less loved ones, where people start saying bitch a lot. Keep it up.
I'll spray you in the face, bitch.
What you say, guy?
The juggernaut, bitch! I know.
What's wrong, bro? Why you just standing there?
Break down X Men: The Last Stand for all the Easter eggs, details you missed.
No, we not!
Fraser, Marvel Studios might bring back.
I swear to God, I'm not playing. I'm just passing the ball, guy.
Potential spoilers for that Deadpool 3 film.
Guy, you can get the ball, guy. We don't care, bro.
Okay, as always, the opening 20th Century Fox logo has the X lingering just a bit longer on that fade to black, but then the Marvel logo of all the flipping comic book pages has actually been updated to include moments that are related to what happens in this film. We see Jean Grey as Phoenix saying, "I am Phoenix" from Uncanny X-Men
He
number
white,
101
bro.
in
He
1976.
he said what? What? He said, y'all just playing a three-man game. Jay already called it out. That shit crazy. Jay got 4 shots. Good.
Important to really any kid reading Marvel comics in the early 80s, and that included this movie screenwriter Simon Kinberg.
Like, I'll get you open, cause it ain't my fault my dude can't fucking guard me.
2019's Dark Phoenix, but it's really a tough story.
Look, go again. We both open. Fuck, he gonna get mad at that shit.
Mutant female roll into the Scarlet Witch, and it's kind of hard to also do that story and be like, aren't these women crazy? But hey, it could still be fun to see these two fight in Secret Wars. I think
dude,
not in like a narrow way, but like they're very powerful, very cool characters, and I just want to see them at least like talk, or maybe like team up and kill a bunch of guys. Whatever. I feel bad for telling you what to do. Okay, we also see this comic issue of Jubilation Lee saying, "Adamantium and attitude, he's one of a kind. We'd like him back." This is actually from Chris Claremont and Jim Lee's X-Men number 7 from 1992. A shot of Magneto with the box above him saying the governments he challenged didn't see it that way. This is from Claremont and Lee's X-Men number 1 in 1991. We see several other images from this early 90s run, which is pretty great. That's when Wolverine's colors were like this auburn red and yellow. We also see this image of Magneto ripping up the bridges of New York, obviously foreshadowing Magneto destroying the Golden Gate Bridge in this movie. We see a few pages from the very first Uncanny X-Men number 1 all the way back to 1963. Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, which introduced the X-Men, lined up included Professor X, Cyclops, Iceman, who kind of looked like a cloud, Angel, and the Beast. And this is before the Beast was blue, but he was barefoot. In this movie, Beast and
white.
Angel.
Come on, bro. You know he white and be in college.
We see an image of Colossus fighting
Juggernaut.
Juggernaut.
Leave in Wisconsin, go to Whitewater.
In 1976, we also see Juggernaut from X-Men number 46. That's this cover. And then we see this image of Wolverine telling Cyclops, "Every now and then, Summers." And that line actually completes with, "I remember why you're still in charge." This is from Joss Whedon's Astonishing.
Let him get rhythm. I told him, get your rhythm. We don't care. Let him get his rhythm.
Conclusions for this 2006 movie. Whatever you think about Joss Whedon, his X-Men run
Jay, can I
in
get
the
a
first half of
double
that
too,
decade
nigga?
was really good. And I like that they include this moment when Cyclops pulled a "get off my lawn" and cleared a whole field with his rocket blast. This movie unfortunately kills off the Cyclops character in a pretty shitty way, but Whedon's Astonishing X-Men was known for the mutant cure storyline that Fox wanted to bring into this film to make it a political conflict with Magneto, but doing so made Kinberg and Pym's Dark Phoenix elements kind of incongruous. So this film opens 20 years ago, which would make it either 1986 or, based on the October 2005 issue of the magazine Hank McCoy's reading later.
You just grabbed him all. You done before me.
Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen
Nigga
in a
put
very
a chip,
high-profile stunt. Technology had been used that way more discreetly in movies like Terminator 3, but these visual effects from Lola, very talented group of artists, just kind of come out front and center in the opening frames of this movie. And initially, the effect is pretty good. It holds up. It's because this shot begins on really the surprise of Charles Xavier's feet hitting the ground, because back in this time, he was still able to walk. The shot keeps the men at a distance. We can't really see their mouths as closely from this angle, and the shot is in motion, so we're just not really scrutinizing the movement of their lips, which is the way we get sucked into the uncanny valley right away. Like, look at this clip.
I still don't know why I'm here. Couldn't you just make them say yes? Yes, I could, but it's not my way.
Yeah, it's pretty good, right? Because here's the thing about VFX that social media generally misses the point of. Whenever these things are taken out of context or paused or like zoomed in on, everything looks artificial. You don't look like a genius or posting something on Twitter and being like, "Doesn't this look terrible?" Yeah, because you're posting it on Twitter, dumbass. You look terrible on Twitter. The trick of avoiding falling into the uncanny valley is context and character. And in this case, the context and the characters are, it's just nice to see these two old photos heroes back together as friends in a two-shot. The de-aging effect supports that illusion. De-aging and facial deepfakes should always be done in tandem with the actor's physical performance and deliver a magic trick that our hearts long to see.
I agree. I've seen it. We just saw what you shot for.
Our collective moral conscience is going to shove us violently into that uncanny valley and force us to hate it no matter how good it looks. And notice how it's not until we are inside with a stationary camera on a close-up with Helen and Stewart that we begin to see the artificiality, like here.
We're mutants, Gene. We are like you.
But overall, it works, I think, because we are seeing these two guys now from the point of view of young Jean Grey, who doesn't trust these strangers. They look creepy and weird to her because we just heard Charles' voice inside this girl's mind telepathically. By the way, seeing Charles walking in this opening scene is part of a different backstory that we don't really get to see for these characters. X-Men First Class will establish a new way that Charles Xavier gets paralyzed from the waist down. We also see a different walking Charles Xavier in the final scene of X-Men Origins of Wolverine. So yeah, just don't think about it. But I do like the detail that Eric is wearing a red overcoat that looks similar to the red coat that Jean Grey wears when she succumbs to the Phoenix. Now, already in the first 30 seconds of the movie, there are a lot of insane visual effects going on, and these, along with the Golden Gate Bridge sequence, made X-Men The Last Stand the most expensive movie of all time at the time of its release. But that said, surprisingly, this X-Men movie made more money than either of its two predecessors. It was the most profitable X-Men movie up until X-Men Days of Future Past. Yeah, it made more than X-Men Origins of Wolverine. It made more than First Class. Now, Jean Grey's father, John, is played by Adrian Ho, who voiced Nightcrawler for the 90s animated series.
The brochure is great. What about Jean? What about her illness?
If you are indeed my brother, then I will pray to God that you find the wisdom to work through your hatred.
While Charles has powers of telepathy, Eric Lensher can telekinetically move metal. Jean Grey proves to have both of these powers, lifting the cars outside. The neighbor whose lawnmower floats is a cameo by Chris Claremont, and Stan Lee cameos as the neighbor with the hose. Charles asks Jean if she can control this power or let it control her. This movie alters the origin story of the Phoenix as a separate entity, establishing it as kind of a separate mental entity or a persona or an alter that Jean creates as a response to Charles's mental blocks. But of course, in the comics, the Phoenix Force is a cosmic entity that seeks out and inhabits Jean's body from a young age. The origin of the Phoenix Force is one of the details of the 2019 Dark Phoenix film will change, but the way it's defined in this movie, I just think is kind of a bummer, because now Jean's power is associated with, like schizophrenia. And back in the aughts and prior to that, movies love to just throw schizophrenia in there without really understanding anything about the condition. This isn't a knock against Famke Janssen, who does a great job in this movie. It's more of just like the script decision to do this. And they didn't need to do this because X2 literally opens with a Phoenixy star child. So why not just keep the origin cosmic? Okay, getting off my soapbox here. To jump ahead 10 years to a young Warren Worthington III who's frantically trying to shave off his wings with, is that a zester or a cheese grater? I've definitely seen pieces of a toy train track in that drawer. Youch! And the shame of this father's voice on... Oh, God. How do you... This just reminds us that these X-Men movies were a metaphor for the LGBT experience and the pressure for youth to hide themselves from the world. Bryan Singer's relationship with this franchise is obviously pretty complicated, given his sexual assault allegations and his fraught relationship with the cast and crew. But after X2, Singer and his writers left the franchise to go make Superman Returns. Fox Studios originally hired Matthew Vaughn to replace Bryan Singer, but Vaughn also left the production. At first, it was reported that he left to avoid uprooting his family from the UK to Vancouver, but then, just a few months ago, October 2023 at New York Comic-Con, Vaughn said that he actually quit X3 after seeing that a Fox executive had an alternate script draft that opened with a prologue of African kids dying of thirst and Aurora Monroe creating a thunderstorm to save them, which he thought was a really cool idea. But he said the executive actually just planned to use this fake script to get Halle Berry to sign on, and then they would have thrown this fake draft in the bin. And Vaughn said that he walked after that, which sounds like a pretty noble thing until you realize what this guy did to Darwin in First Class. Yes, Matthew Vaughn would later return to reboot the franchise in X-Men First Class in 2011. Before X3, after a scramble to find a replacement director, Fox hired Brett Ratner, best known for directing the Rush Hour films. Later on, in fall 2017, Ratner would face sexual assault allegations, and Elliot Page said that Ratner outed the then 18-year-old Page as gay at an X3 meet and greet event. This was before Page came out as a trans man. Anna Paquin was also at this event and said that she witnessed it. So, look, folks, we are allowed to rewatch these movies like what we like.
in this franchise, but we just can't sweep all that history under the rug and pretend it
That
didn't happen.
blockade
So
right
the past
through
two
me.
X-Men installments had opening titles that showed nerve cells and a brain syncing with Cerebro. This one shows the blood cells and antibodies of a mutant named Jimmy, aka Leech, whose blood is harvested by Worthington's pharma company to produce a mutant cure. This is actually part of an original opening scene in Worthington Labs where Dr. Rao would have put Jimmy through an MRI type machine, but with the Jean Grey opening instead, we're already kind of feeling the tug of war in this movie between the Dark Phoenix storyline and the Cure storyline. But we see these DNA strands through the lenses of a microscope, which is then locked behind the X door, but instead of Cerebro, we're now in a different part of the X-Mansion basement, the Danger Room, the longtime X-Men training room, which operates with a kind of holographic augmented reality in a simulation against the Sentinels, with their giant robot heads, similar to the design of the 90s animated series, but redesigned for Days of Future Past. But this not too distant future in the Danger Room is an apocalyptic war zone that looks a lot like what the X-Men will face in Days of Future Past's prologue. Hugh Jackman Wolverine and Halle Berry Storm return, leading this mission with Elliot Page, Kitty Pryde, Sean Ashmore, Bobby Drake, Anna Paquin, Rogue, and Daniel Cudmore, Colossus. Colossus and Rogue team up as Rogue absorbs his metal up powers to deflect Kitty hugs Bobby to let debris pass through them, which makes Rogue jealous. Wolverine lights a cigar
That's
as a nearby flame, reminding me of Marion Ravenwood stopping to sip some loose booze in Raiders of the Lost Ark. Logan says that this was his last cigar, and since we don't see a real cigar in the simulation floor later, I assume this is like a virtual cigar, and Logan is treating this exercise kind of like a video game where he collects inventory like cigars. Storm even calls us out.
This isn't a game, Logan.
Like, whoever designed the Danger Room program must have allowed Logan to smoke cigars inside that simulation, and I love that. I assume Scott Summers did this, and he just did this because deep down he really loves Logan. Tells Colossus to toss him, a move that he will do in the final battle later. This is the Fastball Special, a classic move that Wolverine and Colossus have pulled off many times in the comics. X-Men 100 by Chris Claremont. James Marsden returns as Scott Summers. He's letting some of his scruff grow out as he is still mourning in Jean. Since James Marsden would have to leave production early to go film Superman Returns, producers of this film decided to kill off the character in the opening act instead of, you know, any other storyline that he could have shot in the first few weeks of production. Films don't have to be shot chronologically, or you could have like recast the character. Why did you kill off the character? There's just a lot of confusing choices in this movie. Like the dialogue in X3 just kind of dumbs down the characters in ways that they weren't dumb in the other films. Like this scene with Rogue and Bobby.
Have I ever put any pressure on you?
You're a guy, Bobby.
He would have a whole lot.
That's where the scene ends. Like, Bobby never contests that. It's kind of like, yeah, got me there. It's 2006. Guys are supposed to only have one of the 5 love languages. Like,
hey, my boy get a whole lamb, y'all. Drop it.
You know, quick dinty nights, kisses, gloved petting. So why is this an issue now? Powers herself just so she can hold his hand.
What was go?
On to the Department of Mutant Affairs, presumably the political result of Charles' meeting with President McKenna and X2. The crest of the federal agency includes a DNA double helix design on the shield. Kelsey Grammer plays Secretary Hank McCoy, hanging upside down and reading this October 2005 edition of Scientific American, which is an actual publication that's been in print since 1845. There's some fun article titles on the cover like Galactic Waves, the cosmic necessity of beautiful spirals, odd DNA reveals secrets of human evolution, migration, and survival, tracking mutations, the forgotten era of the brain control chips, building a better bomb detector, ancient crystals from Earth's first continents. Now you might think these might be like references to Galactus or the Phoenix Force, but no, this is an actual Scientific American cover from October 2005. Now, Kelsey Grammer is covered in thick makeup and prosthetics for this movie. When he returns to play the character in the MCU in the Marvel's post-credit scene, they do a CGI rendering of the character that looks like it's based on the bone structure of what they use for Hulk and Thanos. That ends up making the character more comic accurate, like a smaller head in proportion to the rest of his body, but I do appreciate the practical effect here. Hank McCoy meets with the new U.S. president of this film, played by Joseph Summer. Bill Duke plays DHS Secretary Trask, a nod to Bolivar Trask, creator of the Sentinel program. But Trask in this movie is never given a first name, and we meet a different Bolivar Trask, played by Peter Dinklage in Days of Future Past. We learn that Mystique had been impersonating Trask, so I guess she's moved on from Senator Kelly, but now she's being interrogated by an FBI agent played by Anthony Heald, who played Dr. Chilton in The Silence of the Lambs and returned in 2003's prequel.
The fuck is that paint?
Directed. Mystique said she doesn't answer to her slave name of Raven Darkholme.
Fucking chameleon and shit.
Magneto wearing his 001 prisoner clothes from X2, and then into Heald's character. And I know I point this out in every movie. I love when other actors like do a Mystique impression. And here, Anthony Heald in this split screen shot himself does the first part of the stunt where he swipes the chair behind his back, at least before they cut to a different angle and a stunt person is swapped in. When she holds him from behind, Mystique snarls as a kind of pejorative. So the president passes McCoy a file on Jimmy, aka Leech. Leech in the comics was a member of the Morlocks with the power to
drain or suppress superpowered beings within 50 feet of him. On his paperwork, you can see X-DNA strand KLH conjugate. KLH, or keynote limpet hemocyanin, is used as a carrier protein in the production of antibodies. Charles lectures about mutant ethics. Kitty Pryde is sitting in this classroom, and to the left is Shauna Kane returning as Teresa Cassidy's Siren. Connor Widows returns as Jones.
Main things, nigga. These Giannis
There's
is
Kia
nigga.
Wong back as Jubilation Lee. She doesn't get any lines in this movie though. Luke Pohl returns as Flea. That is the kid that Colossus gave that doodle of Bobby and Rogue back in X2. Kitty Pryde quotes Albert Einstein. The full quote is actually, "I do not believe in immortality of the individual, and I consider ethics to be an exclusively human concern with no superhuman authority behind it." It was in response to a letter from a Baptist pastor in 1953 about whether or not Einstein felt he had achieved everlasting life with his creator. But it's interesting here that the term superhuman is used in a different context. Einstein was using the word to talk about God. Taken out of context historically, now it's saying that superhumans might be gods, not bound by the same ethical principles as the rest of humanity. Charles puts it back in the context that Einstein wasn't a mutant, at least they don't think, which begs the question that lots of characters throughout history might have actually been mutants and we just didn't know. Charles plays a recording from his colleague Dr. Moira McTaggart, a geneticist and mutant ally from the comics, played by Olivia Williams in this movie, recast as Rose Byrne in an expanded role in X-Men First Class. The comatose patient that Charles poses the hypothetical of transferring a consciousness into sets up the twist in the post-credit scene. Storm and Charles walk through the school passing this kid floating paper airplanes. This is supposedly Julian Keller Hellion, and behind them are some blonde triplets. These are the Stepford Cuckoos, clones of Emma Frost from the comics. Secretary McCoy joins them and briefs them about the announced mutant cure. He and Wolverine trade barbs as two furry fellas. He tells Logan, "I've been fighting for mutant rights since before you had claws, boy," not realizing that Logan, aka James Howlett, is a lot older than Hank McCoy. Wolverine was born like in the 1840s. We'll see that in X-Men Origins. We cut to Worthington Labs on Alcatraz in San Francisco Bay. X3 takes us to the West Coast for an island known as a prison historically. In Loki Season 2, they'll actually visit Alcatraz and show how 3 of the escapees were actually variants of the TVA clocked. Now, the original idea for Alcatraz in this movie was for a lot of mutants to be imprisoned here. They were going to use the prison cells of Alcatraz to keep mutants there. And the reason Magneto was going to move the Golden Gate Bridge to this island originally was to liberate all these mutants and let them flee into the city. That set piece of the Golden Gate Bridge was insanely complicated. It actually took up a sixth of the film's budget. The effects crew had to begin work on it while the script was still coming together. So then when the script was changed so that Alcatraz was just going to be used as like a location where Worthington Labs are and the only mutant in prison there is Leech, it just kind of makes it so that in the final version of the film, Magneto moves the bridge like just to move the Brotherhood from Marin County to the island. He could have just as easily summoned a fleet of boats to carry them across. It would have taken far less energy for Magneto and he would have been far more useful in that battle on the island. So yeah, the bridge scene looks awesome, but it's just kind of a visual spectacle with no logical purpose. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. A new year is a great excuse for finally tackling the stuff that you put off last year. And if one of the things you've been putting off until 2024 is taking proper care of your mental health, BetterHelp can help you get started. And hey, no judgment for waiting. Starting therapy can be hard, and the right therapist for you might not be in your area, and some people struggle with the face-to-face interaction of therapy. With BetterHelp, you can have your therapy sessions as a phone call, as a video chat, or even via messaging. Whatever is the most comfortable version of therapy for you. Just click the link in the description and answer a few questions about what you're looking for from therapy and what your preferences are. BetterHelp will then match you with a therapist from their network that's right for you. If you don't really fit with that therapist, which is a common thing with therapy, you can easily switch to a therapist for no additional cost without stressing about insurance, who is in your network, or anything like that. If you think you might benefit from therapy, consider BetterHelp. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/newrockstars. Clicking that link helps support this channel and also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist to see if it helps you. Now, working under Dr. Worthington is Dr. Kavita Rao, played in this movie by the prolific and wonderful character actor Shohreh Aghdashloo. Dr. Rao comes from the Cure storyline in the Joss Whedon run. She is the scientist who develops the drug that they call Hope. Meanwhile, mutants meet in a town hall meeting. There's one mutant climbing on the ceiling, credited in this movie as Lizard Man, but this is actually confirmed by Brett Ratner to be the mutant Enol. The mutant Fat, P-H-A-T, shrinks in size to sit on a pew. Magneto rises to say, no one ever talks about extermination, they just do it, hinting at his past at Auschwitz. We meet a mutant group called the Omegas in this film. Dania Ramirez plays Callisto, who has super speed and the ability to detect a mutant from afar. This is actually a power from the mutant Caliban.
Did the fight start yet?
Melan Khan plays Psylocke, who will later be played by Olivia Munn in X-Men Apocalypse. Omohiro Moda plays Arclight, a mutant who can cast shockwaves, and Ken Leung, who will later play the necromancer Miles Strom on Lost, plays Kid Omega as he's listed in the script, but based on his power set, he is absolutely mutant Will. And I believe in other interviews they're like, yeah, he's Will. I don't know why we call him Kid Omega. We see that Callisto has an Omega tattoo on her chest, and actually the term Omega comes from Omega level mutant in the comics. That's the most powerful class of mutants. That includes Jean Grey and Wanda Maximoff and Franklin Richards. Actually later, Callisto refers to some mutants as class 3, and later Charles says that Jean is a class 5, and all this seems to be an extension of this hierarchy structure. Now remember, between X2 in 2003 and this movie in 2006, the success of the first 2 X-Men and the first 2 Spider-Man films led to things like Daredevil and the Fantastic Four movies. And Marvel films in the aughts just kind of fell into a weird game of one-upmanship. Like, how do we fit more superheroes and more supervillains and more superpowers in these movies? And it really wasn't until 2008 with Iron Man that Hollywood realized, hey, let's just focus on one hero at a time, and let's be careful about how we build these ensemble team-ups in specific ways to combine power sets in unique combinations that, like, make sense visually. With X-Men The Last Stand, we just kind of, like, throw a lot of different powers against each other, and it's just kind of a mess. But I still like to watch X-Men The Last Stand because it shows Kevin Feige learning these lessons the hard way. Yeah, his name is on these movies. He was making a lot of these decisions too. Dr. Rayo introduces Secretary McCoy to Jimmy, aka Leech, who is playing an Xbox game. Xbox, X-Men. Yeah, it is one of the first major Hollywood movies to feature an Xbox. It was a relatively new gaming system in these years. Actually, TikTok creator, The Gaming Pastor, was actually able to figure out the exact game that Jimmy is playing here, and it is Pitfall: The Lost Expedition. McCoy's hand reverts to flesh-colored around Jimmy. X-Men First Class establishes that Hank McCoy's appearance is a result of him trying to cure his own mutation in the past, but instead he accidentally introduces a secondary mutation that caused him to become more animalistic in appearance. Scott Summers follows Jean Boyce back to Alkali Lake, where there is a brief shot of a short-haired Famke Janssen screaming underwater. This is traumatic, so Scott blasts the lake with his optic blast, a whirlpool forms, and the Phoenix rises. We see a transformed Jean with longer hair. Charles later explains that Jean survived by being wrapped in a cocoon of telekinetic activity, but I guess that cocoon did not stop her hair from growing out. Phoenix and Scott kiss, and we cut away before we see what happens to Scott. Only his sunglasses are left behind for Logan to find later. He doesn't even get an on-screen death. Charles tells Logan that Jean's Phoenix identity manifested within her when he put his psionic blocks in her mind to control her. Again, I just think this is a missed opportunity, making Jean's monster coming from within her instead of where it should be coming from, the cosmos, from the unknown. I look back at this as part of a narrative trend of, like, trying to ground these stories in what was seen as a more understandable psychological framework, as opposed to just full-on embracing cosmic horror. There was actually a really great 2002 episode of Joss Whedon's Buffy the Vampire Slayer called Normal Again, in which all the events of the series are suggested to have been just a psychological delusion within Buffy's mind. That episode's so great because, you know, we just go back to the normal reality of the show where supernatural events occur, but we always wonder what if. Phase 1 of the MCU would carry on the tradition of trying to ground everything in some kind of reality, but when the Buffy creator Joss Whedon took over the franchise of 2012's Avengers, notice what happened. The MCU steered into a cosmic direction and definitely found its voice. Everything beyond that was characters reacting to the fact that wormholes to space exist, that Thanos is out there, that Infinity Stones exist. Comic book movies should not be afraid of cosmic horror. Ben Foster plays an older Warren Worthington, the third in this movie. He refuses to go through the drug treatment. He leaps out the window. This is a stunt that Ben Foster reportedly did himself, and he flies over the city of San Francisco toward Coit Tower, which, fun fact, is designed to look like the nozzle of a fire hose to honor our city's brave firefighters and how this city nearly burnt to a crisp in the early 20th century. I live in San Francisco, and there is no, like, big high-rise with this particular view of the city, but they did shoot this movie in Vancouver. They likely composited in the background of the city of San Francisco. Magneto wrecks the convoy to free Mystique, and they free the other prisoners, which includes James Madrox, aka Multiple Man, played by Eric Dane from Grey's Anatomy and later Euphoria. Next, Juggernaut, played by Vinnie Jones. Actually came into this role after working with Matthew Vaughn in Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels and Snatch. In the comics, Juggernaut is not a mutant, folks. He is Charles Xavier's stepbrother, who winds up finding the Crimson Gem in the Temple of Sidorak, giving him superhuman strength. He wears his iconic dome helmet to protect him from mental attacks, and while he's not a mutant, he often aligns with and fights for the Brotherhood of Mutants. But none of that backstory is true in this film. He's just a mutant. Matthew Vaughn actually told Superhero Hype in 2005 that he was hoping to put his friend Vinnie Jones in the movie. What's interesting about Juggernaut is that he's the brother of Professor X. That's why I thought it would be interesting to have an English thug opposite Patrick Stewart. Instead, Brett Ratner uses the character as a battering ram. Mystique steps in front of a dart to save Magneto and immediately loses her powers. Magneto abandons her, and the character just kind of disappears from the movie. We just see her one time later where it reveals that, like, she shared information with the government. It's clear that with James Marsden and Rebecca Romaine, a lot of these actors were just kind of, like, done with the franchise. Logan
Logan and Jean find themselves in reverse positions from where they met in the first film. There are 3 nodes on her chest, wires across her neck. I don't know, maybe you could see this as foreshadowing for the way Logan will have to kill her with 3 claws to the torso later. They make out, and Logan's pretty freaked out. He asks what happened to Scott, and the lab goes crazy. And Jean says, "Kill me." Yeah, it's impossible for a character to say "kill me" and for it not to be a reference to Alien or Aliens. Logan tells her that Charles can fix it, and then Phoenix returns.
You just walked to the cave.
Jean escapes. Logan informs Charles deduces that she must have killed Scott, and no one feels anything. They just kind of move on. And they return to Jean's neighborhood, and there is this ridiculous shot.
That nigga's some shit.
I need to see Jean alone.
Oh, hell no.
This one is special.
Did they not see Magneto standing there in the middle of the street with Juggernaut as they approach the house? Notice how Magneto is back in his helmet. We should note that Magneto's helmet in the comics was not historically known to block out psionic waves. That was just kind of an invention for the first X-Men film, and they adopted it in other media thereafter. And in fact, at times in the comics, the helmet was known to give Magneto telepathy. Charles and Eric confront Jean, who unleashes her telekinesis on the house to try to repel Charles. Logan and Storm charge in. Juggernaut, despite being told to keep them out, just kind of throws Wolverine directly into the living room. Storm fights Callisto, who throws her from the left and then zips around to catch her on the right. Very cool. A deleted scene would have shown Storm conducting lightning through Wolverine to electrocute Juggernaut until he passed out. You can tell the VFX artists worked really hard to manifest Phoenix's powers with some trippy illusions, like having the water pour from the sink and flatten on the ceiling. It's just because all we know of the Phoenix in this movie is that she's some evil alternate identity inside of Jean's mind. We don't really know why this telekinesis matters. It's just kind of like random sorcery.
With US Cellular Prepaid, getting a great deal doesn't mean sacrificing a great experience.
Wisconsin RV Super Show is coming to you. Join us at any camping world in Wisconsin, February 27th to March 2nd, to shop special RV Super Show pricing on the best selection of RVs in Wisconsin. Learn more at campingworld.com/Wisconsin RV Super Show.
I came to UWM to turn my love of nature into a career. There are diverse natural spaces everywhere. It's awesome for both my internships and coursework. Plus, I get to experience a vibrant city. Visit now and join me at UWM.
Oh
Because he's frustrated. Lifts Charles out of the chair. Everything slows down as Logan witnesses Charles' final moments.
Don't let it control you.
Charles is completely obliterated, and it's the first of 3 times we will see Charles Xavier die. Storm eulogizes Charles, who gets a massive headstone and an eternal flame. We should note, at this point, there is still not a headstone or a service for Scott Summers. And I honestly think, rewatching this movie, it's because when they shot these scenes, they didn't yet know how much of the movie Scott Summers was going to be in. Like, they needed all those actors to be there for the funeral scene, and I just think that it's possible that they didn't know at that point when they were making this movie that they were going to kill off Cyclops at that point. Magneto brings Jean back. A lot of REI vibes.
Is that staying on the court? Is that staying on the court?
The gun pops outside the train station. The first movie, deleted scene would have shown Jean demonstrating her power by turning a cup into a glowing ball of energy, sending shockwaves through the camp. That's why in the scene after this, with the Omegas and Pyro complaining about Jean Grey, you can see other Brotherhood mutants in the back just trying to put their REI gear back up. Now, it's not really clear where this campsite is. I assume Marin County, since they all have to go to the bridge on foot, but there are definitely mountains that I'm pretty sure are just like Canada outside of Vancouver. Scenes in this part of the movie are crazy, folks. We jump around from these woods, we're in Westchester, New York, then we're in San
Francisco Bay Area.
What are you
There's a
talking
clinic that Bobby and Pyro are outside of where it says Washington. Is it Washington State or Washington, D.C.? And then Logan from Westchester responds to psychic visions from Jean and just kind of like knows where in all of North America to go find her.
What
In
am I
the middle of
doing?
this, we see a section where military soldiers are transferring their weapons from metal ones to plastic ones with serum darts. And there's actually a vocal cameo by R. Lee Ermey from Full Metal Jacket who's barking at all of them. Wolverine fights with bone dagger slinging mutant Spike, who's played by Lance Gibson. This is based on the character Spike introduced in X-Force in 2001, and along with Fat were members of the X-Statics comic team. This fight scene that was actually added to make it a more even fight, because otherwise the sequence would have just been Wolverine arriving in the woods at the Brotherhood camp and suddenly massacring mutants he came across. So notice instead they intercut Wolverine killing these other mutants who don't even seem to be attacking him with these new shots of the bone daggers flying at him. Like, killing all these other random people was a self-defense because he was that mad at Spike. Charles finds Wolverine and flings him across the woods. Meanwhile, the President and Trask send a task force to the Brotherhood camp, but they use multiple men as a decoy. Back at the mansion, the X-Men suit up and their suits are all black leather. Hank McCoy, after resigning, has now gone back to like, his pants and a shirtless vest. Nice. While Wolverine, Storm, Iceman, Shadow, all have alternate colored trim on their respective suits. Storm's suit has a silver cape. Now, I gotta say, The Last Stand is, in my opinion, in the lower tier of X-Men, at least when it comes to the suit up and charge and battle. Like, really? We don't even get Rogue? Even Bobby Drake is like, do we really want this to be the final fight of the movie? I'm happy to sit out. But hey, there was a deleted scene that would have shown Beast reciting Shakespeare's Henry V, Act 4.
We happy few, we band of brothers. For he who sheds his blood with me this day shall be my brother, be he ne'er so vile. This day shall gentle his condition, and men in England now abed will count their manhoods cheap. They were not here with us to fight on Crispin's day.
So, here's the big moment. Magneto attacks the Golden Gate Bridge, and again, he really just does this so that Juggernaut doesn't have to swim or take a ferry to Alcatraz. In the car, we see these kids playing, hey, again, it's Pitfall: The Lost Expedition. Yes, Leech's favorite game makes a second cameo in this movie, except notice they are playing on a PlayStation, and I don't know why they both have controllers. This is a single-player game, and they have a PlayStation in their car in 2006? Wow. Now, this attack on the Golden Gate Bridge, as I mentioned before, was a massive set piece. It involved millions of dollars with the scale model that they used for the effects planning, and then a larger 1/12 scale model that they can move around to make the flying bridge effects. But having this in the movie was deemed super important because after 9/11, Hollywood was still afraid to stage implosions and explosions in New York City or in Washington, D.C. Executive producer Lord Julie Donner's husband, Richard Donner, staged a scene in the 1978 Superman film that was on the Golden Gate Bridge. There's actually a moment during the run of the new X-Men comics in 2003 where Magneto takes over New York City by ripping up all the bridges and metal substructure. He was high on the mutant drug Kick at the time. Kevin Feige, as producer of this movie, even said that they used that moment from the comics as inspiration for how to show Magneto's incredible power, though he incorrectly cited the Ultimate X-Men. Magneto moves the bridge so that it connects Alcatraz to what looks like the Fort Mason part of San Francisco. While the bridge would not be able to stay suspended like that over the water without its support beams going down into the mud under the bay, I will admit that the actual length of the bridge would probably cover the distance between Alcatraz and the shoreline. Magneto stops the Juggernaut from charging in initially by saying,
"In chess, the pawns go first."
Yes, because the way Charles and Eric frame this whole conflict is a chess match. But unfortunately, on the other side of the table, Charles isn't there for Eric to play against. So you know his heart really isn't in this battle. We see one of these mutants teleporting forward. This could be Vanisher, who will make an appearance on the X-Force in Deadpool 2, played by a much more recognizable actor. Now, the mutant soldiers are firing these serum darts, and they have so many of them. They include these cluster grenades that just spray out like hundreds of them. One of the early casualties on the Brotherhood side is Glob Herman, a mutant whose powers are literally just transparent wax skin. We see Anol, the lizard man, changing and falling from his perch. Arclight finally steps in by sending in shockwaves. The Blackbird arrives, and Beast says this. Yes, this is one of Beast's most verbose catchphrases. Beast first says this in 1975's Avengers number 137.
What the fuck was that?
For him to get this line in the film. Magneto sends in a second wave. The mutant Ash burns some humans. The X-Men arrive and face off against the Brotherhood, and Magneto says,
"Traitors to the cause."
And so far, this charge is the closest thing we've gotten to X-Men vs. Brotherhood charge in the 90s animated show intro. Among these attacks, a deleted scene would have shown Storm summoning a wave from the bay and then electrocuting the water. Other deleted shots would have shown Iceman freezing and smashing Fat, and Beast breaking a mutant's neck.
I couldn't grab it either.
It's Kitty Pryde running through a person and grabbing him from behind to slam him down. In the comics, she has ripped out a heart before, so I'm glad she didn't do that here. Or, you know, it would have been pretty cool. hope she did. Juggernaut charges into the lab to kill Jimmy. Yeah, we definitely heard the sound of bowling pins there. Kitty races after him. Wolverine slashes this mutant who can regenerate his limbs. This guy's name is apparently Starfish. I don't think there's a mutant named Starfish in Marvel Comics, but I guess they just created another regenerative mutant just for this bit.
Come on!
Roll those back.
I actually would love for Logan to call this back while fighting Deadpool in Deadpool 3. Kitty pulls Juggernaut through the floor and traps him there briefly.
He's getting absolutely fried.
Don't you know who I am? I'm the Juggernaut, bitch!
Ha, you gotta love it. Quill, aka Kid Omega, kills Dr. Rao with the world's worst hug. Otherwise, I gotta say, pretty useless power set. And he's considered one of the Omegas? I don't know, I would take Fat. Juggernaut chases Kitty through the facility. She reaches Jimmy, but Leech dampens her powers so that she has to trick Juggernaut into knocking himself out. A removed version of the scene would have had him referencing The Shining by saying,
Here's Juggy.
yes, Juggy. Storm kills Callisto, electrifying her against a metal fence. This crazy scene so you can see her lip rings sizzling and cool down. Magneto and Pyro escalate the battle by launching cars that Pyro blows up. It's essentially the same setup from the Danger Room defensive practice session for the beginning of the movie. Wolverine remembers they have to work as a team, and he has Colossus throw him fastball special style at Magneto, but it was just a distraction for Beast to sneak up from behind and inject Magneto with the cure. In a deleted scene, Magneto would have actually tortured Wolverine by bending the adamantium all over his body, causing excruciating pain. So seeing Eric Lyncher losing his power, Phoenix finally steps in and she starts obliterating everyone and everything. Only Wolverine with his regenerative powers can withstand this, and Jean starts with his suit. And we're kind of back to that flirty line from the first movie. Couldn't wait to get my shirt off again, could you?
What?
Jean is able to break through all this madness and she begs
duck on
Wolverine
my
to
phone,
save her,
dude.
and he sticks through her stomach. Back
I
in the
know.
mansion, two smaller
I thought I
headstones are
did too.
finally put up.
Duck
Scott
on my
Summers and
phone.
Jean Grey. Rogue reveals that she took the cure,
Yeah,
and
they
she
can't
and Bobby
get no
hold
bar.
hands, but there is an alternate ending where Rogue says that she couldn't go through with it. Either way, assuming this cure is ultimately ineffective based off of the scene with Magneto, if Rogue
Not
and
even
Bobby
one
ever
bar,
escalate
nigga.
beyond hand-holding, yeah, look out, Bobby, you're gonna look like Colossus's doodle.
Bruh.
We learn that Beast is now the ambassador to the UN, which makes me wonder who's gonna take his place as Secretary of Mutant Affairs. I think Aurora Monroe would be a good candidate. Angel flies past the Golden Gate Bridge, which is now under repair, and we see Eric Lyncher sitting at a chess table by himself. Two other players play with red and white pieces, kind of reminding us of the red and white sides of Mutants versus Humans in X2. Eric Lyncher, ever so slightly, is able to merge his metal piece. His powers are returning. That piece is the King. We are reminded of T.H. White's The Once and Future King, where you only ever move your king as a defensive move to avoid a checkmate, or to topple it to signal defeat. And ultimately, despite his powers coming back here, I think Eric Lyncher is admitting defeat because he has lost his friend who he would be playing this chess game with. Or did he? Because post-credit scene takes us back to Moira McTaggart's hospital room.
Morning.
Hello, Moira.
Charles.
Oh boy, so presumably Charles is not dead, his consciousness just transferred to this patient, but the X-Men film series never really picks up with this. There is an alternate ending or a post-credit scene that would have taken Logan back to that Alberta, Canada bar with the same bartender from the first X-Men film.
How was that my turnover? Huh?
Something like that.
How did I just get a turnover for that?
3 spoilers coming in the Danger Room. I avoided talking about Storm's new haircut in this movie.
He got
Halle Berry
stripped and they
an
gave me
awesome
the
glow up
turnover?
for this role, and it's so memorable that fans who follow Halle Berry on social media were pretty curious over a May 2023 Instagram post that showed Halle Berry with a new white spiky do. Could this mean that we are going to see Halle Berry Storm in Deadpool 3? Thank you so much for watching this. Next week, we're going to be talking about X-Men Origins Wolverine, a movie that's probably going to get quite a few callbacks in Deadpool 3. I want to thank Eric Owusu and Brandon Barrett for helping me write this script. You can support New Rockstars by grabbing some merch from nerdriot.shop. Follow me on all social platforms at EABoss, and subscribe to all 3 channels in the New Rockstars Network. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
That's a ratchet ass
If I was
up,
back
nigga.
at the beginning, I would choose that snake shoe all over again.
If
If you're on the fence about
tell me how
getting
to fuck
your
with that
degree at SNHU, you can do it.
At SNHU, having the support
I'm
that
trying.
we have really helped me
I'm
understand
trying,
what
man. Come down here and crash this
After I
motherfucker.
graduated, I started a new job. My degree has opened new doors that I truly didn't know.
All it
Damn!
takes is one simple step, and it can
What
change
is he
your life.
grabbing?
Start your future today at snhu.edu.
Yeah, bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, go to work. Yeah, he's done. Can't go get this shit. He's over it.
Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Boss, and this
he's
is
the
a breakdown of 2016's X-Men Apocalypse. This is the 9th installment of our X-Men Snicked rewatch.
Yeah, okay.
As we go back
Yep.
through all 13 of the Fox X-Men and Deadpool films, ahead of Wolverine's Mutant Homecoming and Deadpool and Wolverine in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Coming out the same year as the first Deadpool film, and being what director Bryan Singer considered the end of the trilogy that started
Blitz their ass.
had a lot to live up
Blitz their
to,
ass.
and didn't
Yep,
live up to
blitz their
it.
ass.
Well, you be the
Listen.
judge. But with the post-credits scene that tied directly into the debate of whether or not Wade Wilson got his powers from Wolverine, it still
Yeah.
plays an important role in our rewatch for that reason and a number of other reasons we'll get to in this video. So let's
Using
break
the
down
left
Apocalypse scene by scene for all the Easter eggs, details you never spotted, and stuff that could come back in Deadpool and Wolverine. And to celebrate this X-Men rewatch, we have the special Xavier Institute shirts, and grabbing one of these is among the best ways you can support New Rockstars, and we have a special link where you can get these shirts, and check it out from the link in the description. Okay, in the opening seconds, the X and the Fox logo lingers again! And this happens in pretty much all the films that Bryan Singer was involved with. There's also that X-Men score again, playing at the end of the normal Fox music. Now, the title of this film was originally going to be X-Men Age of Apocalypse, after the
How is
comic
that
of the
not
same
in
name,
graph
but
for
it was
me
changed in
either?
order to avoid comparisons to Avengers Age of Ultron and Transformers Age of Extinction. I think they started to figure out that, hey, if these movies are just like 2 or 2.5 hours, they're not really ages of anything. The film opens like the previous ones did, with Charles Xavier's narration, except now it's James McAvoy's Charles, not Patrick Stewart's.
Mutants, born with extraordinary abilities, and yet still they are children, stumbling in the dark.
Charles sets up some of Apocalypse's backstory, saying that if a mutant is given powers beyond imagination, they may think they are meant to rule the world. Now, in the comics, in Sabanur, which Marvel Comics writers believe translated to the first one in Arabic, although the order of the words is wrong, so it really translates to something like 7 lights instead. And Sabanur was considered the first mutant on Earth, or one of them, and is considered one of the most powerful beings in the Marvel Universe. He sees himself as the father of mutant kind, created by writer Louise Simonson and artist Jackson Guise. And Sabanur at one point encountered the Celestials and became aware of the fact that humanity might one day be judged unworthy and destroyed. Because of this, he became obsessed with the idea of survival of the fittest, and unlike Magneto, he applies this equally to humans and mutants. Weak mutants must also be destroyed to make room for what comes next. In the movie, he's never actually called by the word apocalypse, although he does say he's been called by many things over the years. The camera flies over sand dunes in the Nile Valley in 3600 BCE to a large pyramid with the symbol of an Ankh inside of the letter A. This is the sigil for Ashir in Sabanur, Apocalypse's followers who are tasked with protecting him and doing his bidding. He's transported by a litter, usually reserved for rulers or divinities in ancient Egypt, and he's flanked by his 4 horsemen: death, famine, pestilence, and war. They wear gold masks of various Egyptian gods. These 2 co-conspirators share a look as Apocalypse is being brought inside the pyramid. Singer said that these opening scenes and design were inspired by the 1955 film Land of the Pharaohs. Stunt actor Monique Gannerton plays Death. She's done stunt work on a ton of action movies like Avengers Endgame and Infinity War after this, usually doubling for taller actresses. Old Apocalypse is played by Burge Garabedian, but they transfer his consciousness into the body of a mutant with the ability to heal, played by Oscar Isaac. Just in how healing ability is just kind of an important ability, whether it's Green or Deadpool or this guy. The technology they use to do this, I have to say, looks very similar to the Celestial tech as it's depicted in the MCU Eternals film. In the comics, the Celestials helped Apocalypse become even more powerful than he already was, and he had many powers, including telepathy and telekinesis, which he demonstrated at the end of Days of Future Past. He could also reshape his own body, size, density at will. Both of these powers were removed here, although we do get an homage to his ability to make himself big. He's inside Charles's mind. In the film, he gets multiple abilities by moving from body to body. Singer clarified his powers by saying that he can, quote, imbue other mutants and heighten their powers and abilities beyond anything they ever imagined. Secondly,
shots,
he
my
can shield from
nigga.
psychic powers. He can form
What
shields
kind of
so that it makes
dumbass
it harder for a psychic like Xavier to tap in and get them, and he can change the
Nigga dumb as hell, boy.
What?
You're not leaving this dude open. Fuck you, dude.
Apocalypse did transfer his essence into the body of Nate Gray, a powerful mutant that Mr. Sinister created using the DNA of Cyclops and Jean Grey. So this transfer is successful, but a rogue faction of followers trap Apocalypse inside the collapsing pyramid. His horsemen do their best to protect him. At one point, Death
folds a guy in on himself and crunches him into a human pretzel, but they're ultimately all buried, with Death managing to surround Apocalypse in an energy sarcophagus that lets him sleep but not die. The camera zooms out of this wreckage to an X on the top of the destroyed pyramid. Unlike the previous opening credit sequences, which showed DNA and mutation, this shows humanity's advancement. And showing this coming from the chamber containing Apocalypse implies that everything the world has become has been shaped both by humans and mutants. We see these Egyptian columns and an Eye of Horus in the center of an X. The camera zooms in through the eye into a hallway lined with Egyptian statues and masks. Then it spins clockwise, goes down the hallway, and swoops through a circle into the next area. An arrow flies alongside the camera to show one of man's earliest weapons. These figures along the side here could be the Persian immortals. And that building in the center looks like it's part of the Great Wall. Then the arrows fly by some coins, showing some of the earliest forms of currency. Then we see a stone statue of Jesus carrying the cross to Calvary, and more advanced arrows fly by. The feathers now replaced by metal. There are images of Christian crosses in a church. On a wall is a painting of Henry VIII. So now we must be in the 16th century. This is Hans Holbein the Younger's painting The Ambassadors, which was painted around 1533. There's also the Mona Lisa, which was painted sometime between 1503 and 1519. The camera passes through the chamber of a revolver, so the weaponry is continuing to advance. And then we travel alongside a train, which gives way to airplanes. These look like World War II era fighter planes. And now that we are in the 20th century, the 20th Century Fox logo appears on screen. There's Nazi flags and other iconography, missiles being fired, one of them destroying a swastika. There's the Soviet Union image of the hammer and sickle. $100 bills float around everywhere. And we head into the 1980s, the era of money in excess and Pedro Pascal memes. And then we see the Twin Towers still standing. The title flashes on screen, and then it zooms all the way out once again to show the X on the door like Cerebro, like
6 for 19.
In high school in 1983 in Ohio, a class learns about the events that we saw in Days of Future Past at the 1973
Dookie Bud, Dookie Bud, Dookie Bud, Dookie Bud,
There are stills
Dookie
from that movie
Bud,
accompanying the headline.
Dookie Bud. Fucking eyes, you get lucky shit. Cause it's 2K. Nigga, you weak as fuck, nigga.
Donner has mentioned that the original plot for First Class was about teen mutants in school, but one of the reasons it didn't work was because it felt too much like a John Hughes movie. So the events of Days of Future Past changed the timeline for all X-Men films that preceded it, at least as they were part of this series. And here we see that the world knows about the existence of mutants, and there are some that seem mostly okay with that. Teenage Scott Summers, played by Ty Sheridan, has some problems with his eyes and excuses himself to go to the bathroom. This bathroom scene where his powers kick in was originally written for the first X-Men film, but it was never filmed. In X-Men Origins, Scott got a headache in Spanish class, and his optic glass activated when he was being hunted by Sabretooth. This version of Scott is throwing two. He's not yet the teacher's pet guy in charge that leads the X-Men. Ty Sheridan actually makes an uncredited cameo as Scott in Deadpool 2. In East Berlin, Mystique arrives at an underground cage match where mutants are forced to fight one another. This is reminiscent of the way Wolverine was introduced in the first film. There was also a similar fight during in Deadpool when Deadpool is hunted down Francis. In that one, the mutant fighters were wearing collars, and here the cage is electrified and surrounded by guys with guns to ensure their compliance. Angel defeats Fred Dukes the Blob in a comics-accurate costume. Angel is now played here by Ben Hardy. In X-Men The Last Stand, a different version was played by Ben Foster. Kevin Durant played the previous iteration of the Blob in X-Men Origins. The next fighter to face Angel is Nightcrawler, played here by Cody Smith McPhee. He was originally cast as young James Howlett in X-Men Origins, but it conflicted with him shooting the road. Mystique flirts with the guard and then knocks him out, like we've seen her do many times before. I love how she starts out wearing this provocative dress, but once she completes her mission, she switches to a t-shirt and leather jacket. This is a woman who understands the male gaze, and she knows that it's easier to infiltrate when she's dressed in a way that makes men see her as a non-threatening sexual object. She rescues Nightcrawler. In the comics, she's actually his mother, and Azazel is his father. He recognizes her as a hero from the events of Days of Future Past, but she doesn't see herself that way. Meanwhile, in rural Poland, Eric is living off the grid and working at a factory, which is reminiscent of Bruce Banner working at the Ingodoce bottling plant in Rio in the beginning of The Incredible Hulk. Eric Lyncher now has a wife, Magda, and a daughter, Nina, who is a mutant with the ability to communicate with and control animals. She seems to be based on Magneto's daughter, Anya, from the comics, who died in the fire after a mob stopped him from saving her. Magneto ended up killing everyone in the city after that incident. This frightened Magda, who ran away and gave birth to two twins before dying. Those twins grew up to be Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. In their house, there are several deer figures, since deer seem to be Nina's favorite. As Eric sings to her in bed, Nina wears a locket with the photos of her grandparents in it. This is the same locket that Eric will later use to murder the soldiers who come for him. In the Summers living room on the TV is just a program that seems to be a hand solving a Rubik's Cube, which is super weird, but you know, I guess very 80s. Lucas Till is back as Alex Summers, and this is the first movie where we see brothers Alex and Scott together. The deleted scene would have shown Alex trying to convince Scott to go to Xavier's school.
You can't lay in bed with your eyes closed forever. I know somebody who can help you control it.
At the school, Scott literally bumps into Jean Grey, played here by Game of Thrones' Sophie Turner. Charles reads to his class from T.H. White's The Once a Future King. He was teaching about this book in X2, and Magneto was reading it in his plastic prison. In this class is yet another version of Jubilee, played by Lana Condor this time around. Two different actresses played her in the first and second films. Most of the other mutants in this class are unidentified extras. An extended version of the scene would have shown Jubilee discussing the novel.
Even the title Once and Future King means the past defines the future. We're the sum total of all of our experiences.
Another extended scene just after this one would have shown Jean using her powers while practicing archery, purposely aiming at a group of schoolmates and then curving the arrow so that it landed on the bullseye. As Charles shows Scott Summers around the grounds, he doesn't use his usual X-spoked wheelchair, although this one does have a small X in the middle of the spokes. Meanwhile, in Cairo, Moira McTaggart, Rose Byrne, looking very much like Laura Croft, follows some guys with Asher Insaba Nur sigils tattooed on their necks, and they raise Apocalypse. This causes an earthquake around the world, and Eric uses his powers to save a guy in his factory from getting squashed. He really has changed. The fact that he's living among humans and saving them makes what happens in his life after this all the more tragic. This was instinctual for him, but the look on his face as soon as he does says that he knows his peaceful days are numbered. A deleted scene would have shown Apocalypse waking up in an alley, killing a man so that he can steal his robes and use it to blend in.
We for the ball, nigga. Fuck you mean?
Alternate reality
like a Lord Silver, dog, nigga.
In this, Peter Parker dies and never becomes Spider-Man. Namor, Clint, Thor, Carol Danvers, Frank Castle, Victor Von Doom, Susan Storm, and Ben.
Oh, that's a blow.
Gwen Stacy is alive in that reality, though. Oscar Isaac described wearing this Apocalypse costume.
Shush yourself. I'm enjoying my discounts.
This is the quiet section. Then why are you talking?
Tax season is here, and it's time to rev up your refund at Boucher Hyundai of Waukesha. Make your refund go further with lease payments from $299 a month on a new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE all-wheel drive at Boucher Hyundai of Waukesha.
With US Cellular Prepaid, getting a great deal doesn't mean sacrificing a great experience. Other providers have price hikes and gimmicks, but with US Cellular, there are no hidden fees. And now you can get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G for free. US Cellular, built for us.
In a 40-pound suit and had to wear a cooling mechanism at all times. The costume was also so squeaky and loud that he had to redub all of his lines, and he barely even got to see the other actors in the film because he had to be rolled into a cooling tent between takes. Then at the end of the day, it took him hours to scrape it all off of him. Yeah, I mean, they could have just gone with some blue makeup. Over the years, people have said he looks like Ivan Ooze from the Power Rangers film, and I can never get that image out of my head. At the X-Mansion, Jean has a nightmare, just like Wolverine did in the first film right before he stabbed Rogue. Jean's melting stuff off the walls.
That nigga be hanging himself at 6'9",
as he tries to calm her. We are seeing the Phoenix Force struggling to come out. Hank and Charles use Cerebro to investigate the activity in Egypt. This version of Cerebro is more advanced looking than when we saw it in Days of Future Past, but still not the same as in the first X-Men film in 2000. I like that they take time to redesign it for each movie, as the technology would advance for each decade. As he locates Moira, Charles smiles sadly. He hasn't really seen her since he took away her memories of their time together at the end of First Class. Eric tries to get his wife and daughter out of this, but it is too late. The men who come from him aren't wearing metal, and they carry bows and arrows, like the arrows we saw in the opening credits sequence, just as deadly if aimed at the wrong place. Once they hold up his newspaper clipping, Eric looks back at his wife. He knows that no matter how this goes, that life doesn't exist to him anymore. As Nina freaks out, her powers really start manifesting, and she reaches her hand out toward her father, just like Eric did his mother in Auschwitz. His wife and daughter are accidentally killed, and Eric uses Nina's locket to kill everyone, and honestly, I don't think we can blame him here. After everything he's been through, everyone he's lost, he truly is the most tragic of all these characters. Notice that as Nina dies, the birds she has been calling to her scatter and fly away. An extended scene would have shown Magneto singing the lullaby he sang to Nina earlier here over the dead bodies. In the animated series, when it came to Magneto's backstory, the writers weren't allowed actually to mention Hitler, the Nazis, or the Holocaust, which was the case with a lot of cartoons in the 80s and 90s. Really, they just made oblique references to Eric and Charles meeting after a war, and Charles said that, oh, some war is never really over.
Remnants of the army that had so brutally occupied his small country returned, attempting to retake it. He'd lost his family when those people overran his country. Consumed by rage, he tried to destroy them.
So Eric Americ losing his wife and daughter in the woods like this is kind of similar to those moments in the animated series. Apocalypse meets a young Aurora Monroe, Storm, played here by Alexandra Shipp. This Mohawk look was a favorite from the comics. We got to see it in an episode of the animated series that was about an alternate timeline. Storm robbing people on the streets of Cairo is also straight from the comics, although she was born from a long line of mutant Kenyan princesses. Personal tragedies left Aurora an orphan who was forced to steal to survive. Bryan Singer is a huge Star Trek fan, and after we saw Hank watching the Star Trek episode The Naked Time in Days of Future Past, here a boy watches a different episode, Who Mourns for Adonius. Whereas The Naked Time was about time travel, directly tying into the plot of Days of Future Past, this episode is about a vain and vengeful god who demands to be worshipped, like this movie is. Bryan Singer has also said that he describes this version of Apocalypse as the god of the Old Testament and all that comes with that. If there isn't the order in the worship, then I'll open up the earth and swallow you whole. And that was the god of the Old Testament. Here, Apocalypse uses a TV to learn about human history, flipping quickly through the channels with his mind. There's a news report about the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. The game show the $25,000 pyramid, what looks like a commercial for engagement rings, a news report on nuclear missiles with the headline, Will It Work? A news clip of Magneto from the end of Days of Future Past, various militaries marching, a missile firing, a stock ticker, $100 bills, a submarine, and other instruments of war. Reagan talking about the nuclear war, the big Buddha in Hong Kong. There's a little snippet from the old The Only You Can Be song from Army recruitment videos at the time. Military superpowers, footage of the Pope, Las Vegas, more money, and basically just a bunch of other stuff that convinces Apocalypse that the weak have taken over the earth, that they worship false gods, humanity has lost its way and must be cleansed. He kind of draws the same conclusion that Ultron draws when he goes through a similar process in that age of Ultron. So he transforms Storm into his first modern-day horseman, amping up her powers and causing her hair to turn white. Charles goes with Scott to the CIA. A deleted scene would have shown Hank sending Charles off and the brothers saying goodbye to one another.
Try not to get into too much trouble while I'm gone. I'll do my best. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
At the CIA, Charles freezes everyone in the office. Favorite trick of his that we've seen him do before. He passes by a framed picture of Ronald Reagan, just a bit of set decoration to remind audiences who was president in 1983. He reunites with Moira, who thinks that she's meeting him for the first time, and she says she's read all of his research, which means that she still has an interest in mutants and mutation despite forgetting her time with them. Charles notices a photo of Moira's son. He's not named in the film, but this would be Kevin McTaggart, Moira's son with Joe McTaggart. In the comics, Kevin grows up to be the mutant Proteus, who has the ability to warp reality. I always want a fresh, delicious meal, but I do not always have the time to make one myself. Luckily, Factor takes care of that for me. Factor is a meal delivery service that makes eating well easier than ever by delivering fresh, never frozen meals right to your doorstep, so you can skip shopping, chopping, prepping, and cleaning, and just focus on eating deliciously. You've probably heard me say the same thing about HelloFresh in the past, but Factor is now owned by HelloFresh, and I switch back and forth between the two all the time. Factor meals are pre-prepared, chef-crafted, and dietitian approved. There are over 35 different
You be doing head though, they both
including keto, calorie smart, vegan, veggie, and more. Plus, there are over 55 nutrition-packed add-ons that help make your weekly meal planning even more delicious. Plus, Factor meals are ready to eat in just 2 minutes. You can go from, yeah, I guess I'm hungry, to having a fantastic meal at the speed of impulse. This week, Factor sent me some awesome meals, including this yummy, yummy Parmesan chicken. Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use the code ROCKSTARS50 to get 50% off your first Factor box and free wellness shots for life. 2 free wellness shots from 3 available flavors for every order while you are an active subscriber. That's Factor75.com and use code ROCKSTARS50 to get 50% off your order. Factor box and free wellness shots for as long as you subscribe. Mystique and Nightcrawler visit Caliban. In the comics, he was a Morlock with the ability to sense and locate other mutants. His appearance in the film is a nod to the fact that he was chosen twice by Apocalypse to be one of his horsemen. He's played here by Tomas, and this character pops up again in Logan, played by comedian Stephen Merchant. Mystique pays Caliban for paper passage for Nightcrawler. Caliban's bodyguard is Psylocke, played by Olivia Munn. She actually auditioned for the role of Vanessa in Deadpool, and that audition got her this role instead. We saw a different version of Psylocke in The Last Stand, played by Mei Ling Melancon. Hank gives Scott a pair of sunglasses.
Oh my god!
Hank giving Scott more sciencey sounding info about the glasses. There was a bunch of deleted and extended scenes here that could have shown a longer conversation between Scott and Jean at the tree, or the conversation between Hank and Mystique as they walk through the halls, and Jubilee talking with Kurt since she gives him a tour.
Oh my god!
Where are you from? Beverly Hills.
Ah, the hills. It must be beautiful. I've never been to the mountains.
It sucks that so much of Jubilee was cut out, but at least they got her clothes right for this one. There was also an
I'm hitting you, bitch!
Convincing Jean to cut school and go to the mall.
Try.
Convinced them, Scott asks why does he keep his cars, which means he's totally gonna steal one of Charles's cars, just like Wolverine stole his motorcycle in the first film. When Apocalypse, Psylocke, and Storm go to find Angel, he's listening to Metallica's Horseman. In the comics and animated series, when he's turned into a horseman, Angel's skin turns blue. That gets a shout out here when he's bathed in blue light. He's turned into Archangel, the Horseman Death. Storm is Famine, Psylocke is Pestilence, and later Magneto becomes War. Although Singer also likened Apocalypse to a cult leader and also saw his followers here represented 4 pillars of a cult, with Magneto representing the political faction, Archangel representing the military faction of the Guardians, Storm representing the youth faction, and Psylocke representing the sexual component, since many cult leaders sexualize their position. In the comics, Archangel was an OG horseman, and Psylocke became one in the Uncanny X-Force comic. The animated series also had Archangel as a horseman, and in X-Men Evolution, both Storm and Magneto were horsemen at one point. Hank shows Raven the blackbird he's been building, and she comments on the fact that he's been building a warplane at school.
I think we should hope for the best and prepare for the worst. I think the world needs the X-Men.
This positions Hank firmly in the middle of Charles and Eric when it comes to the mutant-human relations. Eric wants a war with the mutants, and Charles wants peace, but Hank feels that to have peace, they must prepare for war. Eric goes to his factory to murder everyone, but before he gets a chance, Apocalypse shows up and does it for him. And it's just so gruesome and horrible. Men trapped in the ground still twitch. Then Apocalypse brings Eric back to Auschwitz and powers him up so that he can tear that horrible place to the ground. After Eric asks who he is, he responds,
Elohim, Shin, Ra. I've been called many names.
Yes, Elohim is the Hebrew word for the gods or godhood. He was the god of Israel in the Old Testament. Shin is the Chinese word involving a deity or god or a spirit. Ra is the Egyptian god of the sun. At the Maximum house, Peter still lives in his mom's basement, although he's changed up the decor a bit since the 70s. He has a Rush poster on the wall, obviously a little joke since all he does is Rush. Later on during his rescue sequence, he also wears a Rush shirt. There's also a Ms. Pac-Man arcade game. I wonder if he stole this, since last time there was a whole bunch of stuff that he had stolen. He's wearing a t-shirt with a $6 million man on it. At one point, Singer was developing a film adaptation of that TV show. He watches a news report about Magneto, his dad, but switches it to Knight Rider when his mom walks in. In Days of Future Past, he didn't know yet that the guy he sprung out of the Pentagon jail was his dad, but clearly he's figured it out since then, or maybe his mom told him. At the mall, the group just saw Return of the Jedi, and Jubilee says that Empire is still the best. Vanessa also made a reference to Empire and Deadpool, so 2016 was just a big year for Empire love.
You ever see that really old movie? Empire Strikes Back?
And Gene says this.
Well, at least we can all agree the third one's always the worst.
Yes, this is an obvious dig at X-Men The Last Stand, but in hindsight, it kind of ended up biting Bryan Singer in the ass since he considered Apocalypse to be the third of a trilogy with this movie. It was also the worst of those 3 films. The theater is also showing Up the Academy, which was a 1980 movie starring Robert Downey Sr. Movies coming soon are Romancing the Stone, which starred Michael Douglas, and Revenge of the Nerds. Jubilee wears a t-shirt that says Bring on the Night, which is a song by The Police, and Nightcrawler wears a red leather jacket similar to the one Michael Jackson wore in the music video for Thriller. There was a lot more stuff at the mall that ended up getting cut, like them going to the arcade and Jubilee using her powers, which would have been cool because her accidentally wrecking an arcade game at the mall was in the pilot episode of the animated series. There was stuff with them drinking slush puppies at the food court, and Nightcrawler getting brain freeze, and at a record store where Scott would have checked out a Dazzler album. There was also a scene of Nightcrawler breakdancing. Charles and Raven reunite and debate whether anything has really changed for mutants. Singer said that, quote, Charles is living in a kind of blissful world that often the rich do, and it's going well for him. Raven sees a darker world that's not yet fixed. There was a cutscene right after this with Moira looking at the mansion and saying that she swears she's been there before. There's another cutscene.
Does anyone have thoughts on last week's reading? Oh, Mr. Cox.
Not you. Him. Oh, top man.
Alright, Jay, go get your rebound.
Thank you so much. Carry on.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
You got mine, Jay?
Working man.
We got that J-Ma. That J-Ma. Depends on what Jay would have played.
Cutscene later when she's riding the jet and looking at Beast, says he's bringing up all the memories of something that she can't recall. All this to show that her brain was fighting what Charles had done to erase their time together. Raven tells Charles about Eric, and he uses Cerebro to locate him. He greets him with, hello, old friend, which is how they greet one another many times throughout the films. Using Cerebro was a huge mistake, though, because it allows Apocalypse to hijack it, connect with, and take control of specific members of all the world powers, and fire every nuke straight up, taking him out of play. We get a cameo from Stan Lee and his wife Joan Lee. Stan Lee's wife is also big in the world of comics. She voiced Madam Web in the 90s animated Spider-Man series. The music playing as Apocalypse hijacks Cerebro is Symphony No. 7 in A major, Opus 92, to Allegretto by Edward Lindenberg. As Eric tells Alex to wreak havoc and destroy Cerebro, Apocalypse says,
You can fire your arrows from the Tower of Babel, but you can never strike gold!
The unique sound Apocalypse's voice was created using a mixture of different sounds, and according to Bryan Singer, was designed that way because, quote, he's burying the souls of many lives and many characters. He has contained within him many voices, all taken from various ranges and tones. Apocalypse goes to the mansion and kidnaps Charles, and Alex tries to blast him. He ends up dying, but everyone else is saved by Peter, who shows up just in time. And we get this movie's slow motion Quicksilver rescue sequence. This time it's set to the Eurythmics' Sweet Dreams Are Made of This. This sequence lasts for 3 minutes, but it took 20 days to film. And in this film was just crazy little details. Like Peter is eating a Twinkie when he shows up. His love of snack foods is on display in Days of Future Past. His room had dozens and dozens of boxes of stolen snack cakes. He's always eating because he burned so many calories, just like he did with the bullets in Days of Future Past. He moves the shrapnel aside with just a finger. He takes the time to also save a goldfish and this pizza-eating dog. There are some yellow and gray curtains in one student's room that look similar to Wolverine's curtains when he woke up in the 70s. Those curtains were themselves a nod to his brown and yellow Uncanny X-Men 139 suit. Peter pauses, of course, to drink some tab. One student has a Rocky Horror Picture Show poster on the wall that reads a different set of jaws over the red-lipped mouth. After moving everyone outside, they all seem kind of sick or just out of sorts, like Magneto did when Peter first did this to him in Days of Future Past. And the mansion explodes. And Deadpool Negative Sonic 2's forehead does comment on the fact that this mansion is always doing that. Look, I'll say that these 3 minutes are very fun to watch. They clearly went in this movie knowing that they were going to do this sequence. I still just personally approve the simpler time in a bottle sequence from Days of Future Past because it's more confined. Things still move slowly, so he's not like completely freezing time like he is here. I mean, despite the mansion is exploding here, I just don't get a sense that anyone is actually at threat. And the fact that it lasts so long just elevates Quicksilver to be too much of a god in this sequence. Okay, so William Stryker shows up here, played once again by Josh Hellman, and he takes Moira, Hank, Peter, and Raven with him. Stryker's now Colonel, upgraded from a Major he was the last time we saw him. Jean controls the soldiers' minds so that they do not see her, or Scott, or Nightcrawler, a move that we saw Charles do in First Class. Jean even touches her temple in the exact same way that Charles does when he uses his powers. Apocalypse uses Charles to deliver a telepathic message to everyone on Earth, but Charles sends another message directly to Jean, letting her know where they are. He also tweaks Apocalypse's message of those with the greatest power, this Earth will be yours, to those with the greatest power, protect those without. And Apocalypse gives him some roll and stink eye. The deleted scene would have shown Charles trying to appeal to Storm, who he can sense is different than the others.
You're not a killer.
You don't know me. You didn't grow up in a place where superstition and dark religion hold a lot more sway than your degrees, Professor.
At the facility where Stryker is keeping everyone, Jean unleashes a practically feral Wolverine, and he's in his Weapon X gear from the comics. This cameo, while awesome, does raise a few questions. First off, the last time we saw him, chronologically speaking, he was being raised from the Potomac by Mystique disguised as Stryker. So how did the real Stryker get a hold of him to perform the Weapons Plus procedure on him? I'm assuming that, since his look is more similar to the comics, the story of how he lost his memory is the same way as it is in the comics, but instead of Stryker's magic adamantium bullet, it was actually his mind protecting him from mental stress. Also, since Jean gives him back a small piece of his memories, is he going to remember her as a teenager? I guess it's best not to think of him being in love with a woman
my god,
just like 17, and just kind of focus on how cool Wolverine looks, killing all those
and
guards.
supposed to drop. You see how to roll out,
his machine gun and then dies off screen, his blood spraying back into frame. As Jean goes to touch Wolverine's face, he grabs her arm the same way he did when they first met in X-Men, and he regained consciousness to find her tending to him. I can't tell, but it sounds like the voice that whispers Logan is Famke Janssen and not Sophie Turner. Or maybe Turner was just channeling Famke Janssen's voice here, trying to do an older voice. And then Wolverine runs off in the wilderness in nothing but his shorts and a mullet. I love how Stryker sees that Weapon X has escaped and just quietly dips out. He's like shitting his pants at this point. Mystique tells everyone that she and Hank are the only ones left of the original X-Men. That's because Darwin died in First Class. Havoc, obviously, we just saw die, and the rest died between First Class and
Big Worm looking ass.
They were experimented on by Boulevard.
All you do is need to win.
A whole bunch of shit. The ship he raises from the ocean floor is the USS Indianapolis, which is the one that Robert Shaw talks about in his speech in Jaws. Jaws is
you gotta be Big Worm for the skit. You gotta get an ice cream shot. Oh god.
Jaws. That's some bad hat, Harry. When Brody snaps with an old man on the beach. As Apocalypse tries to transfer his consciousness into Charles, causing his boldness, the Horseman and the X-Men fight. James McAvoy actually shaved his head for First Class before finding out that the film was set in the 60s and they wanted him to have hair. This time he shaved it correctly. Amidst the rumble,
what I got me smoking, nigga, I smoking,
nigga. That is the soft drink brand. Mystique makes a heartfelt speech to Magneto about how he has more family than he knows. She comes out on telling him that he's his son,
fun. Storm and Scott face off. These two will eventually lead the X-Men together. Eric flashes back through his relationship with Charles and realizes Mystique is right. Peter's super speed fights Apocalypse, but Apocalypse adjusts, which is crazy, and then breaks his leg. Mystique poses a Psylocke to try to stop him, but Apocalypse chokes her out. There was a controversial billboard depicting this scene that ended up being taken down because people felt it glorified violence against women. When Storm sees her hero about to be killed, she realizes she's on the wrong side of this. Charles enters Apocalypse's mind and mind fights him. Apocalypse grows larger, which was one of his abilities in the comics and animated series. Magneto stops Apocalypse by putting a big X of metal in his path. Everyone combines their powers to take him on, including Storm, but they're still outmatched until Charles convinces Jean to unleash her inner power. As she does, a big, fiery phoenix spreads out behind her. Before he's destroyed, Apocalypse looks at Jean and says, "All has been revealed." Charles gives Moira back her memories from first class, and she's honestly more chill about it than I would be. If I found out someone had mind-wiped me, Jean and Eric use their powers to rebuild the mansion. Quicksilver is sporting a cast with a ton of names and pictures scribbled on it, including a doodle of an arcade game named Danny.
That's a good shot!
Also, Evan is on there for Evan Peters. It looks like Bryan Singer signed his name, and I love Rush in big letters across the middle. His Rush shirt has been swapped out for an Atari shirt, though. He decided to stick around the school. But Eric says goodbye to Charles, who is now in the X-wheeled wheelchair from the first two films, and he's also now in his very professory three-piece suit and tie. Eric says,
"Doesn't it ever wake you up in the middle of the night, the feeling that one day they'll come for you and your children?"
This is the same exact thing they had said to each other at the end of the original X-Men film.
Doesn't it ever wake you in the middle of the night? The feeling that someday they will come for you and your children.
And Charles says him, "Goodbye, old friend." Again, another repeated phrase among these two. And then Mystique sets up the group for some training in the Danger Room. The white panel in the center of her uniform is an homage to her white sleeveless dress look from the comics. Nightcrawler is also in his Origins comic accurate costume. And finally, Scott gets his blue and yellow costume and visor based on Jim Lee's 90s comic run. And all of them face off against some repurposed Sentinels. A deleted scene from earlier would have shown Hank giving Scott his visor.
It's just one big visor.
It is.
You want me to wear it?
Start
calling me Cyclops.
Other than the fact that it seems like Mystique is leading the group, I was really excited to see this particular lineup in these particular costumes at the end of the movie. I know a lot of people were down on X-Men Apocalypse, but this moment right here, along with the Wolverine scene, elements of the X-Mansion explosion scene, what Ty Sheridan and Sophie Turner were bringing to the roles, I honestly could get on board with it. But unfortunately, this movie will always just be overshadowed by the fact that this was just kind of the breaking point for Bryan Singer's relationship with the X-Men franchise. Everything was really starting to come out about Bryan Singer around this time, and specifically the studio just said enough is enough with the fact that Bryan Singer would just be missing for days at a time from the set. And even though the DGA almost never does this, I just really believe Simon Kinberg deserves a co-director credit for what he did for this movie. But then again, you could say, hey, he got enough of a reward for being allowed to direct Dark Phoenix, and we saw what he did with that. We're going to talk about Dark Phoenix in the future. I'm not even convinced that that's entirely his fault. It's largely his fault, but not entirely. But we get this insane post-credit scene for X-Men Apocalypse, where a group of men are cleaning up the bullets left behind at Stryker's facility where Wolverine escaped, and they recover his x-rays in a blood sample and put it in a briefcase with one green sample and one yellow sample. And as the briefcase closes, we see the name Essex Corp, which is a reference to Nathaniel Essex, aka Mr. Sinister. His name was seen on Stryker's computer next to, and he is a huge X-Men villain. He's a geneticist who became obsessed with manipulating DNA to create the most powerful and perfect mutant, and Mr. Sinister is rumored to be the primary antagonist of the X-Men 97 series on Disney+. Now, in the film Logan, it's revealed that Laura, X-23, was created using Wolverine's blood. And in Deadpool, many people believe that the serum used on Wade Wilson was derived from Wolverine's DNA. So there is just a lot of stuff that these shady suit guys might be doing with those files. Okay, so next week I will be breaking down 2017's Logan, which might be the finest film to come out of this entire franchise. But it's so great because it deconstructs and defies so much of the genre. But I want to end this video in our Danger Room for theories and possible spoilers for Deadpool and Wolverine. Okay, first off, that deleted scene that shouted out Dazzler, that image of an album cover of Dazzler plus an image of Taylor Swift with Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman and from the Eras tour has led to many people to believe that she could appear as Dazzler in Deadpool and Wolverine. I made a whole video going through the conspiracy of the marketing operation between Taylor Swift and Ryan Reynolds and the NFL and Travis Kelce. It's a crazy, super fun video that I highly recommend you watch. Other than that, from this movie, I think we might just get a callback to that
never followed up on, Mr. Sinister post-credit scene, and then anything that the 2 previous Deadpool movies might have referenced to this era from the franchise, like the fact that Negasonic Teenage Warhead said that the X-Mansion always blows up, and the fact that in 2018's Deadpool 2, we do see this particular version of the X-Men lineup appear in the X-Mansion, which is such a weird thing because that was supposed to be in the present day, whereas these kids would have only been that age like in the 80s. Anyway, I just feel like the 3rd Deadpool film has to explain what the hell that was. But a huge thanks to Gina Ippolito and Noah Chen for writing this script. They did such a good job. You can follow me at EA Voss, follow New Rockstars, subscribe to New Rockstars for more analysis of everything you love. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Find the things you love.
It's how you do it.
Welcome to your Walmart.
Henry Jackman, composer of Winter Soldier, created this chilling, distorted cry for Bucky by himself screaming into a drum to evoke Bucky's scream as he fell into Hydra's clutches. Bucky delivers the kill with
Hail Hydra.
If Bucky gave this vaya con Dios to every kill, imagine Howard Stark and Maria Stark hearing Hail Hydra in their final moments. God, Bucky wakes from this nightmare sleeping on the floor, reminding us of Sam and Steve's chat before.
It's your bed, right?
What's that?
Your bed is too soft. When I was over there, I sleep on the ground, use rock for pillows like a caveman. Now I'm home, lying in my bed, and it's like...
Lying on a marshmallow. I feel like I'm gonna sink right to the floor.
Director Corey Skoglund frames Bucky's therapy oddly, first in front of this forest mural, springtime, the Winter Soldier melting away into spring, but then these uncomfortable extreme close-ups angled downward. This is to convey the claustrophobic anxiety Bucky feels in this moment, getting interrogated like that. Bucky talks about how he made amends with the corrupt Senator Atwood, former Hydra member, and he claims to have followed the 3 rules given him by the therapist: don't do anything illegal, don't hurt anyone, and repeat the mantra,
I am no longer the Winter Soldier. I am James Bucky Barnes, and you're part of my efforts to make amends.
Also, fish all brains, not food. If you think about it, Bucky actually only followed the 3rd rule, but to be fair, that was probably the hardest one of the 3 for him to do so. And then he crosses Atwood off his list. Listing in a small notebook like this is another chapter.
I need one to see.
To learn, Bucky lists old things to fix. Now, among these names is A. Rostov, maybe for Andrei Rostov, aka the Red Barbarian, a Soviet general and arms dealer in the comics. He wardened a gulag in prison and then later was killed in the Bahamas during a sale of the Zephyr codes, assumed to be a Winter Soldier hit. P.W. Hauser is a name of the actor who co-starred alongside Sebastian Stan in I, Tonya. H. Hendrickson could refer to Hal Hendrickson, a soldier who got the Venom symbiote before Flash and later Marvel Comics. And Kuznetsov could be a reference to the name of the Soviet scientist who created the Godonic android. And then, of course, H. Zemo.
We can go to LA in the fall.
From Civil War, who is returning.
New Year's, I want to go to New York.
Show, but he did frame Bucky and get the Avengers all broken up. Trailer footage shows Bucky coming face to face with Zemo. Cannot wait for that conversation. Then there's L. Kaminsky, could be for Len Kaminsky, comics writer. But what I love most about this shot is that in the very first frame of it, you can see a small glimpse of the next page, where at the top of that, Y. Nakajima, Yori Nakajima, the father of the bystander Bucky murdered in the hotel, literally the next name on Bucky's list. And this whole list is a reminder of Bucky's heartbreaking response to Tony in Civil War.
Bro, I'm going to experience New York, guys. I ain't going to
Bucky gets lunch with Mr. Nakajima, whom he adorably relates with as a fellow elderly man, down to reading the obituaries from the newspaper.
I gotta go try that Aki.
Past 90 this week.
So young. Such a shame.
And then Yori sees Mochi and remembers his son. Now, Bucky seems to understand Yori's Japanese, kind of like Sam. He's surprisingly multilingual, though I guess Bucky was an international assassin. He was also able to speak Romanian and Bucharest. Now, Yori's sadness here triggers Bucky's Winter Soldier past again. You can tell by this music sting. But it softens right as Bucky blinks. See, only by blinking can Bucky quiet the scream. Giving context to that trailer clip where he's mocked for never blinking.
Just blink. Sweet Jesus. I mean, how old are you?
It's because he never forgets. Sam visits his family in Louisiana, his 2 nephews and his sister Sarah.
Uncle Sam!
What's
up? That's right. Uncle Sam.
Yeah, I love how Sarah paints Sam as a U.S. military propaganda tool, despite Sam turning down that legacy. And when it comes to this whole boat stuff, you wish Vision was here. He could totally help Sam make this boat profitable. All you have to do is dismantle this vessel plank by plank and build a second ship of Theseus out of it that they could write off as a business expense. On a date with Leah, the sushi server, Bucky gets into a cat fight. And then some awkward small talk.
What are you doing?
I'm reading your mind.
Please don't.
Yeah, Bucky is warning.
Sell that
what's
motherfucker to
going on
me.
in my mind, but also, hey, lady, I spent decades with people controlling my mind. Stay out of it. Meanwhile, Torres flash mobs with the Flag Smashers who robbed this
I'll be
Swiss
streaming
bank.
every day.
Switzerland, of course, is the home country of Arnim Zola. Hashtag Zola Train. But really, Swiss banks have the reputation of looking the other way for criminal enterprises. So I'm wondering if the Flag Smashers could be ripping off a crime lord here. Maybe someone headquartered in Madripoor. We'll see. Sam and Sarah are denied a bank loan from the douchiest banker.
How do you guys make a living? I mean, your financials are all over the place. Is there some kind of fund for heroes, or did Stark pay you when he was around? My condolences, by the way.
The Avengers' income and expenses has been a recurring question for the MCU. In the comics, it's reported that they make 6-figure salaries via government contracts, but it was never really clear how Team Cap runaways got by for 2 years on the run. My guess is that T'Challa could have hooked them up with funding, given Steve and T'Challa's arrangement after Civil War. Sam refuses to give up and sell the family boat.
We're not selling our family's legacy.
This parallels Sam's feelings about Cap's shield. Sam got a rude awakening about how your rightful legacy can be unfairly taken from you. You can't just preserve these things in stone for whenever he wants to go home to visit them. Legacy is something you have to work and fight to preserve. He gets to do it with the Wilson family boat. He's got to do it with the shield. Sam and Torres discuss the Flag Smashers.
Anything else happen outside the video?
Nah, man. My face was in the dirt before I knew what was happening. Why? What are you thinking?
Nothing.
Wait, you don't think you could be the...
But I'll circle back to you. Let's keep this between me and you.
What? I feel like we're back with Westview Herb here. She came here because we're all what? Wait, did we ever find out? We're all trapped in Wanda's hex reality, but at this particular moment being additionally puppeted by Agatha, and Agatha's only pretending to be nervous here. I'm still trying to unpack all the layers of that. He may have been about to say that the Flag Smasher's super strength is a result of Super Soldier Serum. Since we know from the Winter Soldier program that other batches of serum were out there, and back in Phase 1, Thaddeus Ross was trying to reboot Cap's Super Soldier program, which led to Hulk and Abomination. That might also explain the Flag Smasher's disaffected political views, like with worldwide anarchy, there's no government that can weaponize you, and this could support the theory that Ross has a secret replacement Avengers team called the Thunderbolts. Now, I've also made the case for mutants, like perhaps the events of Endgame finally activated the mutant gene in certain members of the population, or if this power broker Malice is behind this, these could be enhanced humans from his experiments. Now, the press conference plays on WHIH, the MCU news service. We saw that in WandaVision. And then they introduced the new Captain America, Sean Walker, played by Wyatt Russell. Now, in the comics, Sean Walker goes by Super Patriot, aka U.S. Agent. He's a wrestler turned vigilante, aiming to take over the Cap mantle. He's kind of a jerk. Now, this same government official who introduced him previously told Sam that handing in the shield was the right thing to do. Obviously, this guy and the whole government never intended to keep it in the museum, which feeds my suspicion that the government is setting up Sam to fail. They are not on his side. And then Walker freaking winks at us, a coy little FU to Sam, and something we learned from Agatha Harkness, not a trustworthy sign at all. It's a major Homelander vibes here. But more importantly, on his hip is a gun. Now, Cap used a gun in World War II. It was a world war. But he didn't really use one in the modern era. His shield was his primary weapon. So the fact that Walker has a gun right now tells us that he and his handlers really want to revert Cap to a propaganda tool that he was in the 40s. But more worrisome that they do not appreciate the true worth of this shield in his hands. Now, the end credits actually reveal a lot of clues in the form of this graffiti and wall art, old Uncle Sam and Cat propaganda posters, a beastly figure with Chinese lettering, maybe a sign of that Bronze Monkey Club in Madripoor, an Illuminati eye, maybe Cap-related conspiracy theories out there. Graffiti.
Police officers violation. They didn't say his name. But they know if he would have said
I pledge to fight for my king.
You think I am afraid of you?
You should be.
The Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim, streaming exclusively on Max.
Wisconsin RV Super Show is coming to you. Join us at any camping world in Wisconsin, February 27th to March 2nd, to shop special RV Super Show pricing on the best selection of RVs in Wisconsin. Learn more at campingworld.com/Wisconsin RV Super Show.
I came to UWM to turn my love of nature into a career. There are diverse natural spaces everywhere. It's awesome for both my internships and coursework. Plus, I get to experience a vibrant city. Visit now and join me at UWM.
The Flag Smashers want world people. There's a headline saying Shadow Group pulls off weapons heist, which could refer to the Flag Smashers. And then a search log for subject 02656. And then right next to this subject form is the face of Carl Lumley, who was rumored to be in this cast. A lot of us believe that he could be playing Isaiah Bradley, the original Black Cap, whose history was kind of erased. This legacy seems to be something that's going to be very important to Sam going forward. How do you reconcile these two things? Also, we see another headline related to this that says all information regarding the Enhanced Humans Act has been reported to be classified by Major Donovan of Special Unit something. So yeah, maybe there was some secret government program to enhance humans that we haven't been told about yet. This could be what Thaddeus Ross was working on. Someone who knows? He was Secretary of State before. He might be President Ross now. He could be the president who issued that pardon and selected this new replacement Cap. Maybe he had some Thunderbolts-esque enhancement program involving the power broker. We also see the text Agent 13 that's referencing Sharon Carter. Then we see Public Law 10756. The nation is called upon to recognize the patriotism of fellow citizens from all ethnic, racial, and religious. This is a reference to government code that says that the military is not allowed to discriminate based off of any of these things. Something that could also be history of Black Cap. Then a headline, Masked Man plagues downtown Prague, which could be referencing Zemo or Taskmaster from the Black Widow film, who seems like a masked figure who could be terrorizing these Eastern European cities. Then conditions of release. You must appear in court when ordered. You must obey all court orders. You must notify 24 hours before moving. This seems to be conditions of Bucky's pardon, or maybe the conditions of Zemo's release. Then we see the date December 16th, 1991. That's a date Bucky killed Howard Stark and Maria Stark. Also, there's later a mission report from Hydra where it mentions Long Island, New York, where this took place. Then a postcard from Madripoor. But then the most interesting one to me, something that looks like a bullet casing containing a blue fluid. Maybe darts containing super soldier serum. The text before the title comes up, where do we go now that they're gone? Where do we go now that they're gone? Of course, it was the text on the poster in Steve Rogers' support group in Endgame. Then outlines of people with half of them filled in black, maybe for half of the vanished persons. And then again, Power Broker is watching. Then something that says District of Columbia Support Group Check-In. That's Sam's veterans group that he does counseling with. Then a headline that says Senator Atwood pushes for perimeter border enforcement. So maybe the senator that Bucky got arrested was pushing for some border enforcement there. Then this interesting thing, Article 33, no contracting state shall expel or return a refugee in any manner whatsoever. This actually comes from the UN Refugee Agency, a condition that was published in 1977, informing what participating nation states should do with refugees. Maybe a little political statement from the show right here, something that might play an important role in this show. Maybe some of these Flag Smashers were rejected refugees. And then some text that says, must reveal their legal names and true identities to the United Nations. I assume this is from the Sokovia Accords. We get a U.S. Army poster for John Walker. Cap is back. But then someone tagged on him, manufactured hero. So even they know this guy is a phony propaganda tool. And then missing posters for loved ones, lost in the blip, paper peeling back to show the Winter Soldier activation code words, and then the purple mask of Zemo. Hopefully someone we will see next episode. And then a quick flashing of text. Look closely, reading, enhanced individuals won't save us. Quite an interesting slogan. Who wrote this? Where is it coming from? Maybe some government propaganda. They don't want us to trust Avengers anymore. Trust our new team, homegrown heroes. And this is a breakdown of the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Episode 2, The Star-Spangled Man. Okay, Anyway, so last episode I pointed out how the opening close-ups of Sam ironing that black suit gave us some major funeral vibes, as Sam did hope to entomb Cap's shield in the museum. And the opening image of this episode uses wardrobe similarly, with a close-up of that zipper going down like a body bag, opening up to reveal a corpse inside, which metaphorically it is kind of the corpse of Steve Rogers' legacy. Sam wanted to lay it to rest. John Walker is kind of Frankensteining it back to life in quite an unnatural way. This whole locker room scene paints a sympathetic picture of Walker.
Everybody in the world expects me to be something, and I don't want to fail them.
Good morning, America! Yeah, I get you, John. Good Morning America can be quite a nerve-wracking thing to do. Also, does GMA being in the MCU now make me MCU canon by extension? Walker's buddy here is Lamar Hoskins, aka Battlestar. So in the comics, John Walker started as Super Patriot, kind of an asshole replacement Cap. He's accompanied by bold urban commandos, or Buckies, including Hoskins. Walker ended up getting the Cap title, he goes crazy, kills a bunch of people, and eventually the government makes him a U.S. agent, whose uniform actually looks a lot like what Walker wears here. This episode makes it seem like they could have decent intentions, despite clues pointing otherwise.
2 weeks ago, we're prepping the team for a special ops mission in Chile, and now this.
It's been a lot of handshakes, a lot of suits, a lot of speeches and senator meetings.
Remember, Bucky just busted Senator Atwood, former Hydra operative, which seemed like a one-off thing, except the end credits included a missable headline about Senator Atwood pushing for border enforcement. I don't know, maybe this senator was pushing around border officers. And then that mission in Chile, the last time we saw a special ops team in South America, it was led by a super soldier sent by Thaddeus Ross, who also might be behind all of this. His name appeared in the end credits with a mention of Enhanced Humans Act. Now, Hoskins mentioned the Star-Spangled Man with the Plan, which is this episode's title, and the marching band music is that same Star-Spangled Man with the Plan from Cap's War Bonds tour in the first Cap film. Modern version of that same original Cap publicity tour, down to signing collectibles. Custer's Grove High School. Custer's Grove is the hometown of John Walker in the comics. It's also where the extremist group, the Watchdogs, try to kill Walker and then end up getting his parents killed, making him go berserk. The GMA interviewer says,
"The government did a study of your body at MIT, and you tested off the charts in every measurable category: speed, endurance, intelligence."
Look, here's the thing. I'm not Tony Stark, I'm not Dr. Banner.
Then we see shots of him with a punching bag, recalling Cap with a punching bag in Avengers, and then footage of him with the shield, a shield that he would have just gotten, meaning his coordination must be abnormally good. That might actually be why Walker cuts her off when she is talking about his freaky physiology. I think he and Hoskins might have already been given Super Soldier Serum. Interesting how Walker's suit design positions the A with wings logo so that it bleeds over onto the shoulder strap, so that the look is only complete if he is suited up perfectly. Unlike Steve Rogers, who was able to rip his logo off his shoulder and still function in the suit, this guy is a manufactured hero restrained by the government he has to represent with his iconography. Bucky and Sam talk about the Big Three.
I have a feeling they might be a part of the Big Three.
What big three?
The Big Three.
What big three?
Androids, aliens, and wizards.
That's not a thing.
That's definitely a thing.
No, it's not.
Androids for Ultron, aliens for Thanos and his army, wizards presumably for Loki. I mean, Sam wasn't part of the Avengers yet, but remember, Loki learned his sorcery from Frigga, an Asgardian witch. Also, this does take place 5 months after WandaVision. Sam could be also referencing the threat of the witches of Westview, which is going to come back to the MCU in Multiverse of Madness. And then Bucky says,
"So who are you fighting now, Gandalf?"
How do you know about Gandalf?
I read that in 1937 when it first came out.
Yeah, Bucky just checked him with
Understood that reference.
He's such a nerd, I love it. And then after staring at him on the plane, they argue.
Enjoy your ride, Buck. You can't call me that. Why not? That's what Steve called me. Steve knew me longer, and Steve had a plan. What is it?
The Captain call him Buck, just like Scott Lang with Cap. Only friends are in the one-syllable club. Now, being the man with the plan is really the key here. The titular song in this episode is that Captain America was the Star-Spangled Man with the plan. On the Avengers, Cap was really the one who called the shots. He always had the plan. So really the conflict among these 4 Cap successors is as much over who has the best plan as it is whoever has the shield. Sam's plan here is kind of what Cap did in Captain America Winter Soldier, just dive out of the plane without a chute. I love how Bucky's like, yeah, I can do it, but then he definitely gets nervous about it and falls pretty hilariously. As they snoop on the Flag Smasher, Sam says,
Little time in Wakanda and you come out White Panther.
It's actually White Wolf.
Huh? Yeah, remember after Civil War, Bucky rested in Wakanda, and in Black Panther, local Wakandan kids nicknamed him the White Wolf. White Wolf, aka Hunter, is a separate character in the comics, leading the Wakandan secret police. Bucky owns up to this title, despite not really gearing up until the Battle of Wakanda in Infinity War. So in what other ways did he assist Shuri and T'Challa to earn this title? Flag Smasher Carly Morgenthau is played by Erin Kellyman, the Cloud Rider in Fist Nest and Solo. She gets her name from the character Flag Smasher Carl Morgenthau in the comics, and she is strong. She breaks Red Wing, but if you think about it, this actually does Sam a favor, since he finds out after this that the government had hacked into that drone to spy on all of his movements. That's why it was glitchy before, and that's probably where they heard the phrase the Big Three. Now, the truck license plates are MKA5012 and 2011 EKH. Now, 2011 EKH is actually the same tag number as the one on Wanda Maximoff's rental in WandaVision Episode 8. 5012 might refer to an alt Marvel Comics universe where Cap is gone. Not sure about that one. But then Cap Walker drops in. Yeah, the composer Henry Jackman worked in a leitmotif to Captain America's theme. It sounds like Cap's promise from Civil War. Now, Bucky has to dodge the shield when Walker throws it. It looks like Walker did not care if he was going to hit Bucky in the face. Then later in this fight, Bucky catches the shield with his normal hand, not his vibranium one, then hands it back to Walker, a nod to his dramatic catch in Winter Soldier, and kind of a way of saying,
You've heard all about it. The Wisconsin Supreme Court.
Walker pulls out his gun and shoots a Flag Smasher. Now, I know Cap used the gun in World War II, and even Sam here uses Red Wing to fire on him, but it is just weird to see Captain America in the modern era, the MCU, using a firearm on people. Sam and Bucky conclude these Flag Smashers must be super soldiers, which seems to come as news to the other guys.
And we're pretty sure it's one of the big three. No, aliens, androids, or wizards. There's no such thing as wizards. All right, then it's aliens or androids. Or super soldiers. Super soldiers for real? Yes.
Ah, that look. So either Walker and Hoskins are really dim, or they know full well that the Flag Smashers are enhanced super soldiers because these two came from the same enhancement program. That power broker the Flag Smashers are ripping off could be the power broker who enhanced Walker and Hoskins in the comics. Interestingly, later, Joaquin Torres turned him into the next Falcon. Walker says he jumped on a grenade before, like Cap, but Walker says he used a reinforced helmet. See, his training is a manufactured replica of the real thing that Steve went through, because Steve jumped on that grenade assuming he would die. They bring up the GRC, Global Repatriation Council, the agency that manages resources for returning Blit refugees. This could be what Thaddeus Ross now heads up, because here you could use this new team of super soldiers to keep the peace internationally, because we know Ross has been trying to build a team like that for a long time, back to the early days of the Incredible Hulk. And then maybe these Flag Smashers could have been past super soldiers who escaped when the Blitz happened and stalled Ross's plans. It's connected.
They provide the resources and we keep things stable. Aren't usually good for anyone's cause. Usually save other people with the resources.
Sounds like Sam's drinking that Flag Smasher Kool-Aid. His bank loan denial reminded him resources are not fairly distributed. And then Walker says,
I'm just trying to be the best Captain America I can be.
Tell their U.S. Army, be all that you can be. But then he blows it.
It'd be a whole lot easier if I had Cap's wingman on my side. It's always that last line.
By belittling Sam as merely Cap's wingman, he totally misunderstands the partnership between Sam and Cap. We also learn that Sharon Carter, who's also going to be returning to the show, was, like the rest of them, labeled a criminal for stealing their gear in Civil War. But then Sam meets this kid.
Just Falcon, kid.
Lay here.
Because I'm black and I'm the Falcon?
I'm trying to get a. No, I swear to God. I'm trying to get a fucking what's the name? I clicked up and down.
Like Black Goliath, which was later changed to Just Goliath. His dad called him Black Falcon reflects that many in this society are clearly not colorblind, which is something they find later with this awful encounter with the cops. So Isaiah Bradley, he was the Black Captain America, introduced in 2003. His history was erased. He was one of the 300 black test subjects, which we get a hint at in the end credits, and most of those test subjects died. It was really based on the way the government, in real life, gave black men syphilis in the Tuskegee experiments. Really f***ed up. Now in the comics, Isaiah's grandson is Elijah Bradley, who becomes a young Avenger Patriot. And the kid who answers the door is labeled in the credits as Eli Bradley, Elijah Richardson. And notice his reaction when Isaiah snaps.
I'm not gonna talk about it anymore.
What's going on?
Yeah, in the Young Avengers comics, Eli's powers are later revealed to just be him juicing up with a mutant growth hormone. He actually does not have natural powers. So here, this might be him wishing he had that kind of strength. Isaiah wedges that tin in the wooden frame. It's actually similar to how Sam will later wedge the shield into the wood of a tree. It's kind of like for these guys, the legacy of Cap doesn't allow them to bounce off obstacles like Teflon. They just get stuck in it. Isaiah reveals the awful history of how the government treated him.
You know what they did to me? For being a hero, they put my ass in jail. For 30 years, people running tests, taking my blood, coming into my cell. Even your people weren't done with me.
And by Bucky's people, he meant Hydra, meaning Hydra might have derived their own super soldier serum cocktail from Isaiah's blood. After they get arrested, Walker gets Bucky out.
Bucky's not going to follow a strict schedule any longer.
We haven't finished our work. Who authorizes?
The biggest douche in Baltimore. As when he threw that shield at Bucky's head, he does not care about Bucky's well-being, only how he can use him. And after leaving therapy, Bucky asks Dr. Rayner,
what was rule number 2 again?
That's what the block does.
Don't hurt anyone.
Yeah, Bucky needed this reminder as he goes off to face Zemo, another name on his amends list, whom I'm sure he wants to hurt very badly. Flag Smasher's gotta scramble.
Good. It's a power broker, man.
Yeah, we saw the name Power Broker in the end credits. Power Broker is watching, and again, I think he is linked to that same whole history of human enhancement that Walker and Hoskins and Thaddeus Ross could be involved in. We end the episode in this German prison facility that Zemo was left in, and he is in cell 2187, which is a nod to Star Wars. Cell 2187 was where Princess Leia was kept on the Death Star, and itself was a nod to the short film 2187 that inspired George Lucas to make THX 1138, and Star Wars keeps bringing this number back, like later Finn's designation was FN 2187. Mozart's Requiem plays, and then we see the chess set, which actually kind of echoes Magneto's imprisonment in the X-Men movies. Like this guy, I don't think will be in prison for much longer. This is a breakdown of the Falcon and the Winter Soldier episode 3, Power Broker, where the real power belongs to Zemo and Sharon Carter. Okay, we open with a promo video from the Global Repatriation Council. This is the agency in charge of resources and resettlement for blip refugees.
Helping you navigate changes to society, laws, and borders.
Borders, huh? Well, Rhodey did talk about how international alliances had shifted during the blip, and now it is hinted here that maps have been redrawn, as Zemo later confirms with Sokovia. The GRC logo is this globe with small dots growing larger and joining together, reflecting a person rematerializing from dust, as we saw with Monica Rambeau in WandaVision. And from this peaceful message, we smash cut the GRC logo to police SWAT band. Yeah, uncovering itself to the shield. And John Walker not at all helping the helpless.
Don't give him a second. Delete, shred, or breathe.
Yikes. This guy just told police officers don't give him a second to breathe. This week, of all weeks, John Walker, you gotta say something like that? They bust the German who sheltered the Flag Smashers.
Lamar, need a translator.
Walker can't communicate basic German, let alone question this guy respectfully enough to get him to speak in English, which he totally can.
Do you know who I am?
Yes, I do, and I don't care.
Meanwhile, both Sam and Bucky are multilingual. Sam speaks Arabic, Bucky understands Japanese on top of the Romanian he spoke in Civil War. These two are heroes without borders, whereas Walker fights for one country. And Hoskins tells him,
giving displaced people shelter and medicine. I kind of think Korean's loyalty. We've literally tried everything we can here.
Setting up a future split between these two, now that Walker seems to be spiraling deeper into rage. Now, they also mentioned Langley here, and the CIA does put later as a previous employer to Dr. Nagel, so Langley might have actually been leaving Walker in the dark to keep secret their involvement in his super soldier serum development. And then Bucky meets Zemo. Now, last week, the video feed labeled his cell as 2187, reference to Princess Leia's cell in Star Wars, but for whatever reason, now it's 6172, which, I don't know, maybe you can see as a reference to a Dark Avengers Dark Reign comic, but really, folks, any string of numbers can be a reference to some comic issue or publication date. Unless the comic issue is super specific to the scenario the characters are in, it's probably not an Easter egg. But notice the music when Bucky walks in. Yeah, composer Henry Jackman brings back Zemo's melody from Civil War. And if you continue to listen as Zemo repeats the Winter Soldier activation code words,
Shellac, Javoy, Zimnazi. Those days are over.
Jackman's Winter Soldier scream creeps back in, but that echo goes silent as Bucky shoos him away, with his line saying those days are over. He is currently in control of this. Now, all of this plays out concurrently with Bucky and Sam's later meeting, which is kind of a screenwriting tool of heist in progress, where characters will explain a seemingly hypothetical future plan while we intercut with that plan actually already in progress. It kind of saves time, helps with the pacing, but in this case with Zemo, I will say it did make his escape feel a bit easy. But I am interested in how Bucky asks Zemo,
What's the book you're in? Machiavelli.
Niccolò Machiavelli was a political theorist known for the concept of civic virtù, wherein the most virtuous and just leader acts not according to any stubborn ideology that he holds, but maneuvers as necessary, keeping people guessing. Machiavelli popularized the idea of the ends justify the means, which Zemo actually echoes in his words to Bucky.
It was never personal. You were simply a means to a necessary end.
Zemo is certainly a Machiavellian figure in the way that he now puts his old Avengers hatred behind him to use Falcon and Bucky towards some new end goal. But what is that goal exactly? Well, look closely at his book. This is actually a German version of Roger D. Master's Fortune is a Raging River, how Leonardo da Vinci and Niccolò Machiavelli wanted to change history. So this book isn't just about Machiavelli, but Machiavelli's friendship with contemporary Italian Renaissance figure and fellow Florence resident Leonardo da Vinci, and how their complementary worldviews shaped the new age of civilization. So if Zemo sees himself as Machiavelli, who is his silent partner, his Da Vinci, that he's not telling Bucky about? Who's his enlightened inventor, his seeker of the Vitruvian Man? Well, we might get a clue in the next scene.
These are mine, collected by family over the generations.
So, Zemo's rich. In fact, you almost expect to see among this collection of the hottest wheels in the MCU, the V16 Roadster,
nigga, what
which
the
was driven
fuck?
by Red
I got
Skull
hit
in the first
with
Cap
something.
film, which Red Skull handed off to whom?
Not a scratch, Doctor.
Not press X. What do you want me to do?
Arnim Zola, Red Skull's right-hand man who reappeared in Winter Soldier as an AI algorithm, revealing through the lines of computer code he corrupted S.H.I.E.L.D. into Hydra since the 70s. Marvel Studios loves this guy so much, he even reappeared in Avengers Endgame with Howard and Tony talking about him, and a little visual cameo in the background. And the Endgame screenwriters have said they want to see him come back in a future Marvel title with his robotic android body from the comics. Now, MT and I have been on this Zola train since before the season even began.
We could actually get a Zola cameo.
I was about to say the same thing. I think we're on the Zola train. Zola. And back in that first Cap film, Zola joined Red Skull in his Da Vincian obsession with the perfect human form, an obsession that led to Zola's design of his android body for himself, which was a little visual Easter egg in that movie. So if Zemo does have a silent partner, his family's fortune could be rooted in a link to the fortunes of Johann Schmidt and his partner Zola. Now, in one of these cars is Zemo's iconic purple mask from the comics, where he was the son of Baron Heinrich Zemo, a Nazi scientist. His son Helmut Zemo adopts his father's white supremacist views, well, really his Zemo supremacist views, and leads villain groups like the Masters of Evil and later the Thunderbolts. And now Zemo dons this coat with a fur collar, evoking that look from the comics.
So all this time you've been rich? I'm a baron's son. My family was royalty until your friends destroyed my country.
Your friends destroyed my country. I mean, I know he's talking about the Avengers wrecking Sokovia, but you know, just paired with that butler's cringe,
that was God. They got to
killer,
do that
and how they
bitch.
laughed up serving them rotten food, and then Zemo's kind of virtue signaling about Marvin Gaye. There's just a lot of red flags there. And then add that to the jab about Sam's incarceration.
You don't know what it's like to be locked in a cell. Oh, that's right, you do.
But yes, referring to Sam's time locked up in the raft in Civil War. And then Zemo finds Bucky's list, with more names visible than when we last saw it, like Jay Weaver could be for John Weaver, a digital asset coordinator for the show, Elle Hudson is PA on the show, and Elle Atwood, of course, for Senator Atwood from episode 1. And we learned that this is actually the same exact notebook that Steve Rogers wrote his list in Captain America the Winter Soldier. So he must have given it to Bucky as a way to help Bucky acquaint himself in modern life. But instead, Bucky has to use it to list past wrongs he must right, like he can't move on to to new things until he clears those demons. And then Sam reminds us how he actually told Steve to write down Trouble Man, and they debate about Marvin Gaye, and this episode actually came out on Marvin Gaye's birthday. But look at the book that Zemo has behind it. Peter Schellenbaum's Der Nein in der Liebe, translating to The No in Love, Delimitation and Devotion in the Erotic Relationship. It's a relationship psychology book in 1986 that, instead of using psychology terms, used a lot of allusions to Greek mythology to try to explain it. You know who else was obsessed with mythology? Red Skull, whom Zemo brings up here.
As a young soldier sent to Germany to stop a mad icon, do we want to live in a world full of people like the Red Skull?
Now moving on, there is this really weird moment in the scene with Carly and Mama Donya.
Carly, need to come upstairs.
There's not much time. You should be with her now.
Yeah, notice how we never see who is talking to Carly here. Also, we hardly meet Mama Donya, despite them casting Veronica Falcone, a talented actress with a large body of work. So what's going on here? Well, this was likely condensed during reshoots. This was new dialogue dubbed over it, and then it was all re-edited after rumors last year that a subplot in this series had to be altered due to similarities with the COVID-19 pandemic. Remember in episode 2, there were mentions of vaccines that they never really followed up on. And then notice later in this episode when Dr. Nagel talks about Donya again, the camera cuts away, his audio says which disease she was suffering from.
But a couple of days ago, she called and asked if I could help someone named Donya Madani. Poor woman has tuberculosis. Typical of overpopulation and displacement camps like that.
So it's looking very likely that there was some disease outbreak subplot in the Falcon the Winter Soldier, which explains why the Flag Smashers stole vaccines in particular, why Donya died, and why this new scene later with Dovich puts a hood over Erin Kellerman's head because her hair might have been different during these reshoots. So look folks, if you find any editing confusing in the series, it might just be because they constructed an entirely new storyline, to which I say, you know, you could have just left whatever it was. The more relevant with what we're going through, the better probably. But whatever, I don't know what it was. Still, we do get this detail of Donya carrying a Hamsa pendant. This has spiritual significance to many religions. It's kind of used to ward off the evil eye. Here, the eye has been replaced with a globe, explaining the origin of the Flag Smasher symbol, and that Donya may have been kind of a matriarch to this organization. And then Madripoor, a criminal haven located near Singapore, divided into High Town and Low Town. We actually saw this teased on a postcard in the end credits with Filipino Tagalog translating to One World, One People. And the music that actually plays during their entrance is Filipino rap track Amat by Shanty Dope. Sam has to disguise himself as Conrad Mack, the Smiling Tiger, an actual character in the comics. He's a villain who later became part of the Thunderbolts during the Civil War event. And among all these signs in Low Town is the Princess Bar, a dive visited by Wolverine in the comics when he goes under his Patch Logan alias. And then wall art warning, Power Broker is watching, very Big Brother is watching. And then the monkey face of the logo of the Brass Monkey Saloon, which is another Madripoor location from the comics. We've also seen this face in the end credits with Chinese characters over it translating to Gold, Corruption, and Accomplice. Inside, Sharon Carter sees them and then she sneaks off. And then moments later,
got word from on high. You ain't welcome here.
I have no business with the power broker, but if he insists, he can either come and talk to me.
Sharon Carter could be working for this power broker, but she probably isn't the power broker herself. She just seems like a mobile operative. She's on the street, she's killing people, she's getting out there. She doesn't seem like someone sitting on a throne, as Zemo describes the power broker, by the way, using the pronoun he.
Every kingdom needs its king. Let's just pray we stay under his radar. In Madripoor, he's judge, jury, and executioner.
So the power broker is likely some Marvel crime lord we have yet to meet, and my money is on the Mandarin. The true Mandarin, not Trevor Slattery, the one gonna be played by Tony Leung in Shang-Chi, the leader of the Ten Rings crime organization, someone who cares a lot about his reputation, and with a vast network of spies. Zemo has some bad blood with them, which might have come from the deleted scene in Captain America Civil War, in which Zemo gasses a bunch of other international arms dealers, which could have included some of the power broker's men. Zemo forces Bucky back into his Winter Soldier role, and notice how the Winter Soldier scream returns, but it doesn't subside this time, it intensifies. And Zemo feeds this berserker violence by throwing a dude at Bucky. This all happens while patrons record it on their phones, meaning the terms of Bucky's pardon, specifically Dr. Rayner's whole second rule of not hurting anyone, are being totally violated here. It's probably going to justify any lethal force Walker wants to use to catch Bucky and bring him down. And they meet Selby, played by Imelda Corcoran, who played Dr. Goodman in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. There are actually a few Selbys in Marvel Comics, like Selby the Mutant, Suzanne Selby from Roxxon. Either way, she gets killed by Sharon's sniper bullet, alerting every nearby assassin. If this feels like something from the John Wick films, maybe because this episode was written by Derek Kolstad, creator of that franchise. Sharon sells famous artwork, including Vincent van Gogh's self-portrait and Claude Monet's Woman with a Parasol, which is supposed to hang in the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C., which is right across the National Mall from the museum where Cap's exhibit is. So the same way that Sam was shocked to see his valuable that belonged in a museum get taken out and exploited, so too is he here learning that nothing is sacred. So Selby had told him about Dr. Wilfred Nagel, who gets his name from the scientist in the comics who was part of Project Rebirth, which enhanced Isaiah Bradley. Both he and Dr. Erskine have used the alias of Dr. Reinstein in the comics. And notice this line from Sharon,
Got a name. Wilfred Nagel.
Nagel works for the power broker.
We need your help, Sharon.
Another sneaky audio dub there. Sharon's line was totally off screen with these awkward edits, so we don't see her face. I suppose they needed a direct link between Nagel and the power broker to set up how Sharon would know how to get this info from these art traders, or maybe some other re-edited COVID subplot residue. Then at the party, Zemo breaks the internet. Then onto the Madripoor shipyard, where there are a bunch of flags. These are for the nation of Madripoor. One of these also appeared on Sharon's plate earlier. And you'll notice Sharon is using the 2013 era phone, the same kind that Nick Fury uses in Winter Soldier, suggesting that she might still be using the same encrypted tech when she's going off-grid as she was using back in those days. So when Dr. Nagel first sees Zemo, notice they exchange this look. It seems like Nagel might have known he was on Zemo's list of past Hydra serum scientists that Zemo said he was hunting down. Nagel in this moment knows that he might be donezo. So Nagel explains that he started with Hydra to recreate the serum, but then he worked with the CIA, who had the blood of an American test subject, definitely referring to Isaiah Bradley, and that with that he was able to crack the code.
I did what no other scientist since Erskine was able to do, but mine was going to be different. Mine was going to be subtle, optimized, perfect.
Meanwhile, outside, Sharon goes apeshit on these bounty hunters. There's some great John Wick style stunts here, especially with the knife work, likely done with the CGI blade, which you can spot in a few places, like when the dude takes it out of his arm, but then later it's not in his hand anymore, and there's really no sound effect of it dropping, despite there being tons of other knife sound effects.
Shit, nigga, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Shit.
When he pulled it out of his arm, there was just nothing in his hand. They CGI'd that in. And then similarly, later when Sharon maneuvers the knife, for a brief second, it kind of drops a frame, and it jumps from one angle to another within a single frame. I'm not pointing this out to criticize. I love seeing this, because it's a reminder that, hey, this stunt team was being safe, and kids should not play around with knives at home. And then as she wrestles this one dude, there's a tattoo on his arm. This is French, translating to, "We have only scratched the surface a little." So this all ends with Zemo shooting at Nagel, and the lab explodes, scattering Nagel's vials. Now, he had claimed there wasn't any serum in the lab, but the close-ups frame the vials and the flasks. It kind of makes it seem like Zemo or one of the others could have grabbed one of these, whether or not this serum was complete effective serum. So maybe Zemo could end up operating this as a trick to John Walker, which could lead to dangerous side effects and bring him down from the inside. I mean, hey, Sam and Bucky gotta get that shield somehow. I love how director Kari Skogland framed Zemo's mask similar to the way Christopher Nolan framed his opening shot of the Joker in The Dark Knight.
Oh my god.
Sinister pose, framing the mask in the gunslinger position right before the Black Cat draws it like a weapon, putting it on his face. And then Bucky ruins this person's day. And then Zemo rolls up in another sweet ride.
You're not gonna move your seat up, are you?
No. Of course, a callback to Winter Soldier.
Can you move your seat up? No.
And then Sharon
Get her
really
big
tells
bucks,
her
man.
driver.
Got a big problem. Actually, a couple of them. I'll tell you in the car. Let's go.
Yeah, I do think she is working for the power broker, and her couple problems are that Nagel is dead, and that some of his vials may have been taken. I think in her mind, she led these guys here so that they could use Nagel to find the Flag Smashers and put them down, not kill Nagel and destroy all their products. Then in Latvia, Zemo says,
I heard what became of Sokovia. cannibalized by its neighbors, erased from the map.
So Sokovia is located in Eastern Europe, and maybe part of its redrawn map could include the nation of Latveria, also in Eastern Europe, home to Victor Von Doom. Kevin Feige confirmed that we have a Fantastic Four movie in the works sometime in the next few years. Zemo also mentions the Sokovia Memorial, which trailer footage shows him visiting at some point in the series. And then Bucky follows a trail of Kamoyo beads, the vibranium tech used by the people of Wakanda, leading Bucky to AO. So AO is the second in command of the Dora Milaje, right under Okoye. She was actually the first Dora Milaje that we met back in Civil War, and she returned in Black Panther and in Infinity War. She was last seen fighting Corvus Glaive, protecting Shuri and Vision. And I love how her cameo comes in with this music of the Wakandan drums and the African female singing group chanting that Ryan Coogler and Ludwig Göransson uses the Dora Milaje warrior theme. Now, as Sam warned earlier this episode, Wakanda is not gonna let it go that Zemo killed King T'Chaka, and are probably not too happy about his release. I also speculated inside Marvel that this whole Black Panther crossover could shed light on the longtime mystery ingredient to Erskine's serum formula, an ingredient that I think could have been derived from the Wakandan heart-shaped herb. Now, I do assume it's a bit too early to learn what Marvel's plans are for Black Panther 2 after so I don't think we're gonna hear any references to T'Challa in the show. But at the very least, Bucky's role as the White Wolf of Wakanda could still be key to his future. And this is a breakdown of The Falcon and the Winter Soldier episode 4. Okay, we open in Wakanda 6 years ago. Now, this series is set 6 months after Endgame, roughly April 2024. 6 years prior to that would be April 2018, which would be just a few weeks before Thanos' forces arrived and T'Challa gave Bucky his new vibranium arm. So Bucky really had no time to enjoy his freedom before being dragged back into battle, which is why he's still not really okay in this series. The Dora Milaje Io does this far outside the city, past a waterfall that could be part of the Warrior Falls waterways, all to keep Bucky away from the crowded areas of the country. And Io repeats the Russian Hydra Winter Soldier activation code, referenced by Zemo last episode and appearing in every episode's closing credits. Actually, this episode, Io actress Florence Kasumba appears right beside it, her name translating from Wakandan, signaling her crucial role in helping Bucky overcome these haunting words. Now, ever since Civil War, fans have looked into these words for deeper metaphorical meaning, like homecoming could be for Spider-Man Homecoming, or freight car could be the train car that Bucky fell from. Though the writers of that movie said that they chose those words because they sounded melodic and menacing in Russian. But here we do get a new interesting meaning with the words, because some of them trigger specific memories for Bucky. Furnace brings up the Hydra Colonel with the Red Book, and when Zemo used that same book to activate Bucky in Berlin, all while Bucky's blood boils in rage over that brainwashing. You see a flashback on Bucky's attack on Howard and Maria Stark, specifically when he choked Maria. And then the word benign comes in with Bucky trying to claw out Tony's arm reactor in the Civil War fight right before Tony blasts off his arm. Both men trying to render each other benign and neutralize their primary weapons. But the shift comes in with the word homecoming, which shows the briefest flash of Bucky's final fight in Captain America Winter Soldier when Steve told him,
"'Cause I'm with you to the end of the line."
That was the moment Steve broke through to his old buddy and began the long road to bringing him home. And with that, the Winter Soldier music that has wailed through this struggle fades away, giving way to just some simple piano chords. And Ao tells him, "You are free," and Bucky can't even believe it. He has to look up at her to make sure she just said that, and she repeats, "You're free."
Sorry.
And only then can this man finally breathe freely. One of my favorite scenes in the MCU ever. But back in Latvia, Io says,
"The Winter Soldier programming was removed from me like a rotten fur."
Using the analogy of shaving matted fur from a feral canine, reflecting their nickname for Bucky as the White Wolf. And they mention Shuri and King T'Chaka, and Bucky says in Wakandan, yeah, Bucky can speak Wakandan. Add that to the list of English, Russian, Romanian, and Japanese, and here by calling Zemo a means to an end, he echoes Zemo's own Machiavellian view, where the ends justify the means, and loyalty to tactical allies is not permanent. Back inside, Zemo questions the very notion of super soldiers.
Was that warped aspiration that led to Nazis, to Ultron, to the Avengers?
Hey, those are friends you're talking about. The Avengers, not the Nazis. Okay.
Yeah, I love how Bucky had to clear that up. But then Zemo says this.
The desire to become a superhuman cannot be separated from supremacist ideals.
Yeah, in truth, the history of American superhero comics from the 1930s, Superman by Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, Captain America by Joe Simon and Jack Kirby, were attempts to reframe the idea of a Superman with American virtues, patriotic colors, as a response to Nazi propaganda of white supremacy, inspired by philosophers like Friedrich Nietzsche's concept of the Übermensch, in German, Superman. The belief that some men can just be superior enough that they're unbound by the laws of society. Which is essentially how Johann Schmidt Red Skull saw himself. And as they discuss this whole Nazi history and the American responses created by Jewish writers, Zemo's window is segmented in the shapes of the Star of David. But the important words that Zemo says are a desire to become a superhuman. Sam doesn't want the serum, Bucky didn't want it, Steve Rogers arguably didn't really know what it was, but John Walker, he wants it. That is the problem. Now, Bucky says,
the serum never corrupted Steve. Touché. But there has never been another Steve Rogers, has there?
Now, Sam might just be conceding that Steve was truly one of a kind, but Sam did meet a second Steve, the old Steve who gave him that shield after previous Steve disappeared in the past. Now, it's still unclear how much society knows about old Cap, like he wasn't mentioned in the museum exhibit, recap of the Endgame events, and Torres thinks Cap is living on the moon. Whatever's going on here, Sam knows more than he is telling us about that old guy. Zemo pulls out some Turkish delights.
Turkish delight. Irresistible.
He uses these later to bribe the refugee kids for info similar to the White Witch using Turkish delights on Edmund in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. By the way, if you have not had a Turkish delight, trust me, they are very resistible. Now, the Flag Smashers react to the news of Carly's terrorism last episode.
The GRC formally began drafting legislation known as the Patch Act, which would seek to restore traditional border regulations and fast-track the return to normalcy.
Something is off about this scene. This weird-sounding voiceover that's loud enough to be heard by everyone, but just coming off of whose phone? There's this overhead shot of Carly standing far away from everyone else, and then cut to an immediate close-up where she's just sitting right among them, and then this insert of a phone with just a generic news B-roll, no news outlet logo. Yeah, like last episode, I think this is another Flag Smasher scene that just looks super re-edited, which I theorize could be due to a virus-related subplot with the Flag Smashers that had to be removed. Actually, later in the episode, there is a similar moment with Carly's big line.
We separate them, and then we kill Captain America.
Sure, it's not unusual to show reaction shots while other people are talking. That's basic editing. Especially for Nico, who grew up as a Cap fan and will soon die ironically by the Cap shield. But to just use full coverage for this big dramatic line suggests that something might have been reworked in this scene. It's interesting how they've been avoiding mentioning, I don't know how Mama Dania died, which apparently last episode reported Dr. Nagel was tuberculosis, but that was clearly an awkwardly jammed in ADR line in that scene. So yeah, I have a video coming out soon explaining exactly what was probably changed and what this mystery storyline probably was. Zemo sings Baba Black Sheep to the kids, and then he tells them,
Turkish delight was always my son's favorite.
Zemo lost his family in the Battle of Sokovia, and similarly, Bucky's friend Mr. Nakajima recalled his son's favorite dessert. These Avengers keep getting people's sons killed. Now, Bucky's pissed at Zemo for playing coy, and Sam says,
he's just going to extort you and do that stupid head tilt thing.
I love how Zemo untilts his head right after that. Now, Sam calls Sharon Carter over in Madripoor, and the graffiti behind her shows the Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland. This is all art by Jisor. That is an actual Instagram handle for a real Atlanta artist, and this was all shot in Atlanta's Krog's Creek Tunnel. Sharon tells him,
went apeshit when he heard about Nagel. He wants the serum back.
He killed the Golden Goose. Madripoor's about to get real nasty.
So yeah, Sharon Carter is not herself the power broker, but she might be working for him. Like, notice how she gives nods to each of these guards. She's involved in some crime organization behind her personal art dealings, which, by the way, we crunched the numbers there. All that art would add up to a value of over $500 million. She's not just one person. She's part of a network. Actually, in the past week, Marvel unveiled this awesome promo website, ExploreMadripoor.com, with wanted posters for characters with references to the comic issues they first appeared.
Say Rachel Busy skill, what I said.
And references to Shang-Chi reportedly, but then
no bullshit. I bet he respond, He funny as hell, Cam. I'm telling you, Cam. Niggas funny like that. Damn, I can never get a fucking bucket, bro.
They hide the serum at the grave of Nico's
father,
Lucas Kovacic. who served with Allied forces in World War II, making Nico grow up a huge fan of Captain America and making it tragically ironic that Cap Shield is
move!
his life.
Get the fuck out the way!
That shield is a monument to a bygone era. A reminder of people history just left out.
JD. Back out, Jay. Back, Jay. Back, Jay. Back, Jay. Alright, good.
Maybe I should have destroyed it.
With him echoing a lot of Flag Smasher talking points this episode, I think it's likely that these two are going to partner up. Now, when Walker and Hoskins show up, they get the attention of some.
Why are you jumping?
A reminder that everything Walker says and does in public will be recorded. Notice how Walker has not shaved, and that scruff just grows more and more until it fills in the final scene. So this guy is going rogue and he is unhinged. Wyatt Russell does such a good job this episode expressing it with all these subtle physical tics, like when he touches his forehead again and again, as if suffering from a chronic migraine. And then in the scene where the girl leads him to the funeral, watch Walker in the background. Right before we cut to a new scene, he looks down and jerks his head to the side right before the cut. Now, at the funeral, there are a lot of child actors, and you know what that means. A lot of kids looking creepily into the camera lens. Roll the clip.
I'm beating your ass.
I was alone.
I'm beating your ass.
Until Mama done it.
Whoa, why are we all jumping?
Like a lot of you here, Mama done it.
Oh my god!
Actually, Turkish Delight Girl did it earlier.
Give me that, give me that. Yep.
Carly holds Donya's Hamsa pendant, a symbol of spiritual significance.
It was his past. He got bumped.
But here it has a world.
He got bumped.
The Flag Smasher logo, but then a scramble, and Zemo crushes the serum vials. Actually,
like y'all just don't do fucking alley-oop layups,
of that blue serum spilling everywhere, swapping in transparent plexiglass for the surface. It's a cool visual trick that's used a lot in Breaking Bad to show the blue meth from below. But Walker finds the last unbroken vial.
You know, they'll go hard on he ain't trying to go body Wimby in there and treat the little niggas. That's
that
it,
creepy
man.
Head tilt and that music.
That's what I said. You only go try to go body Wimby. That's
Super
it.
Soldier.
Bully boy. You see a little
Walker
nigga.
threatens Sam to turn Zemo over.
Yeah, that's what I said.
This conversation to go, Sam. Huh?
No, Wimby gonna be better than him.
Make it fair.
Yeah, look at Hoskins' side eye there. Like, motherfucker's gonna get me killed. And then when he
Maybe
sets down the shield,
if Wimby don't get injured,
him in the background, no one saw
look at
this
his injury
sneaky
now.
door Bellage. Walker insults them by calling their vibranium spears pointy
Greg
sticks,
Popovich done
questioning
though.
their jurisdiction as if
He had a stroke. Greg Popovich had a stroke. Greg Popovich had a stroke.
I love this fight. There's lots of amazing teamwork among the Dormelage. First, Io knocks Walker into the spear that was already thrown by the first one.
He just did coaching because he lost his. He did coaching because he lost his wife. You remember?
Trading spears. Oh, by the way, trading spears is also what Britney's dad has been doing with the courts. Her money is hers. # Free Britney. Now, when Sam
like
intervenes,
80-something.
the vibranium spear mixes with the sound of a panther growl. Walker gets pinned with his shield, and Io deactivates Bucky's vibranium arm by hitting these pressure points. A little shout out to Bast, the Wakandan panther deity. And when Bucky pops it back on, it emits a purple glow, the color Shuri's Black Panther tech glows when it transmits kinetic energy. Also, there's a bit of a hexagonal pattern there, like everything in Shuri's lab. It's not like this, don't shut up. And then Bucky swings his arm around to reload his arm, just like he did in Captain America Winter Soldier. Adore Melange kickflips the shield to her arm, Cap's big move from the elevator in Captain America Winter Soldier, and a move Taskmaster will do in Black Widow. Could Taskmaster be a Wakandan? No, maybe. I just think you can do this if you really know your way around vibranium. And Walker wallows in defeat.
They weren't even Super Soldier.
Composer Henry Jackman brings back the music from Civil War during Cap and Tony's final fight. Sam says Zemo pulled an El Chapo, referencing the Mexican crime boss who tunneled out of prison via a bathroom escape hatch. And Hoskins says about the serum,
power just makes a person more themselves, right?
Echoing the words of Dr. Erskine, who told Steve Rogers that the serum amplifies whatever character traits that the person has inside. And after going home to change into Sam's Falcon suit and Bucky's fighting leather, they confront Carly, who says that she doesn't want to kill them because
you're not hiding behind a shield.
And then moments later, Walker enters, hiding behind his gun out, similar to Steve's entrance to Howling Commandos in the first Cap film. Now, when Sharon calls him, she has a bloody lip with scars on her knuckles. Now, I figured these were from her scuffle in the shipyard last episode, but it didn't look like she had that lip.
I could do it fast too, right?
She did say Magic War was about to get nasty. She might have had to endure the Power Broker's wrath for letting Nagel get killed. Walker wedges the shield in the wall, still adjusting to his new super soldier strength now that he's juiced up. Notice how he twitches. His this guy is losing control over his own body. Walker growls,
"What's with all the knives?"
Maybe a callback
He
to
said,
Howard
"You
Stark's
Wookiee."
line in the first Cap film.
I'm just not gonna attack you with a pocket knife.
Walker flings a knife off his shield, nearly killing Bucky, who grabs it midair, similar to Walker's careless shield tosses near Bucky's head in episode 2. But Bucky uses this knife to do his cool little knife flip.
Damn, do I look bigger than 16?
Meanwhile, Hoskins cuts himself free from a room with dripping shower heads of doom, just in time to save Walker from Carly, but he gets punched into a column, killing him. Now, in the comics, the killing of Walker's parents by the Watchdogs causes his mental break, but here it is a loss of his best friend, and you can see a bit of blood trickles from above his ear, as if he's had some kind of head wound, maybe even concussed. Walker jumps through the
That's
window.
why I stared him down. Damn, kill. That's a kill. JD, get your ass on the perimeter.
Walker's moral descent, and Nico pleads for his life, but Walker brings that shield down
I forgot.
the guy's chest.
Damn.
Same move Cap did to finish the fight against Iron Man.
You like that layup, David? That 80 layup?
That Tony's chest
Right
to
with the
depower his
7-footer,
armor and
nigga.
spare Tony's life. Walker smashes it into Nico's chest again and again.
Yeah, Giannis all right.
Overkill. And it is heartbreaking to see Nico, a childhood Cap fan, now screaming in terror, framed with this same symbol bearing down on him until the whole thing
I'm trying to pass.
face in the frame. And that is the last time we see Nico's face when he is alive.
I'm trying to
Now,
pass.
this is taking
Dead ass.
place in Riga, Latvia. Actually, that statue face with the 3 stars in the credits every
Let me see that.
episode, that's
Let me
a
see
big
that.
freedom monument in the city of Riga. However,
Yeah,
they
no.
didn't shoot this scene in Latvia. They shot it in Prague. That nearby statue is that of Josef Jungmann, Czech poet and linguist who actually created the modern Czech language. But Nico dies on a nearby platform that was constructed as a set piece, and it reads, "God bless Latvia," which was probably built so they wouldn't piss off
Let me see
local
that.
Prague city officials by beating a dude to death on a beloved monument. Which, yeah, this is horrific. This episode is titled "The Whole World is Watching," a
I'm finna
chant
beat
that we
y'all
have heard
up.
with many BLM protests in the past
Okay,
year.
when I say
And
give it to
Walker
me,
had
give it to
recorded
me.
is a definite nod to the countless recordings of police brutality. Last episode actually opened with Walker telling police not to give their suspect a second to breathe. And these recordings of Walker are everything, because we know from Cap's exhibit that street-level imagery can get immortalized.
Davis, when I say cut, you fucking cut when I get this damn ball.
Was actually, if you go back to that first Cap film, snapped by a
He's guarding me now, you fucking dumbass.
all these photographers now, and it is these onlookers whose Walker's focus goes to, not even aware of what they're staring at, until we end on the final shocking reveal: the Captain
Go
America
down.
shield covered in blood. Honestly, more blood than MCU
Hey!
shields really ever typically show. But the even scarier
Damn.
detail in the shot:
Why did he just run into the damn rim?
as we cut to black, his inner demons.
Your ass dribbling and shit.
And this is a breakdown of the Falcon and the Winter Soldier episode 5, Truth.
Oh, yeah,
so we
yeah,
open on
yeah,
John
that
Walker
was my
mid
kid, that was my-
sprint,
that
just
was
like
my
how
kid.
Captain America the Winter Soldier opens for Sam Wilson and Steve
Duck that
Rogers in the
shit.
middle of their runs. Except this Cap is running from his problems, not interested in making friends. But listen to the music. Composer Henry Jackman recalls his
I got a
music
dunk on
from
him,
Captain
actually. I
America
got a dunk on him
Civil
for it,
War.
though.
I was in the grass. I was in the grass. My nigga picked up fucking ran. What the
You also hear
fuck?
this leitmotif later.
Fuck. Oh, the screen.
This whole fight mirrors that 2-on-1 fight that ended that film, in which Bucky teams up to take down a rival who is filled with rage over a dead
Let me
loved
see, let me
one.
see, let
Now,
me see,
Sam's
let me see,
focus
let me
goes
see.
to the
Watch out,
blood
David, watch
still
out,
on the
watch out.
shield.
Oh, damn.
And notice that vibranium hums, a sound effect they often do with the shield that indicates it's kind of weird.
He trying to guard me, I'm
Here it's
trying.
boosted up, as if Steve's spirit is dismayed.
Put that
at
ass in
these
that
things.
rim.
Now, Bucky tries to
Yep,
calm
jab.
John.
Oh,
Don't go
he
down
on
that road. Believe me, it doesn't
Look
end
at that
well.
fuck.
I'm not like you.
That's how Bucky just takes his sin, biting his tongue, letting the other two talk for a bit, and he only speaks up once more in the last line.
Oh, I'm just the one. How many glimpses you like?
Yeah, we do.
But we gotta break down this fight move by move because
Give me that
everything
shit,
is
nigga.
amazing in it.
King
Early on,
Giannis down here,
Bucky
nigga.
goes for his gun, smartly
It's
disarming
my own
him as soon
nigga.
as possible. knocks that gun loose, but in response, Walker
better
in
get your
slow
arm,
motion
nigga.
raises
Get your
the
arm.
shield and bring it down on Bucky's head, just like he did to Nico. So we're freaking out, but Sam jumps in to save Bucky, and that's
Good
scary
deed, nigga.
moment
You got him
happens again
covered.
at the end of the battle.
Stop
when Walker
jumping.
brings that shield down on Sam this time until Bucky returns the favor. I love the way Sam uses his wings in this fight, first using one to slap that shield out of Walker's left hand before he catches it with his right, and then later Sam backspins on his wings to trip
All the way.
Walker. And when Walker throws the shield at Bucky, knocks him off his feet, Bucky catches the shield and briefly wields it. You think about it, every time on the series when John Walker flings something at Bucky, Bucky always catches it. Walker throws Bucky, smashes his vibranium arm, causing it to glitch.
Give me that
So when it
shit.
appears to recover shortly after, Sam tries
Oh, yeah,
to
yeah.
tether the
Let me
shield
see that, let me
to
see that, let me
an
see that,
outfit.
let me see that.
Parker webbed
See
the
that.
shield in Civil War out of Cap's hands, but it doesn't work. Walker pins him, rips off his
And
wing. Infinity Gauntlet, until inevitably using the force of Sam's jetpack to freaking break his arm.
Big Young Boy in the building.
About it though, Steve
Hold up now.
so broken as he fought Thanos.
That was cold. That was good. Y'all gotta give me that. Niggas smacked the shit out of my arm. Oh, bro.
Hole, whereas Walker breaks himself over his attachment to that shield. I mean, throughout the MCU, one of the best things about this shield is the way it's been used in collabs. And here is another collab for those books. Now, Bucky drops the shield for Sam, another mirror of the way Cap.
He ugly as a bitch. Look at his fucking face skin.
He is bathed in these beams of sunlight. This is getting Steve's blessing to return his spiritual symbol to its rightful place. And right on that drop, a little glimmer of light reflects off the shield. And as Bucky walks off, listen again to the music. Yeah, the composer is bringing back the end of the line music that he composed for Captain America Winter Soldier. That was the moment when Cap dropped the shield to show his friendship to Bucky.
I'm not gonna fight you.
I thought it was about Shaq.
You're my friend.
Later on, Torius tells Bucky,
Hey, you got your sleeve back.
he's calling back Bucky tearing off his sleeve before that dumb jump out of the plane in episode 2, and Sam tells Torius to take his broken wings.
Wait, yo, you forgot the wings.
Keep on.
Yes, Joaquin Torius does become a version of the Falcon in the comics when Sam becomes Captain America.
I told you, he be fucking up.
Origin for New Falcon. I mean, Sam's line here does feel a bit like Tony's moment with that pre-recast Rhodey in Iron Man.
Next time, baby.
More like next time, boom. You looking for this? Walker goes on trial before a council. You can see the flags for the U.S. Army, U.S. Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard. So I assume this is some combination of the Joint Chiefs, maybe with the chairman of the Senate Armed Forces Committee. Because he's a senator, they're military people. Maybe this is a government body representing the U.S. delegation to the GRC. Look, it's post-flip. Who knows how government works? And Walker goes, Kavanaugh.
I live my life by your mandate. I dedicated my life to your mandate.
And then a very cold...
You built me.
Yeah, through Walker's rage, we are given a clearer reference
that's
point
you.
for
Hey, yeah, boy.
who was another super soldier who
You
just
take it
followed
over.
orders. But in his case, he was
Oh,
not allowed to walk through.
bro,
So what is
they
John
got
Walker
14 in the third quarter, bro.
Cameo alert! Cameo.
We're doing them like that.
Louis Dreyfus.
Contessa Valentina Allegra de Fontaine. You can just call me
We're
Val,
doing like
but
that,
don't call me Val. Just keep it in there.
These
Yes,
niggas
Contessa Valentina
ass.
Allegra de Fontaine is a longtime
These
SHIELD
niggas
agent in the Marvel
shit,
Comics, often
dude.
associated with Nick Fury. She goes by Agent 14, and at another point, Madame Hydra, when she joins Hydra.
Nigga in third quarter,
That was
kid.
really a short-lived mission when she was actually part of the Leviathan, and she was betraying Hydra, undermining them. Folks,
Shit, I don't
is a
think we're gonna
lesser
see
known
the
figure, and a lot of folks right now are jumping on her being Madame Hydra, confirmed. But that arc was
No.
really just a small part of her run. Like, she plays a big role in Secret
That shit.
Invasion,
Wow.
replaced by a Skrull who
Yeah.
like, kicks
Hey,
off
we
the
ain't
Fury's
getting it.
initial
We ain't getting it.
suspicions.
We ain't
She
getting
works on a Fem Force team with Sharon
Yeah.
Carter.
You
You
that.
could jump to the conclusion that she
You're
is the
done.
power broker the show has been hinting at, though I think it
Go
would
put
be
your shit on low risk right fucking now after this fucking game. After this game, put it on low risk,
the power
nigga.
broker, character who is referred to with male pronouns. I mean, she may just represent whatever faction of Hydra is left after they were hunted down and routed. And Julia Louis-Dreyfus seems to be playing it with the same kind of bright humor that Gary Shandling played Hydra loyal Senator Stern.
I would have killed the bastard too. I mean, you would have been doing him a favor if you'd taken out the whole lot.
Yeah, DeFontaine sounds like she's part of some shadowy government agency, one without oversight, without a public face. Which, yeah, sounds a lot like what Nick Fury initially was doing with S.H.I.E.L.D. And
he left. He got violation for it. He got a D- for it. Oh, let's go.
By Zola's algorithm.
Oh my God!
Empty and my Zola handcart could still arrive at the station.
All right, Cam.
I don't know. It seems like Marvel
Crossover in front of him, though.
Lesser-known comics operative and plans to do something entirely new with her.
Come on, Cam. Come on, guys. Slow the fuck down with the pose.
That's what I was about to say, bro. That's what I was about to say.
It has made you very, very valuable to certain people.
Which certain people? Well, notice that indigo streak in her hair. I think DeFontaine could be at least
now they got 21, Cam.
S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Victoria Hand in the comics, deputy director of the Thunderbolts Initiative during the Dark Reign. Now, Victoria Hand already appeared in S.H.I.E.L.D., which Kevin Feige has indicated ain't really MCU canon, but since we already saw that character in a Marvel TV show, maybe they're pulling a different female S.H.I.E.L.D. operative from Marvel Comics. Either way, it's not just
give me the ball.
Values Walker because he took the serum.
I know. Beat it up. Pump fake, you weak man.
That was a facility from Captain America Civil War, overseen by Thaddeus Ross, whose name appears in the end credits of the show associated with the Enhanced Humans Act. And we know from the first Hulk film that Ross was deeply interested in rebooting the Super Soldier program. DeFontaine could work for Ross, recruiting super anti-heroes on a team named after Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, the Thunderbolts, the anti-hero team in the comics, initially headed up by Zemo. I just won't be surprised if this season ends with Zemo on the raft, maybe John Walker in the cell next to him, as DeFontaine strolls past them, offering them a chance for redemption through the Thunderbolts Initiative, where they can join forces with other forgotten Marvel villains, like Ghost, like Agatha Harkness. Don't tell me you don't want to see Julia Dreyfus and Catherine Hahn in a scene. So Zemo visits the Sokovian Memorial that he mentioned in episode 3. This is one honoring the victims of the Battle of Sokovia and Age of Ultron, which includes Zemo's family. Actually, that lake behind it looks like one formed by the runoff from the upended terrain as the city was lifted, and Zemo's music from Civil War returns here.
Yeah, I can't see. It's a...
Now, this statue has a large Sokovian eagle on it with a base showing
that was a good layout. They should have gave me
that. Word translates to Sokovia, I think. Now, interestingly, in the December trailer, this shot included a ton of flowers, notes, and flags.
Get your ass out the paint, bitch.
And was not yet
shoot
surrounded
the
by
damn
a
rock.
wall of
You
names
shoot
or have
the
a
ball,
paved surface.
motherfucker.
I get those other changes, but why remove the flowers? Well, perhaps the flowers were laid for more recent Sokovian victims of a global pandemic.
I bet I hit before you. Bet I hit before you.
Now they
oh, bro. I bet I hit before you. Right here.
Updating this shot in particular.
Oh, bro.
Now Bucky holds himself to rule number 2 by not harming Zemo, handing him over to the Dora Milaje.
It's official. We lost. I ain't gonna lie. We lost.
And I like how they come and go in that Wakandan Talon fight that we saw in Black Panther. So Sam revisits
Cam 3 for 9, 82 for 8,
Patriot, and his grandfather Isaiah Bradley.
We gotta feed Daily. We gotta feed Daily. We gotta feed Daily. Daily, shoot the 3.
Cites the Red Tails, the famous 332, referring to the 332nd Tuskegee Airmen who fought in World War II. But as the scene goes on, it is a heartbreaking and challenging scene in which he shares more about his own tragic history.
A handful of us got shot up with different versions of that serum. They tell us
I got it.
Tetanus.
I see.
So this also gets its title from the comic series Truth, Red, White, and Black, which explores Isaiah Bradley's erased history as the Black Captain America. And with this tetanus line, sounds like the show is referencing the horrific Tuskegee experiments, in which the government promised black syphilis patients free health care, but actually just gave them placebos and let them die. Isaiah goes on to talk about his missions during World War II.
I was going to say, you're ass.
A couple of the boys get captured on a mission.
Why you ain't grabbing the boards, Daily? Why the fuck my dude got 10 rebounds?
Talking about blowing the POW camp to hell to hide the evidence. And I brought them boys back.
Yeah, think about it. This mirrors Steve Rogers' rescue mission in that first Cap film when he freed hundreds of POWs that were written off as dead, pretty much. But instead of the heroic greeting that Steve got, Isaiah was freaking tortured and imprisoned for 30 years. Isaiah talks about his eventual escape.
There was a nurse. She prepared on me. Wrote up some fake reports, something. She had me declared
Actually, you might have seen that fake death report for Isaiah Bradley in the end credit sequence. So Sam goes back to Louisiana, he helps fix the family boat with some help from Bucky, who brings new gear designed by the Wakandans. And we only get a tiny glimpse as Sam opens it at the end of the episode. Kind of kept the mystery, Pulp Fiction style. I'm guessing we're going to see new vibranium wings and a color scheme and functionality that incorporate the shield so that Sam can feel comfortable carrying it without feeling like he has to live up to Cap. In fact, I think that could be the deeper meaning of this line.
Why didn't you use the metal arm? Well, I don't always think of it immediately. Right-handed.
Yeah, the way Bucky doesn't have to think about his arm, Sam doesn't want to have to think about carrying the shield. So Sharon Carter gives a call to Batroc.
Oh, please, if it weren't for me, I'd still be rotting away in that Algerian prison. I can give you double this time.
Now, MT speaks a bit of French and was able to translate Batroc's rant as saying that he lost his case in the last mission and that he would never work for Sharon again. Hey, thanks, MT. But this confirms that Batroc's mission in episode 1 was, in fact, orchestrated by Sharon Carter and her criminal operation Madripoor.
If I would
I
agree,
would
then
be
he would like,
surprised if Sharon is revealed to be the power broker herself. Not just because of the pronouns, but because Zemo knew the power broker before he was imprisoned in Civil War, before Sharon broke bad. And really, Sharon seems like too much of a foot soldier for a godlike crime boss with spooky murals. Still, I do think she is part of a criminal organization, maybe working for the power broker, maybe trying to undermine him, and maybe she's sending Batroc in to help the Flashers in their mission against the GRC and gain their trust, and then lure them.
What is this nigga physical finisher?
Scene in her art collection. This is the raft of the Medusa.
This shit going right
the infamous wreckage of the French naval frigate, the Medusa.
Man, show shit on the bed.
This is a real shit.
Man, she got fallen bed physical
super
finisher.
incompetent captain that led the crew to starve and get super dehydrated and start eating each other. So with all the focus on it here, maybe Sharon actually has plans to stage a mutiny on her crime boss, the power broker, seeing him as a failure to run a tight ship in Madripoor. So Bucky wakes up to see AJ and Cass playing with the shield. I love that Bucky now sits on the couch instead of on the floor. Definitely a sign of improvement. And they play some catch.
Alright, you fast. Give it go.
Sam is calling back his words to Steve when he first picked up the shield in Endgame.
How does it feel? Like it's someone else's.
Now notice when Sam catches the shield, he braces and recoils with its momentum, whereas Bucky just kind of catches it with a little recoil. Not only is Bucky stronger with his arm and the serum, but this shield is also an awkward fit for Sam still, with a heavier historical weight based off of the dark truths that Isaiah Bradley left him with. But then Bucky reveals...
When Steve told me what he was planning, I don't think either of us really understood what it felt like for the black man to be handed the shield.
Yeah, this confirms that Bucky and Steve did talk over that shield succession off-screen during Endgame. But also, interestingly, that old Cap remembered that plan throughout his entire alternate life before returning. Bucky brings back up Steve's notebook, and Sam says,
Steve is gone. And this might be a surprise, but it doesn't matter what Steve thought.
So does gone mean
the time is fucked up right
return
now.
to another timeline?
Wow.
Or on the moon like Torres thinks? I mean, just show us the freaking headstone for the old man and leave the door open to younger Cap in the multiverse and we'll be done with it. Sam tells Bucky that he has to be of service.
They're down 11.
Men's probably setting up Bucky to return to old Mr. Nakajima and tell him the truth about his son next episode. And then Sam's looking hot as he's working out with that shield. All day could be a reference to Cap's catchphrase. I do this all day.
I'll be 7 in a row. Can't get shit off.
Sam's growing comfort with
That's the only one I can get something off.
Meanwhile, the Flag Smashers grow their forces in Tompkins Square Park.
This nigga Daly get all the last to drop.
Despite being highly sought after terrorists, Batroc hooks them up with some weaponry, and their new recruits disrupt a meeting with the GRC who are trying to vote on the Patch Act, which was told to us in a news report on WHIH. And presumably, it'll be here in New York that all these warring parties will meet, including Sharon Carter, whom we see in promo footage, and John Walker with his new shield. He actually hammers that together in this episode's post-credit scene. Now, actually, another big MCU title ends the same way, with credits that just go to black and you hear the clanging of a hammer. Avengers Endgame. These were, of course, course, a nod to Tony Stark hammering in the cave with the lots of scraps in the first Iron Man, and this scene is a reference to that as well in Walker's man cave. Now here, Walker melts down the Congressional Medal of Honor that we actually saw him holding this earlier, and he uses this to fuse together the Medal of the Shield. Now, while I doubt this shield is made of vibranium or anything stronger, by being made of the military medals, it does bear a deeper, more personal significance for Walker. We heard him repeat throughout this episode.
My dude frying. They give him all my superpowers.
I am Captain America.
What the fuck?
Be Captain America in his own mind, even if he has to cosplay to do it. But my favorite detail of this final shot is once again hidden in his hands. As he spray paints that metal ring, he coats his thumb in a dark red, not at all caring about the blood red stains that he gets on his hands. This is a breakdown of the Falcon and the Winter Soldier episode 6. The finale, One World, One People. We open on the Flag Smashers' disruption of the GRC vote. Actually, Carly's voiceover here is actually the same line that she spoke in the last episode.
They're not going to stop. Not unless we make them. It's time.
Now, Erin Killiman was more emotional then. Now they use an alternate take where she sounded more resolute and firm. Then a little moment with Bucky that I love. Nice. This officer respects Bucky's service and rank, telling us that some people in this world really do learn from history, and Cap's Smithsonian exhibit making it an even bigger deal when Isaiah's history will later become restored. Sharon Carter uses the same mesh face mask that Natasha used in Winter Soldier, also in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, while you could see Sharon's suspicious behavior in the post-credit scene as a setup for Secret Invasion, this mask to me signals that she herself is probably not going to be a Skrull, because then she wouldn't really need that kind of cloaking tech, right? But then again, apparently no one cares about Sharon's past history. So whatever. Notice how the Flag Smashers use these smoke grenades that glow green, and then Sharon talks about her deadly mercury vapor, among other things that she uses on that Flag Smasher that emits a green smoke. And then those blocks that they use on the truck doors have 8 claws. They're strong. They take several strikes of Bucky's vibranium arm to break. Remember, Batroc supplied this gear courtesy of Sharon after she hired him. And Sharon called someone on the phone in the post-credit scene.
I'm saying, bro. The fuck is y'all doing, bro?
We're about to have
Give me the fucking ride, bro.
to government secrets.
Goddamn ride, bro. Fuck all that shit. Give me that damn ride, boy. Look at that shit, nigga.
Normally, I'm hesitant to lean on Spider-Man villains like Green Goblin, Norman Osborn in my MCU theories, since all those are Sony properties, and Marvel can really only do so much with them in non-Spider-Man titles. But Sony did just sign a deal with Disney Plus that makes that kind of future IP sharing a bit more likely. And by something for everyone, Sharon might mean a team of weapons tech manufacturers known for green glowing grenades, a weapon used by Green Goblin, and 8-armed reinforced metal gear that you can see someone like Doc Ock putting together. And this comes within a week of Alfred Molina talking about his role as Doc Ock in Spider-Man No Way Home. So Sam Wilson swoops in with his new suit. Now, the music here evokes the Steve Rogers cap theme, but it is a variant that is unique to Sam. This suit's largely white design reflects Sam's look in the comics when he becomes Cap, including the half cowl. That shield magnetically latches to his back like it did with Steve. And Sam being in white here creates an interesting contrast with U.S. Agent John Walker.
It's the same, but black.
Sam as a black man in a role historically seen as a white man. Walker as a white man now donning the archetypal black hat. But Sam does not leave us guessing.
Wait, who are Captain America? I thought Captain America was on the moon.
Yeah, the guy calls back Torres' conspiracy theory that Steve Rogers was on the moon. This series never gave us an answer as to what happened with old Cap from Endgame. Kind of treated the mystery as more of a joke, because I guess these Disney Plus shows can only do so much MCU world building. But for now, I'm just going to go with Cap is in space with Nick Fury. So as the GRC diplomats are back